Hey folks, so this run is, well, actually this run's pretty standard. It's pretty like requested, I guess, and a normal Alliance speed run, not that whole meme thing I did a while ago. Once again, it's going to be on Nemesis, and I mean, I don't know what the title says, but it's probably something like, Alliance 10 to 50 speedrun in whatever time. It's not like a world record attempt. I've already said I'm kind of over that whole thing, and I really have no interest in going for world records on Alliance because I don't really have the resources to do that. But a lot of people have been requesting an Alliance route, and I've been kind of focused on pushing the Horde world record recently. So I've benched the whole idea of making an Alliance route for the past week. But, I mean, I haven't really had much else to do lately, so let's get started on figuring out a proper Alliance route. Now, before I hop into things, unfortunately, there is something I do want to talk about that happened yesterday, which really frustrated me. And let's pop back over real quick to Mal'Ganis and take a look at something unfortunate that occurred the other day. So, in one of my most recent videos, I was talking about how I plan on doing a warrior speedrun and a demon hunter speedrun. So the demon hunter speedrun I still plan on doing. I actually might do that as my first like YouTube stream. That's what I've been thinking about. But if you take a look here, there's a level 28 warrior just chilling here. That was created yesterday. This was the warrior that I was going to speedrun. So what happened, unfortunately, is I don't know why, but I've been basically like wrangling with OBS recently, and it just doesn't want to work properly. For like on the latest video, if you notice, there's like really bad FPS issues. Like I just get massive frame hangs, and it doesn't occur in game. It was an OBS issue. I took like 2 hours messing around with the settings to figure that out. And then I basically got 4 hours into this run and realized that it randomly decided to shut off my microphone, which I don't know why. I never messed with my like voice recording settings at all. It just said, hey, wouldn't it be cool if we just shut off your microphone without telling you? So basically that is 4 hours of footage that I will never get back. Like I technically still have the footage, but nobody wants to sit there and watch me silently quest through all of the different zones. I had 4 hours of almost non-stop commentary. I talked a lot during that run, and I told some, I think, pretty good stories, and it's all lost to the void now. So I was pretty tilted at that, and I ended the run pretty much right where you see here at 28. I basically tabbed out, realized OBS wasn't recording my voice, and just went, God damn it, and then just went to bed pretty much. So that was unfortunate. I will try to salvage this. I know there were a few people asking for me to do the warrior run, which was, I kind of feel bad because I did want to do it. I planned to do it. I was in the process of recording it, and then OBS said no. I might try to salvage this with something like, maybe I'll do classic dungeons or whatnot on this warrior and test it to see how efficient they are for XP. And that way, if you want to see me leveling a warrior, from 28, it'll be at least a different format of me trying out dungeons, and I don't know, it'll be different at least. But yeah, so that's a bit unfortunate. I lost all of the footage for this. Another thing is, telling stories can be kind of difficult because, a good story doesn't always present itself. Sometimes I'm just doing something and I'm reminded of a story, like, with the whole Loch Modan thing. I saw the cave and then I remembered, oh, hey, that's where that RP thing happened. It just occurred to me. It wasn't scripted. So a lot of stories that just came to me yesterday, I told them, and now, I don't know, it's hard to just naturally retell it. I will say I did jot down notes on some of the stuff that I talked about in the Lost Warrior video. So maybe if, I find that I don't really have much to talk about during this run, I can look at my notes and basically be like, oh yeah, there was that story about WoW Classic that I was telling. Because one thing about that warrior is I told a lot of old WoW Classic stories from a year ago. Because that warrior, Takasa, is the same as the warrior that I have in WoW Classic. And I thought it would be a nice little thing to go back and reminisce through some old zones that I did when I was leveling through Classic on my Prot Warrior, and, as I level this new warrior, I can tell stories about that. I also told some other stories about my guild, and, when I was leveling up as a little kid and, I had a few things about that. So there's going to be a few, like, vignettes in there that just I probably forget about and never tell again, but we'll see. Maybe I'll try to salvage it, because I do like some of those stories, and I think it would be a shame if they never saw the light of day. But anyways, I'll continue as I start the run. I've already mailed all my stuff over. I just did want to get that out there, because I know I did talk about doing a warrior speed run, and I don't want people to be like, what happened to the warrior speed run? So just so you know, I tried it, and I just kind of got fucked over by OBS. It is what it is. So here, as you can see, I have my live split over there. I believe it shows up on OBS. I was having issues yesterday where it wasn't showing up, but no, it's there. You can see it. Okay, cool. So gonna start the run. Once again, I'm not doing like a super serious speed run, so I'm gonna take some time to like set up my UI. I do just want to at least go and get my mail first. I can do this, interface. Also, I should note that I'm probably not going to submit this to speedrun.com, because, what's the point? It's not going to be a world record. It's probably not even going to be faster than my horde times, because I'm not too familiar with the route. I'm not taking it super seriously. So why bother submitting it? Frankly, even though I could theoretically just have another time up there, I don't want to force the, nice people over at speedrun.com to watch through, however long this is going to be, 6 hours of this, nonsensical garbage. I'll spare them having to do that. Since we're not taking the speedrun super seriously, I have time to relax and clean my bags. So, a lot of people commented in different videos like, I don't know how this guy always just goes so fast. I always want to stop and, sort out my bags and whatnot. Yeah, that's how I prefer to level too. But in a speedrun, I don't really have time to do that. I don't have time to set up my keybinds, exactly the way I like them. So here, let's see, no, my Mogget stuff has been cleared. But I actually really like the Lightforged Draenei Heritage Armor, which I have. So I'm just going to go ahead and use that. Transmog speedrun, really cutting-edge content right here. So I know some people are probably like, what, another Paladin? But the other Alliance run is a Paladin. Well, I like Paladin. It is probably my favorite class currently. I normally play Demon Hunter, but I really have not been enjoying the Demon Hunter changes, and I've been pretty vocal about that. So right now, I'd actually say that Prot Paladin is my favorite spec in the game. So, you know what? I just feel like leveling another one. And especially Lightforged. God, the Lightforged racial is so nice, especially for Prot Paladin. If you line this up with Avenging Wrath and Seraphim, it's spicy. Really fun to use. We have our Transmog. So, this is my preferred way of leveling. You gotta look good to play good, but unfortunately you don't have time to look good in a speedrun. So, also, I'm gonna start with the Legion intro, just because I want to have the dollar on Hearthstone. And while I run, let's set this stuff up. I have time. So, as you can see, very minimalistic speedrun here. I'm going to have Goblin Gliders, just because they're really, really useful, and they're also dirt cheap. I have Swiftness Potions, because, once again, they're just helpful, and they're also dirt cheap. Alright, let's see, Legion intro. I don't think I've ever done this. Wait, what? The Alliance don't even need... Okay, hold on. Maybe I'm crazy, but I'm 99.99% sure that I have tried that on Horde, and it does not work. Are you telling me that this whole time, you can just skip the entire process? And you don't even have to go and, like, polish your armor and all that jazz? Because that is awesome. Well. Cool. I can't really I just went into the Horde Sanctuary. Yeah, every time I go into Dalaran, I try to run into the Horde Sanctuary, because, if you haven't noticed, I mostly play Horde. So it's like force of habit. Also, if you notice, I only ended up having 1,200 gold left over from Speedwagon on this server. So I really didn't have enough to buy, like, Laystone hoof plates. Unfortunate. I also don't really have enough to buy riding when I'm going to need it. But we'll see. Maybe I'll make a decent amount of gold from the quests. the other stuff. So Red Ridge, a lot of people have said they don't think like the second half of Red Ridge is good, and I kind of agree with that. Can I? Yeah. So basically everything from here onward gets really slow. There's tons of RP, and it's just blah. So I don't think that's worth doing. I'm probably not going to do it, and I'm probably going to stop as soon as I get to that point. Then I'm probably going to head to Duskwood. At least that's my current plan, because I have that next on my splits. And when I do get to Duskwood, I'm not sure if I'm going to do the entire thing. I know that some of Duskwood can feel kind of inefficient, so I'll have to see how it feels. I also, you know, if I was being really efficient, I could probably do this outside of Chromie time, but does it really matter? I mean, the odds of there being anybody here on Brazilian servers is low, as we learned in the last run. So I guess it doesn't really matter. But I'm probably going to do Duskwood up until like 30 or so. And then once I get flying, I'll do Loch Modan. Because the thing about Loch Modan is it takes a while to actually get there. So you have to take either a long flight point from Stormwind, or you have to take the Deep Run tram and then take a flight from Ironforge to Loch Modan. Now, one thing that I'm pretty sure would be fast is if you basically took the Deep Run tram to Ironforge, flew outside of Ironforge, like with a flying mount, and then basically popped a Goblin Glider, because Goblin Glider is faster than, like, slow flying, and you could probably reach Loch Modan if you got to a reasonable height. I'm not 100% sure, though. Like, a lot of this is just testing, because at some point I need to do it. So I guess we'll see when we get there. Let me see if I can snipe him with this. That one shot? There is a reason I like Lightforged Draenei. It is the only allied race I have unlocked on Alliance, and it's the only class I've ever mained on Alliance. So I have said that I don't really play Alliance a lot, but I did play a Lightforged Draenei Paladin named Gilliana on Storm Rage for a little while. Not, like, super seriously, but it, like, basically I just figured, you know, it's 8.1. Battle for Desire lore has, like, multiple different versions depending on if you're Alliance or Horde. It might be cool to at least try it out on Alliance and see what the differences are. So at first I was going to play casually, and then I ended up finding a guild that was, like, you know, rating, like, mid-tier Mythic. Nice guys. I'm going to be honest, though, I forget the guild name. So I would give them a shout-out and be like, if you're on Storm Rage, check them out. But I'm sorry, I completely forget the guild name. So, you know, if you happen to remember that I raided with you on Alliance back in Battle of Desire lore, just know I thought your guild was cool. You guys were pretty chill. We got to, I think, whatever Conclave of the Chosen was, and I played Protection Paladin, and it was actually a lot of fun, especially as Lightforged. God, I love the Lightforged racial. Like, it just felt so good to use. Which is also one of the reasons why it was so hard for me to play Prot Pally for the rest of BFA. Because every time I tried to play Prot Pally, I would just be like, I wish I had Lightforged racial right now. Also, for some reason, that spider doesn't give XP. I don't know why. It's a weird rare. It also appears on the map, which is not normal. At least for, you know, classic rares. But yeah, so this is one of the weird things about losing 4 hours of footage from the day before. There's a lot of stuff that, like, I talked about in that run where I think, like, oh, maybe I should talk about this, and then, like, my brain is like, no, wait, you already talked about that, and I'm like, yeah, brain, but I did already talk about that, but, like, it never got published, so technically I didn't. So it's just hard to remember. It's like, did I actually talk about that in a video, or was that during the 4 hours that I completely lost? So it's hard to remember. Also, one thing I should note is you do ideally want Shimmer Scale diving suits for this part of Red Ridge, but, you know, I'm poor. What can you do? Also, one thing you want to do is pop your Gerard of 10 lands before getting, you know, a few quests in. That's important. Don't be dumb like me. But yeah, so a lot of people have been asking me to do streams and stuff. I probably will. If I do streaming, it's going to be on YouTube. I don't really have anything against Twitch. It's just not really something that I'm interested in. Not a huge fan of the platform. I don't know. Just think YouTube streaming's perfectly fine. I know not everybody likes it. Some people have like this weird grudge against YouTube. They're like, ah, Twitch is just a better platform. It's like, I don't know. Why do you care? You know, if you get to watch the stream, you get to watch the stream. I think, honestly, 99% of the differences between Twitch and YouTube are on, like, the creator end of things. You know, what you actually do, or, like, how the process works for streaming and whatnot. From what I can tell, though, honestly, the only real difference between streaming on Twitch and streaming on YouTube is the fact that YouTube doesn't really have, like, clips in the way that Twitch does. So I guess that's like the major downside, but at the same time, I just kind of like the way that things run on YouTube better. I'm not a huge fan of like, you know, Twitch's, I don't know, setup. It's weird. It's more of a personal preference thing. Also, to some extent, I already have like a decent audience here on YouTube. You know, thank you, by the way, for watching. So why would I want to go and try to set up this whole new thing on Twitch when I already have a lot of people watching my YouTube videos? You know, if people enjoy watching a 5-hour recording offline, you know, they'll probably enjoy watching a 5-hour stream, too. But if it's on YouTube, they have an easier time finding it. So I'll be doing that. If there's something you're interested in seeing me stream, like, obviously, you know, it'll be focused on WoW, but it may be something specifically in WoW that, like, you're interested in seeing. I know I've mostly been doing leveling stuff. But I play pretty much every aspect of this game that isn't PvP. Sorry, PvPers, just not really my cup of tea. So, you know, I'm up for really anything at this point. And I probably will end up streaming, like, the Demon Hunter run as, like, the first thing I do. I will say, when I do eventually stream, bear with me. I've never streamed before in my life. I'm not too familiar with it. Like, you know, obviously, I've watched streams. I know how it goes. But there's a big difference between watching something and doing it yourself. So I'm sure I'll be a bit rusty. I probably won't know how to, like, look at chat for, like, 5 minutes, and I'll be like, how do I set this up until I can get it onto my second monitor? And, yeah, it's going to take me some time, is all I'm saying. But I'll try to figure it out. I want to get it set up. One thing I talked about, I do remember in the last run that got lost, is I'm debating on what exactly I want to stream on Shadowlands release. So I've thought about streaming my Shadowlands leveling experience, but the one thing I'm wondering is, like, I don't know how many people would want to watch that. So one thing, to be clear, I'm not going to be competing for World First level 60, in the sense that there are people out there who are going for World First level 60 that honestly are more well prepared and willing to do literally anything, and I am not. I am not on that same level of preparation. You know, when I like to level, I'm going to go fast, and I guarantee you I will be one of the first people on my server to hit level 60. But I'm not going to be competing quite literally for world first level 60. It's just not something I think is feasible. But I will be going fast. I will try to get a really good time, at least that I am personally proud of. So, we'll see. How do I... Oh, okay. I just need to walk up to it. But one thing I'm not sure is, obviously, when I do Shadowlands leveling, it's going to be the moment that the servers go live. So every single other person is going to be leveling in Shadowlands. Now, if you want me to stream my very first Shadowlands leveling experience, let me know, I guess, if that's something that enough people are interested in. Fuck it. I'll stream it. I will say, just to be clear, there's probably not going to be a ton of chat interaction unless there's, like, downtime, because for obvious reasons, I am going to be very, very, very focused on going fast, especially then. So I've said before, I don't really feel like streaming world record attempts, just because that's something that I really need to stay focused for, and I don't think it would be an enjoyable, you know, engaging viewing experience. You would just be basically watching me trying to do the optimized routing, and I'm generally super stressed out during those runs, so streaming it publicly would be really difficult. And obviously there's the concern of sniping. So if I'm doing like a low level 10 to 50 stream, if a level 50 comes over and tries to kill me, yeah, that could be rough. But one of the reasons I'm more open to streaming my initial Shadowlands leveling experience, even if it ends up being not the best, maybe interactive viewing experience, is if somebody wants to try and gank me, fucking come at me, honestly, because on my Demon Hunter, with my full Mythic Nyalotha gear, fully gemmed and enchanted and, like, decked out, min-maxed to hell, I am pretty sure that anybody that tries to kill me on expansion launch is going to get absolutely clapped. And if somebody who's stream sniping me wants to try, go for it. So that is a challenge I welcome, you know, an even fight at level 50. And on top of that, you know, in order to stream snipe, you kind of need to already have a character that's, like, higher level, so that you can just go and do that. If somebody is too busy trying to stream snipe me, well, they're not going to be leveling as fast as me. And the inherent way that Shadowlands is designed is it's very linear, the leveling experience. You have to go from one zone to another zone to another zone. It's not open-ended like previous expansions. So if somebody was going to try to snipe me, they would have to be actively watching my stream to see exactly where I was at any given point in time, and then they would also have to be leveling almost as fast as I am so that they can actually keep up with me. And because Shadowlands, like, launch zones are going to be based on, you know, your server only, they would quite literally need to be on Alliance Mal'Ganis, which is not a very popular combination. Most Alliance, or most players on Mal'Ganis are Horde, as far as I know. So all I'm saying is there's a very, 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 very slim chance that anybody could even try to snipe me if I were to stream my Shadowlands leveling experience. Also, chest. Cool. First one of the run. So I'm up to it. Really, it just depends on if enough people are interested, you know? Because if you're going to be doing your own Shadowlands leveling process, like, you're probably going to be focused too. But then again, you know, a lot of people have said that they like to watch my 5-hour videos while they level too. They've said it's like an interesting thing to keep them company, which is kind of cool. You know, I think it's cool that some people like to just play my videos on in the background while they level. I'm glad that I can keep you entertained to some extent. So maybe you would want to listen to me stream while I level and while you level at the same time. So, I don't know, like, if you're interested, let me know so I can get an accurate gauge on how many people would theoretically be interested in watching something like that. I don't expect it to be a ton, but I mean, if even like 5 people would be like, yeah, sure, I'd watch that, then fuck it, I'd stream it. Just want to make sure there is like an interest. But other stuff before Shadowlands, so obviously there's going to be some time where I will need to basically optimize the Shadowlands leveling experience. I have not done a ton of testing because the issue with practicing Shadowlands leveling at this moment in time is Blizzard is constantly tweaking the XP values needed. So it's kind of hard to get like an accurate, wait, what? Oh, I have to control the edit. Ah, I see. So it's a bit difficult to get an accurate gauge for how much like experience I need or what the fastest leveling route is when the amount of experience I need is changed on a weekly basis. So I'm kind of waiting until we get an official confirmation that, yes, this is the release candidate build. This is the final one that's going to be going up. Use this to figure stuff out. So I will wait for that. But then on top of that, where's the Blackrock invasion plans? I hope it's not in the cave. That would suck. But on top of that, I need to do practice with that. I obviously need to do setup for my guild. I can't be a completely negligent GM. And what else? Oh yeah, my spreadsheet. So a bunch of people have asked about the spreadsheet. Spreadsheet is going to be updated pretty much at the same time when I'm going to be starting testing leveling stuff for the same reason. I have debated updating the spreadsheet recently, but here's the problem. So try to understand a little bit. When I initially did the spreadsheet, my reasoning for it was really just to spread awareness, right? Like, a lot of people didn't realize how bad the disparity between different covenants was. And I think my spreadsheet was one of the first sources out there that really shed light on how imbalanced things were. And at that point, the expansion hadn't been delayed, and we were nearing this point where oh my god, the expansion's going to release in a month, and things are just not balanced at all. And most people were sitting there saying, oh, Covenants are a RP choice, you know, it doesn't affect your class at all. And that was just not even close to the truth. So the reason that I initially made the spreadsheet and constantly updated it was to raise awareness for how bad the situation was. But then two things happened. One, Blizzard started balancing the Covenants much better over the coming weeks. They released their post about a week after I did my spreadsheet. I'm not saying it was directly because of it, but I do think it helped to a certain extent. Basically, Ian Hazzikostas put out his message saying that, oh yeah, we're going to be doing more frequent updates to Covenants. And then they started doing that. We saw much more frequent Covenant updates. The balance actually got much tighter. It's not perfect, but I will say, credit to Blizzard, it is infinitely better now than it has been for pretty much the entire lifespan of Shadowlands beta. So, good job. You definitely improved it to some extent. I still do think that there's a ways to go, and unfortunately at this point we're about to have Shadowlands. It's still going to be a bit of a shit show on launch, but honestly, I think if the original Covenant system released on the original release date, the expansion genuinely would have been completely terrible. It would have been an absolute disaster. Everybody would have been complaining about how they were completely pigeonholed into one Covenant. At least now, for the most part, it is not as impactful to your damage. And it also is not as much of a difference for most classes. Some classes still have a very, very clear winner, and there's really not much you can do about that. But a lot of specs out there now have multiple viable Covenants that they can pick from. So that's good. Great job on, like, at least narrowing the gap. Kudos. Hats off. Sort of falling sky. Okay. Oh, finally got my taunt. So that's definitely an improvement. Now, I will say, Blizzard did start making changes, but then they also delayed the release of Shadowlands, as we all well know. So now suddenly I was in a position where I had been making frequent updates to my Covenant spreadsheet, but now Blizzard was clearly making an attempt to actively correct the balancing on it frequently. And they were also delaying the expansion, so now it was even further out than when I initially had released the spreadsheet. So really, what point is there in me continually updating the spreadsheet? You know, to be honest, you know, people on beta, some people complain that, oh, I wish I had the spreadsheet to help me pick a Covenant on beta. Like, man, if you have beta, just test it, right? Like, you don't need me to tell you on beta which Covenant is the best. You have beta for a reason. Just play your damn spec and test it out and give feedback so that people can refine this, or like the information even more, and then I can eventually refine my spreadsheet. I don't know everything. The entire like data source I had was people who did testing on beta. So really the entire initial purpose of the spreadsheet was like to raise awareness. And with Blizzard making more frequent updates and with the expansion being delayed, it had served its purpose. It was no longer needed for that. And now the next purpose of the Covenant spreadsheet is going to be when the expansion comes out to help people pick their Covenants. Because once the expansion hits, well, it's going to be pretty much set in stone from that point until Heroic Week, when I'll probably do another update. But everybody's going to obviously want to know, what Covenant do I pick? So for Shadowlands launch, it will be updated. 100% I will do that. But right now, why do you need to know what Covenant you're going to pick in like 2.5 weeks? You don't. If you're on beta, test it. If you're not on beta, it's going to be updated by the time you actually get to play with the system. And, you know, if you're sitting there worrying nonstop about, oh my god, is the Covenant I want going to be the one that's good? Just relax. Honestly, just chill out. It's going to be fine. Things will work out. You know, maybe you don't get to play the Covenant you want, but sitting there and constantly updating the spreadsheet to see if I posted a new change is not going to magically make the Covenant you want be good. It's just going to make you more nervous. So just like, I would ask people to be a bit patient with the spreadsheet. I don't want to basically make constant changes that end up being changed within a week because Blizzard did a new like beta patch. First of all, you know, it's useless information for everybody because I just did all this research into like updating the information, and then now it's different, and I completely lose all of that work I did. But also, it's a lot of effort for me, especially now that I'm doing this stuff on YouTube. Doing the research on the Covenant spreadsheet is not easy. I talked to a lot of different theory crafters in the community to get like a very accurate, in my opinion, assessment on what people generally consider to be the best Covenant. And, you know, some people might say, well, isn't there a mathematically best option? For some classes, yes. Some classes have sims, and the theory crafters will provide me with sims. The sim C strings for a lot of classes have not yet been finished. So, because I don't have the actual data on what Covenant is mathematically the best, I have to talk to theory crafters and say, from your testing, which one did you find to be the best? Which takes time. I mean, looking at a list of simulations is infinitely faster than having, you know, a in-depth back-and-forth conversation with a high-level theory crafter and then doing it again with another high-level theory crafter so I get, like, a more accurate source of data. So once all of the sim C strings are done, and I can just look at the information, and once Blizzard has said, we're not changing it anymore, so any work I do won't be overridden within a week, then yeah, I'll go ahead and update the spreadsheet. So just for people worrying about that, by the time you need it, it's going to be ready. Just, you know, keep that in mind. I do know some people really like to check, and I know I'm glad that you find it interesting, but I do have a lot of other stuff that I need to do. So, bear with me. So, I don't want to die. So I'm going to focus up for a second, so I don't die. Whew. Crap heli. Just OP. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I am not comfortable with what's happening right now. This is not fun. This is scary. Oh, am I out of combat? I'm out of combat. Thank goodness. Avenger Shield just pulled all of them. I don't really know what I was expecting. I should have thought before I pressed that button. Whatever. I guess, you know, like I said, I wrote down all of my topics in the previous video that got lost. If I can't really think of anything to say, I do have stories that, you know, I vaguely remember. I will say, you know, there's nothing like the first time you tell a story. You can't really replicate that feeling of... Okay, there we go. You can't really replicate that feeling of, like, you know, telling a story off the cuff that comes to you. But I can do my best. So, you know, one thing I did say is I had, obviously, like, my Orc Warrior Takasa in Classic, and I really enjoyed playing Classic, but the main thing is I kind of ran out of stuff to do. So my favorite thing about Classic was just that sense of exploration. So I know, you know, it's not necessarily a hot take or anything, you know, a lot of people have said the same thing, but one of the things that made Classic so good to me was just that sense of, like, I've played this game for 15 years, and yet I was still enjoying, like, the world and seeing all of, like, the different zones. Like, I remember the first time I stepped into Stone Talon Mountains back in Classic, it was just like, it was almost like surreal, right? Because this was a zone that I had played through millions of times. I've said multiple times that Stone Talon is one of my favorite zones in retail, just because of the questing experience, which also is another thing that was a shame about yesterday. I did Stone Talon Mountains, the entire thing, including the Garrosh like cutscene, which I've said multiple times in my videos that I absolutely love that cutscene. And I was giddy like a schoolgirl watching it, because I love Garrosh's little speech at the end, and he, like, throws the dude off the cliff and is like, "You are dismissed." Like, it's just so good. And now that whole reaction is just gone. And, you know, I love doing that quest. It's just so much fun watching it. So that's a shame, I suppose. But that's the thing. I love Stone Talon, and yet even going back to the original Stone Talon on Classic, after I've done it a million times in retail, and quite a few times back when Classic was a thing, it was still just so... It's hard to describe. You get this weird feeling when you play Classic, right? Where it felt like, honestly, an unexplored wilderness. Like, it was just this zone that basically really felt like, you know, just a wild, untamed mountain range in the middle of nowhere, and you were like exploring it and, you know, dealing with like, you know, the Tauren that are wandering around, and it's... I don't know, I just don't get that feeling from any modern zones. Like, there's always this sense of urgency with modern, like, retail leveling, of like, you have to go save the world. And in Classic, it was just, I'm going through this mountain range. I'm just like some adventurer who just came out of, you know, Barrens on day one. So basically, day one Classic, I leveled right out of the gate. I am by no means like a prolific Classic leveler, but as you can probably see from my multiple speedrun videos, I do like leveling fast. So even though I had no real experience with Classic, I did try to optimize it as much as I could. I did some research beforehand, like watched YouTube videos on like what's the fastest way to level. I downloaded like Guideline, I think it was called, and tried that out, and I found that to be pretty helpful. So I leveled as fast as I could, and I managed to get relatively ahead of the pack. Like, I remember, like, late at night when I finally, like, was getting through Barrens, there were certain quests that I remember doing with this other guy on Grobulus, which was the server I played on, called Travels. And Travels was, I believe, the server first 60, if I recall. He was either the server first or, like, the server third. But one of those two. Like, he was really fast. And, you know, he was kind of a meme on Grobulus because he would always, like, spam, "It's a Travels world," and /yell. I guess he wanted, like, his own little catchphrase, and, well, it stuck because I remember it. So if you played on Grobulus, I'm sure you remember Travels. You know, he was a pretty damn good player. But, on day one, I was basically at the exact same pace as him. I was doing the same quests. So I, you know, obviously didn't have the exact same time to play the game as Travels did, but day one, before I went to sleep, I was keeping up with the server first 60. So I was relatively far ahead. So the next morning, like, I finished Barrens and then I went to sleep. And then the next morning when I stepped into Stone Talon, like, I was, like, still kind of tired. I had just woken up, and I was, like, sitting there with my morning coffee, and it just felt, it was, like, this cool feeling of, like, stepping into, it felt like an uncharted wilderness. And like, it's really hard to capture that feeling in a game, no matter what it is. You know, even if it's a game that you've never played before, it's still really hard to really build the world that way, to make it feel like it's this unexplored, like, world, like, ripe for the picking and stuff. But for that feeling to happen to me in a game that I've played for 15 years, in a zone that I've been to time and time again, I really think that is Classic's strong point, because the designers of original World of Warcraft were just, honestly, so good at what they did. They managed to build this, you know, living, breathing world that, honestly, I mean, I was only 5 at the time when it first came out, and I still played it. Actually, I've been playing this game since I was 5. I've said that in another video, but I basically played this game with my dad when I was 5 years old. I would watch him try to kill, like, bears in Ashenvale and fail to do so. And I would just, like, think it was really cool because he would do all this strategizing, you know, as a keyboard turning or clicker, and he would try to strategize to kill a no-name bear in Ashenvale, which, of course, now I ridicule him for. And he's like, yeah, I'd like to see you play when it was, like, you know, brand new game and nobody knew what they were doing. So I loved the game when I was 5, even if I had absolutely no clue what I was doing. And for me to, basically, for me to get that feeling, it really just speaks volumes about how good the original WoW development team is. And I'm not knocking modern World of Warcraft design. I know a lot of people basically take that point, and then their follow-up point is, and therefore retail WoW is garbage. No. You know, if that was my follow-up point, well, I wouldn't be here leveling on retail WoW for the 20th millionth time in a row, right? I obviously still like a lot of stuff about retail WoW. You know, I may not see eye to eye with Blizzard on everything, but, you know, there's a reason I play this game. If I hated this game, I wouldn't play this game. But I do think there are certain things that modern Blizzard could take away from Classic. And the biggest one to me is just the flow of the game. Like, I know a lot of people have said this. Like I said, this is by no means a hot take. But I want to go back to just being some adventurer. to just being some dude wandering through an uncharted mountain range, Stone Talon Mountains, and just having that sense of wonder. Like, the fact that some extremely jaded retail mythic raider like me could still get that feeling honestly kind of blew me away. Because I know I've heard that opinion expressed by a lot of players in the past of, you know, the sense of wonder and exploration. And I went into Classic basically expecting it to be more of like a nostalgia trip of, oh yeah, I remember these zones. But I genuinely loved my Classic leveling experience. I had a blast going through it and just exploring all of the zones that I hadn't played in such a long time. And I was not expecting that. I was not nearly expecting to love Classic as much as I ended up playing it. And I mean, hell, I grinded Furbolgs from level 50 to 54 in Winter Spring for like 2 days, just nonstop, sitting there grinding Furbolgs because like nobody else was there. Basically, I was able to loot every single chest and get every single tag because I was far ahead of the pack, and most of the people who were like at that point were still going with like the really efficient leveling routes, and I just said, you know what, fuck it. I'm just gonna mob grind for 4 levels. And I made a shit ton of gold, you know, mining in Winter Spring and looting the chests and then selling like the BOE greens and blues on the auction house. I got a lot of BOE blues and I made a good bit of gold off that. So to me, that was just really fun. I've never had more fun mob grinding for 2 days straight in a game before. And it occurred in Classic WoW of all things, but it felt like such an unexplored wilderness in Winter Spring and in Stone Talon, and I don't know. I wish that retail Blizzard designers could capture that feeling again, because I can tell you right now, having played through Shadowlands, you know, it's definitely not that. I'm not going to say it's bad. And I'm not even saying that Classic had a good story. It didn't, for the record. But I don't think that was the point. But like, Shadowlands tries to have a good story, and I'm sorry, but in my opinion, it fails. I do not have any interest in the narrative that Shadowlands is trying to tell. And the zones just feel so stale and just one-dimensional. You know, I'm disappointed, especially in Bastion. So Bastion is probably the zone that myself and everybody else was really excited to try out, because all of the concept art, right, looked amazing. I'm sure you probably agree if you looked at any of the stuff for Shadowlands. Bastion concept art looks amazing. I remember looking at that and going, wow, that zone looks fantastic. I really hope it ends up being good. And I hate to break it to you, but it's not. I've played Bastion in... I'm going to do one of my obligatory OBS checks. Okay, my mic is working. Good. You know, I'm not going to get 4 hours into footage this time before realizing that my mic isn't working. But anyways, so I played through Bastion, and Bastion is one of the most boring, uninspired zones I've ever seen in a game. First of all, the environment, there are so many better things they could have done with it. They basically had one cool idea for a landscape and then just reprinted it across the entire zone. And that's disappointing, because one of the major things I've always like given WoW credit for is its environmental design. And I'm sorry, but you guys didn't hit the mark in Shadowlands, at least not in my opinion. The Maw, for instance, is a boring, uninteresting pile of garbage. I get that you're going for this feeling of like it's spooky, but like it's not really. There's really no sense of danger at all while you're in the Maw. Even after like the reworks and stuff, it's just not a fun zone. It's really boring. There's nothing interesting to do, and the landscape just looks ugly. There are better ways to make give a foreboding sense. You know, for instance, Ice Crown. You know, Ice Crown, you're basically in the shadow of Ice Crown Citadel the entire time, and it may be a snowy wasteland, but there still is some varied terrain. But the Maw is literally, oh hey, look over there, there's a black rock, and oh look, there's another black rock. Oh look, there's a lava waterfall next to a black rock. It's just boring. And then Bastion. What happens, man? Bastion is just... It's just like open orange fields with a few cool tree models like interspersed within. And then they had like 5 temple models that they just copy and pasted across the entire zone, and it just, you know, the first time you see the really cool architecture, you're like, wow, that's really pretty. The 5th time you see the really cool temple architecture that is literally every single quest hub that you visit in Bastion, for the record, every quest hub in Bastion is just another temple. It's another generic copy-pasted temple that you have to go there and purify some souls. The layout is slightly different, but the buildings are the exact same. There's no difference at all. And it's just boring. And, you know, the storyline also just not interesting. So there's just really nothing interesting. Maybe somebody out there really liked Bastion. If so, more power to you. I found it to be probably the 2nd most boring zone. But to me, it was the most disappointing because the most boring zone, which is the next one, Maldraxxus, is one that I fully expected. Maldraxxus is one of the worst zones they have ever designed. It is boring as shit, it is ugly as shit, and the storyline is nonsensical garbage. Yeah, fire whoever made Maldraxxus, I'm sorry, but it's really a bad zone. I don't know, I remember seeing them say something about like, oh yeah, you know, for Maldraxxus, we found it hard to, like, create a stunning environment, so we decided that a good substitute for trees would be mushrooms to, like, you know, like, clear up the skyline. It's like, okay, yeah, so let me look at a bunch of these same exact corrupted mushrooms that are literally in every single, like, Plaguelands-esque zone since vanilla, and it's really just a slightly higher res version of that. You know, okay, so remember this little hub up here? Where is it? Eastern Plaguelands? Like, what is it? Scourgeholm? Right here? Like, where you have, like, the little necropolises and, like, ziggurats and blah, 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 and there's the mushrooms and stuff. This little area north of Lightshope Chapel, take that, turn it into an entire zone, and you have Maldraxxus. It is the most uninspired, boring piece of garbage I have ever seen come out of this game. Like, why? Who thought that was a good idea? First of all, like, I get that it's, like, the Scourge expansion, but really? Like, you just had to basically do a generic Scourge theme thing with, like, absolutely no inspired design on top of it? Like, look at BFA. You know, BFA may not be the coolest thing ever, but Tierguard Sound has, like, this kind of, like, you know, shady pirate vibe going on. Drustvar is a really cool zone with the whole witch thing. Stormsong Valley is kind of bland, in my opinion. And then you go to Horde zones, and you have Zandalar, obviously, pretty cool jungle area, and it has, like, the whole cityscape that, like, takes up part of the questing experience. Nazmir, relatively boring zone, but it has, like, an interesting swamp vibe that not a lot of other zones actually have, at least not well. And then Vol'dun I actually quite like. I like good desert zones, and Vol'dun is a good desert zone, in my opinion. So, overall, BFA zones, solid. But then you look at Legion, too, and Legion has extremely diverse zones. Suramar, fantastic zone. I mean, Suramar, like, ask any player, it can do no wrong. Such a good zone. Stormheim, by far out of the 4, like, leveling zones, my favorite. Stormheim was a masterpiece. I loved everything about it. Also, real quick, Sea Turtle. Normally don't use this in speedruns because you have Shimmer Scale Diving Suit, but whatever. Stormheim, absolutely fantastic zone. High Mountain, I actually really liked High Mountain. You know, obviously the whole Taran being copy-pasted in there, kind of boring, but the zone itself, I thought, was pretty cool. And okay, yeah, this is where I leave Redridge because I just do not think it's interesting at all. What's the fastest way back? Let's go top in the lake and swim to the shore and then take a flight path over to Duskwood. So yeah, High Mountain, good zone. Val'sharah is kind of boring in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I don't really see how green trees is an interesting aesthetic anymore. And Azuna, not my favorite, but, you know, it's different, I guess. There's not a lot of, like, super detailed ancient Night Elf ruin zones, I guess. I guess you can count Vashir, but Vashir was also underwater, so... You know, Azuna was something different. It didn't work for me, but it was at least different, which is all I'm looking for. But Maldraxxus is not. Maldraxxus is uninspired garbage. and I don't know why they thought it would be an interesting zone. Nothing about it is interesting. All of the buildings are basically copy-pastes of high-res versions of Wrath of the Lich King buildings. The landscape, literally, like I said, looks like that one area north of Light's Hope Chapel. It's just a boring zone, and the storyline is even worse. The only thing I'd say about it that is mildly interesting is there's like one little subzone where it's like a area that got plague bombed or something. And it's like this big lake of slime, and there's like collapsing buildings into the slime. I think that subzone is actually kind of neat. Just because it's an interesting type of terrain to try and navigate, but there's also no quest there. There's only a few treasures, so I went there to get the treasures, and then I never went back there again. So, you know, I guess they could have used more with that, and they didn't. They just had you do the exact same boring Mushroom Forest quests over and over and over. Maldraxxus sucks. Ardenweald is... it's hard for me to talk shit about Ardenweald, because Ardenweald, okay, aesthetically, pretty zone, right? But aside from maybe some of the stuff about, like, you know, it has, like, the swirly tree branches with, like, the constellations in the branches, that's really, really cool. I like that. But I think I said this in a previous video. Can we stop acting like every single, like, nice tree zone with, like, lush forests and stuff is good design? It's just so overused. Ardenweald literally feels like Val'sharah 2.0. And I already just said I wasn't a huge fan of Val'sharah, so Ardenweald just kind of falls flat because of that. Now, that said, I actually do like the Ardenweald storyline. I think it's better. So that's a plus, in my opinion, at least. And some of the subzones do feel kind of varied. It has, like, this kind of Drust theme to it in certain points, where there's, like, kind of deforestation going on, and the Drusts have, like, their own little, like, hideouts and stuff. So there is actually a decent bit of variation from the typical, whatchamacallit, like, the typical vibe of those forest zones. I got a very, like, Hollow Knight-esque kind of feeling from some of those subzones. Like, it's very, like, bug-themed, and they have, like, all these, like, little bug-shaped buildings and whatnot. It was kind of cool. I actually like a lot of those little subzones in Ardenweald. So, definitely, out of the zones that I could complain about, Ardenweald, I don't have too much bad to say about it. There's... Okay, no, those are the ones that the Worgen automatically kill. Fun fact, I logged in on Speedwagon earlier, and I logged out here because in my Alliance, like, video, if you notice, there's another chest in the thumbnail of the video. That was a completely different chest that I found just for the video thumbnail. It was, I believe, right there. That's where I got my thumbnail. So I logged out there after getting the thumbnail, and when I logged back in today, there was another chest right here. So, yeah, there's a million chests on Brazilian servers. Obviously, if you watched my other video, you're aware of that. But I thought it was just funny. I kind of chuckled a bit, and I'm like, yep, so I found a chest in that exact same location 3 times now. But anyways, yeah, so Ardenweald's interesting. I will say, though, now going on to Revendreth, Revendreth is fantastic. You know, whoever made Revendreth, hats off to you. Amazing zone. I think the quests are actually... The quests, I will say, are kind of formulaic, but they are a major step up from the other stuff in Shadowlands. And just the zone design is so good. Like, obviously, it has that whole, like, run-down vampire town kind of feel. But also later on in the zone, you know, there's, like, different castles that are... You're basically, like, questing through this sprawling castle complex. That's really cool. So you go from, like, small vampire village to massive vampire castle. I like that. And then they have this whole area where it's, like, this sun-blighted wasteland, and, I love it. I love Revendreth. Which is a shame, because I wish that I could pick Venthyr, and all of my classes look like they're not going to be going Venthyr, with the maybe exception of Protection Paladin, depending on tuning for raids. But I don't know. Protection Paladin is kind of weird. You're either going Divine Toll or you're going Venthyr. But Divine Toll is really good in Mythic Plus. Venthyr is only really good in raids, but even in raids, there's some multi-target fights, but on single-target fights, Divine Toll is absolute ass. So, I don't know, it feels bad, really. That's what I have to say about Protection Paladin Covenants. Blizzard, please, do some fixing with those. All you need to do is make it so Divine Toll fires all of its shields off at whatever target you're looking at. If you use Divine Toll on a single target, you should fire 5 shields at a single target. It shouldn't just be a single Avenger shield. It just feels bad. 99% sure I've already said this in a video, but it bears repeating because God, does it feel awful when that happens. But basically, all that to say, I know I went off on a long tangent, but I mean, hey, if I'm leveling, I need to go on long tangents to distract myself from the repetitive gameplay. Because, I don't love doing low-level leveling zones. I like optimizing it, but the actual process of leveling is kind of boring. So to some extent, I actually like talking throughout my videos because it gives me something to focus on, rather than just, I press Judgment, then I press Shield of the Righteous, and then I use Blessed Hammer, and yep, another wolf down, 1 more quest credit out of 12. If that was all I was doing, God, I would hate my life. But, I get to talk to, invisible people on the other side of the screen. But, if you're listening, you're probably, well, a lot of people seem to be enjoying it, especially if you watched 1 hour in. You clearly, I guess, like the video enough to keep watching 1 hour in. So, I'll keep talking for your sake. Mysterious person that I obviously can't see. Or mysterious thousands of people, which blows my mind. See, is there any chest? I feel like there would be a chest over there. No, no chest, no rare mob. Alright, whatever. Normally I can XA1000 surface skimmer along this river, but, I can't afford that on this server. I have no gold. Alright, I need... Okay, so I need to kill more of these, even though I already have my wolf steaks. I think there's also a rare mob that patrols around this area. It's like a wolf or something. But I don't know exactly where it is, so I'm just going to hope that I stumble into it. I figure it's probably up because I haven't seen a living soul on Brazilian servers yet. But anyway, what was I talking about? Let me get back on topic. Right. Shadowlands, modern retail, and why I think that they should take a page out of Classics book. So the main issue with all of the Shadowlands leveling zones is you don't even get time to explore the existing zones. So like I said, for example, in Maldraxxus, the one cool area I found was an area that I had to go out of my way to access to get a treasure, which ended up being a pretty shit treasure. I'm probably not going to even get it on retail because I don't care. But the entire questing experience was just this really focused on-rails thing through the most boring parts of the zone. I never felt the need to explore. I just kind of did it because, why not? I'm playing beta. I might as well check out the other aspects of it. But I don't know, like when I played Legion, for example, Legion was the only expansion where I never played beta. I believe I did get into Legion beta, but I didn't play it because I was really jaded after WoD, and I was like, let's see if they actually managed to put out a good expansion. I'm doubtful. And of course, Legion was amazing. I've sang its praises multiple times in my videos. But my first time questing through Stormheim, like on the morning of the release, I loved that zone. And they really did such a good job at making it feel like a zone that you wanted to explore. Like, I wanted to go out and stop questing just so I could see, like, that mountain over there in the distance on Stormheim. For me, they succeeded in replicating that classic feel with Stormheim and other Legion zones. And then that's why it's just disappointing to see them fail once again with Shadowlands zones, going back into the same formula of go save the world, champion. Go, 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 go. Oh, some minor contrivance and, like, the plot came up that makes you have to go visit this other zone. Well, better stop what you're doing. You might be able to go back there after you hit max level and have to arbitrarily pick one of your covenants, which I think I've touched upon this, but the covenant picking story makes no sense. A lot of people have said this before, but in case you're not following it super well, basically you hit max level after working together with all of the 4 covenants. Like, you're working with all of them throughout the quest line to bring balance and peace to the Shadowlands. And then at max level, all of a sudden, they're like, oh, by the way, you know how all these 4 covenants that you've been like working really closely with, and, you know, they've all given you like honored ranks and titles and, you know, your own ability? Well, for arbitrary reasons, you have to now pick one of those 4. You know, don't ask me why. You know, I'm just the quest giver. But here, select one of these 4 covenants, and then everybody else is magically going to hate you, despite the fact that you basically saved their people. And it's like, okay, that makes no sense. That's really dumb. And that's Shadowlands story for you. It's frustratingly nonsensical and contrived for the sake of getting a system implemented into the story, which is just, Blizzard, stop trying to integrate systems in story. Make a good story, do that first, and then if you want to add systems, which, by the way, you shouldn't, this game does not need more systems, but if you want to add more systems, make an independent system that is unconnected to the story whatsoever, because you think that it's a good system that players will want to interact with. Arbitrarily trying to tie the system to the story is going to do 2 things. It's going to make the system worse, because people are going to basically be restricted by whatever stupid story constraints you want to force on them. And guess what? It's also going to make the story worse, because having to pick a covenant makes absolutely no sense story-wise. But Blizzard needs you to do it, because they need you to have this definite power choice the moment you hit max level. You know, if they spent more time throughout the Shadowlands endgame weaving this tale of like, oh, you know, there's differences between the covenants now, and, you know, they don't all get along anymore. You need to make a decision and choose a side. Like, then maybe it could be argued that, okay, yeah, picking a side makes sense. But when you're in a position where, for the past, like, 8 hours, or however long it took you to level through Shadowlands, you've been all buddy-buddy with all these guys, and then out of nowhere, suddenly, oh, pick us or we'll hate you. Like, what? Why? Who thought that was a good idea? So, you know, that aside, I don't know. I think they need to be a bit more focused. I honestly don't think Shadowlands is going to be a bad expansion. You know, a bunch of people, like, not necessarily viewers of the videos, but, like, friends of mine. So, obviously, friends of mine have known that I am highly critical of Blizzard's design choices. So, a lot of them have asked me, since, you know, I played beta quite a bit, like, what I think of Shadowlands. And especially since I've done the Covenant spreadsheet and stuff, they've been like, what's your take on it? Do you think it's going to be a good expansion? And, you know, I'll say here what I've said to all of them. I think Shadowlands is going to be a fine expansion, especially now that they've delayed it. You know, I have issues with it, but I'm not going to be like a doomsayer and like going, the end is coming. Like, they didn't do this one little change that I want. Am I pissed that they're still gunning my favorite class, Vengeance DH? Yeah. Am I pissed that they still refuse to, like, separate Covenant choice and story? Yeah. But do I think that that is going to be, like, a make-or-break thing that will kill the expansion completely? No. I think it still has good potential. The raid and dungeon content, from what I've seen, looks pretty good. And the general class design is solid. Even if my favorite class is kind of dead now, you know, I know maybe if you enjoy new Vengeance Demon Hunter, like, good for you. I just do not. I do not enjoy the Vengeance changes. To me, it is dead. It might not be dead to you, but to me, it is dead in my heart because I can no longer enjoy playing it, which is a shame because I love my character, Lenara, and now I can't play Lenara because I just do not feel any joy whatsoever. But when I'm playing my Paladin, I have a lot of fun. So I'm going to be playing Prot Pally. So, you know, maybe I don't get to play the character I wish I could play, but I get to play a spec that I enjoy, and to me that will make it at least somewhat enjoyable. So if I get to play a class that I think is fun, if I get to do content that I think is fun, and I don't feel forced to grind to an insane degree, which is one thing. If I could say one insanely good thing that I think they've nailed in Shadowlands, it's the toning down of repetitive grinding. If you have hated retail because you hate the fact that, oh my god, I feel like I need to grind for ages to get anything that I want, good news, Shadowlands nails that perfectly. Warforging is gone. So Warforging is a terrible system, or was a terrible system, and it was the primary reason why so many people felt forced to run Mythic Plus over and over again. Now, you do Mythic Plus at the highest level, you get the max item level possible of your, like, trinket or whatever that you want, and you're done. You don't need to grind it to get a potentially higher Titan Forge. That's it. And that is a fantastic change. I am so happy that they've decided to do that. Thank you, Blizzard, for finally listening and removing Titan Forging. And also, world quests. So I know a lot of people have felt forced to do world quests. You know, maybe you enjoy world quests. I personally have not for a while. It's never been something that I found to be terribly interesting. World quests are now effectively optional. So world quests only really give rep now. There's still emissaries, which I guess emissaries aren't 100% optional. You still kind of need to do them if you want the gear. That said, that's only for the start of Shadowlands. Emissaries only really give gear now. So if you already have really good gear from raiding, well, there's nothing really emissaries will do for you unless you want more rep or like cosmetic toys or something. Then, yeah, you know, go do your, you know, reputation stuff in world quests and whatnot. But otherwise, it's completely optional, which is great. World quests are not really fun content for me. So the fact that they are not 1000% mandatory is good. I'm still going to have to do them as somebody who cares about every little min-max optimization thing. Especially because reputation still, obviously, you have, like, recipes for professions that you can learn from it. So, as somebody who, you know, I'm the guild leader, I'm probably going to be in charge of, like, at least 4 professions and crafting things for raid. I'm going to need to get my reputations up to be able to do that. So, that'll take me some time. But when it comes to the average player, you won't feel forced to do that. And then, finally, I'll talk about the power systems. So, I know some people have complained about the way that Renown works in Shadowlands, but just to be clear, all of the complaints about Renown in Shadowlands is more about how it will affect the players at the top. So, the way that Renown upgrades are unlocked are easy. You basically do a very, very short weekly quest, and you get 1 Renown. And you can only get 1 Renown per week. No more, no less, unless you don't do the quest. It's just, that's all you get. So, all you need to do is do this 1 short quest, and that's it. You're done. And that's great. You know, you don't feel forced to grind stuff. So I know some people have said, oh, Anima is like the new artifact power. It's not. So for people who aren't too familiar with it, Anima is a system that you use to upgrade your Covenant Sanctum. But upgrading your Covenant Sanctum doesn't necessarily give you any tangible power gains. A lot of it is like cosmetic stuff. So you can upgrade your Covenant Sanctum, and you can get like a new teleport grid in Bastion if you're playing Kyrian. But is a new teleport grid in Bastion going to make you better in dungeons or raids? No, it's just a nice quality of life thing. You can unlock this like little mini game that you can play with your followers. Does that give you anything good for raid? No, it gives you transmog and mounts and pets. You know, if that's something that, you know, you like to do, it's an option for you. You can grind Anima, but you're not forced to do so. It's 100% optional. And when I say forced to do so, I mean forced to do so for raiding or dungeons. Because that's really the main thing where people don't want to have to do optional content to feel like they need to stay viable for Mythic raiding progression. And you absolutely do not in Shadowlands, which is great. I would say the only thing about Covenants that is kind of questionable is off-spec friendliness. So you've probably heard a lot of people complaining about Covenants. I mean, I sure have. But my complaints are more with balancing within the Covenants. And Covenant swapping is another major issue. But the thing with Covenant swapping, right? I will say, they've gotten Covenants to a point where, for the average player, it's not going to be an issue. If you are in like a heroic or low mythic guild, you basically pick pretty much whatever Covenant you want. And as long as like you do your upgrades every single week, which, like I said, do not take a lot of time, you'll be at a viable level. you won't be too far behind, and you shouldn't get benched. But if you're playing at a very high mythic level, there are obviously some inherent problems with the system. There's cases where it's like there's a 5% DPS increase between one covenant and another. And at a low mythic level, yeah, 5% is basically the difference between being good at your class and being bad at your class, so it doesn't really matter. But at a high mythic level, when it's already assumed that you're playing your class correctly, having just a 5% flat damage increase is pretty important, and is something that you're going to be expected to try and go for. And then the concern is that, let's say that Blizzard does covenant changing the week of Heroic, which they probably will do, because, you know, why wouldn't they? You want to keep the game balanced. But then the problem is, if I, let's say, pick Kyrian for my prop pally, and then on Heroic Week, they nerf Kyrian into the floor, well, then I might find myself in a position... Also, I always forget which quests I need to hand in, because I feel like if I hand in this quest, I'm going to get a quest to go here, but I can't remember if it was the same. We'll see. You know, this is one of the things. I'm doing testing in Duskwood, so I'll try this out for science. But yeah, so if I pick Kyrian on my prop pally, and then week 1 of Heroic Raiding, they nerf Kyrian into the floor, then suddenly I, as somebody who's trying to min-max my performance, have to think, oh shit, I need to go Venthyr now, or whatever ends up being the best. And then I'm scrambling at the last second to do that and to change that, and that's just a frustration. But that's something that only really affects the 1%, and it's something that isn't even necessarily like a time sink, per se. So, you know, one of the issues with like certain grinding aspects in WoW is that if they change something and you need to grind for it, so like, for example, Legion legendaries. If they nerf your best legendary, and that was the legendary that you got, you're fucked. Because now, all of a sudden, you need to randomly grind for another legendary that you may never see for another month. But in Shadowlands, it's easy to change your covenant. It's just frustrating to do so. Even if it doesn't require a ton of time played, it's still one of those things where you don't want to have to do it, and it also sets you back a little bit. And then if they continually do changes and updates, you might find yourself in a position where you can't change covenants as much as you would like. So it puts us in a weird spot. But for the average player, that's not going to be an issue. So my biggest gripe with Shadowlands is all of that stuff, but that stuff isn't even a concern for most people. So all of this to say, I think that Shadowlands will be a perfectly fine expansion for most players, because the Covenant stuff, which is a problem to me, won't affect them. And, you know, while it may not have the best and most interesting story and zone design, at the end of the day, how much does that really matter? If most of the classes are fun to play, and most of the content is fun to play, and you don't feel like you need to log in every single day, you know, for 10 hours to stay viable, then I'd say it's probably going to be a pretty good expansion. So, assuming they don't completely fuck it up... Okay, good, so I did need to hand in that quest. That's good to know. So, assuming they don't completely fuck it up, I really do hope that they start to learn a bit more from Classic and inevitably BC with their next expansion, and they kind of tone it down a little bit. And then we might go full steam ahead on into the Void Lords expansion, and they're just going to do whatever they want to do, which is probably what's going to happen. But whatever, I can throw my 2 cents out there. You know, nobody can fault me for doing it. And speaking of which, so Burning Crusade Classic is something that is, I don't want to say confirmed, right? Like, nobody has officially come out and said Burning Crusade Classic is happening as of right now, which is November 8th. So it hasn't been confirmed. That said, for people who maybe haven't been paying super close attention, Wowhead data mined a Doomwalker world boss on retail. And for people who don't know, Doomwalker is a BC world boss that is outside of, I believe, Black Temple. So there's a Black Temple BC era world boss that is data mined as an anniversary event in, well, not this year because it's not up right now, so presumably a future year. And we don't really know what it's going to be for, but we can basically make the assumption that that, combined with the fact that they've been putting out surveys and questions about BC time walking for a while, we're gonna get, or BC Classic, we're gonna get BC Classic. I'm pretty sure. If I had to guess, when they do their BlizzCon Online, or BlizzCon Line, which I like to call it, because it just rolls off the tongue, I'm assuming that they are going to do like an announcement for BC Classic, which would be cool. I would actually really like that. I kind of talked about that extensively in my last run, so it's kind of hard to remember what I talked about specifically in the last run and what I talked about in previous runs. But honestly, I did really like Classic, and the reason I'm not playing it isn't necessarily because I didn't like it. It's just because, to me, it's just a different type of game, right? Okay, now now I have to talk to Abercrombie again. But, well, I'm going to do this. Just make this in my home. I'm going to do Steed of Glory, and then Dollar on Hearth. So, you know, I'm not playing Classic now because I really disliked Classic. I loved it. I loved the entire process of leveling up my warrior. A lot of people would tell me, like, oh, you're going to hate leveling up a warrior in Classic. It's miserable. You have to stop and bandage and whatnot. But, well, guess what? I love doing the speed leveling stuff. This is, like, really fun for me. And what's one of the major core fundamentals of speed leveling? Preparation. Coming in with, like, Goblin Glider and Swiftness Potion and, you know, all of that other consumable stuff. So, surprise, surprise, all of the things that people said I would hate about playing Warrior in Classic, I absolutely loved. I loved that I had to, like, plan out my pulls and not, like, you know, do something insanely risky. I had to strategize. I loved that... God damn it, I did it again. Told you, every time I come to Dollar Run, I'm going to end up running into the Horde area. But I loved the fact that every time I, like, you know, had to stop and, like, eat food and bandage up, and that, like, the preparation that I did in town ended up helping me level faster later on. You know, it was like there's more to leveling than just going around and just killing mobs aimlessly. And I loved that aspect of Classic. And I thought it was really fun. And for me, the strength of Classic wasn't necessarily the end game. I honestly found Molten Core and, like, you know, raid tanking to be really boring. You know, maybe some people loved it. I did not. And to me, the fun part of Classic was actually the journey, not the destination. It was going through the leveling process. It was, you know, exploring the zones, as I've said, you know, that sense of wonder when I hit Winterspring and Stone Talon and whatnot. So I loved it, but I hate this idea that people seem to, like, keep pushing, where it's like, you know, just because you don't play a game, like, you know, 24/7, it means you dislike it. You know, like, I have a lot of issues with WoW, and I play this game a ton. You know, I may not have played WoW Classic in a while, but I still think it was a great game. Final Fantasy XIV is another MMO that I played a lot. I'm not playing it right now. I'm not subscribed to it currently. But I can tell you that in general, as a full, complete package, that game is better than World of Warcraft. You know, hot take. That said, I wouldn't compare it directly to World of Warcraft, as a lot of people do. A lot of people are like, which game is better, Final Fantasy or World of Warcraft? And if we're saying as a full, total, complete package of which game will you probably get more enjoyment per hour out of, which is one of those things that's hard to really put on, like, a scale and measure, I would say Final Fantasy, because I do think that overall it is a more complete, well-designed game. But Final Fantasy, a lot of the design, a lot of the gameplay and, like, good stuff in Final Fantasy is the story. It's the, like, the experience of going through and, it, like doing the story of Final Fantasy and meeting the characters and growing your character and whatnot. And then you finally hit max level. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you can do raids. You can do some dungeons, although they don't really have a Mythic Plus system. But, like, you know, you can also just stop playing. And the developers have also been pretty open about the fact that they don't care if you unsub from the game. They've said, you know, if you want to unsub and then come back when we drop a new content patch, that's fine. You know, they don't want you to pay money just because you feel you have to. There's, like, no real daily grinding stuff in Final Fantasy, at least not for the most part. At least not to the extent that there has been historically in WoW in the past 2 years. And they also do some really cool stuff, like, you know, Final Fantasy as player housing. And what they decided to do recently, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, is they halted all auto demolition of player housing as a gesture of goodwill. Of, like, we don't think that you should have to subscribe to our MMO just to be able to keep your virtual house. You know, if you are struggling financially IRL, Final Fantasy developers, Square Enix, they don't want you to have to feel obligated to pay them just to maintain some stupid online thing. And, I mean, honestly, that's really cool. Like, hats off to you, Square Enix. There's a lot of other companies that wouldn't do the same thing. So the fact that they do stuff like that and, you know, they really try to create an interesting, enjoyable experience makes a lot of people like me have immense respect for the game and the developers, despite the fact that it may not be perfect. You know, I'm not saying that Final Fantasy XIV is the greatest game ever created, and the end game honestly does leave a lot to be desired. There are certain things that WoW does that Final Fantasy just doesn't even hold a candle to, like the rating, like Mythic Plus. But everything that you see in Final Fantasy is, you know, you get what you expect, right? You want a good story, Final Fantasy has that. You want, like, you know, interesting content that's, like, thoughtfully well developed, and, like, developers that actually care about the players, like, and you can tell, like, they're very vocal and active with the community. You know, that's what you get from Final Fantasy. And I think that's one reason why so many Final Fantasy fans are super loyal. I remember seeing, like, some post on the WoW Reddit where somebody was basically saying something similar about, oh, Final Fantasy's really good. And, you know, if you look at their subreddit, like, you know, most of them are really positive. And, you know, there was some guy, like, that person got downvoted, and some guy responded something like, oh, well, you know, Final Fantasy has the reverse problem that WoW has. You know, WoW fans are way too critical. But if you look at Final Fantasy, like, all of their fans are just, like, you know, basically simping for the developers, and, like, the developers can do no wrong. And it's like, I mean, that's one way to look at it. But in my opinion, the reason why Final Fantasy fans will excuse some of the, like, you know, maybe not amazing aspects of the game is because they know that the developers are trying. The developers actively communicate with the player base and are very, like, vocal and just positive. They're good people. I'm not saying, I should say, I don't think that the WoW developers are bad people, but I will say WoW kind of almost leaves themselves more open to attack by basically making themselves seem at times like, you know, elitist jerkbags who don't really want to, you know, interact with, like, the casuals as they perceive it. I'm not saying this is the actual developer mentality, but this is the basically mindset I've seen parroted by a lot of people, that that's what they think Blizzard is. They think that Blizzard doesn't give a shit about your opinion. But Final Fantasy developers are very, very interactive with the community. They're always trying to, like, do things that they think people will want and people will enjoy. And it's just really refreshing. And that's why, you know, a lot of Final Fantasy fans will basically act like the developers can do no wrong. Because they've earned a certain level of goodwill within the community. They've put together a game that, you know, it may not be for everybody, but it is good. You know, nobody can say that Final Fantasy is a bad game. It may have aspects that can be improved, but it is a good game in its own right. And all of the stuff that it does well, it does really well. I mean, hell, the latest, like, patch for Final Fantasy was just mind-bogglingly insanely good. You know, if you want a solid review for Final Fantasy, all I can tell you is the last patch, the story in it, genuinely made me cry. To the point where, even thinking about it, remembering the story from that patch, my eyes get watery. It was so powerful. God, the writing in Final Fantasy is just on a different level. Those guys know how to tell a fucking story. Like, it's so emotionally impactful, and I don't know, it's just good. I love it. So, you know, I can love that game and sing its praises until the day I die, and I can still not be subscribed to it. Doesn't matter. Doesn't change that fact. You know, WoW Classic, same thing. I may not be subscribed to it, but I can still think it's a good game. I can still think that there's a lot of stuff that it does that WoW could, or retail WoW could learn from. Because, well, I play retail WoW a shit ton. I want to make it a better game. If I get to play a game that, like, I already enjoy playing a ton, and it also has some more, like, fun elements that I really liked from Classic, well, you know, it's just a win-win scenario, right? So, yeah, that's the reason why I say this stuff. That's why I care about this game, and that's why I try to, you know, tell stories and compare contrast from different expansions. You know, it's just something that I really want to see. I really want to see this game get better, because it's been there. It has been, in the past, one of the best games I've ever played. Probably still is one of the best games I've ever played, if not the best, if you know, average out my enjoyment of it over the years. So I just want, in the moment, it to be, you know, as good as it used to be. Did I enable war mode? Well, shit. God damn it. Why do I keep forgetting to enable war mode? See, here's the thing. You guys might think this is a fluke, but in the 4 hours of footage that I lost yesterday, I also forgot to enable war mode, and I had to take a flight path all the way back to Orgrimmar. So this is the second day in a row that I've forgotten to enable war mode. So, to me personally, I'm just really embarrassed about that fact. Oh, god damn it. There's a flight path here, right? I'm just going to continue along with the quest line until I get here and then take the flight point back. God damn it. Anyways. Fuck, what was I saying? Oh yeah, you know, another thing. You know, I guess, like, my final example. You know, there's a million games out there that, you know, you don't have to play all the time to enjoy it, right? Like, you know, I love Undertale. Call me a basic bitch if you want, but I think Undertale is probably one of the best games ever created. I think it's just an absolute masterpiece of game design. You may not love the gameplay, but I think, you know, if... I personally do. I think it's so much fun. I open it up every now and then just to replay the Sans fight, because I think it's just so good. And the music is just, oh. I could talk about how much I love Undertale for days. But Undertale isn't necessarily a game that I've played a ton. I may replay Sans every once in a while, but Undertale was a game that I played maybe, like, you know, 5 times to get, like, the different endings. You know, racked up, I don't know, like 40 hours or so, like, played time on Steam with it. And then didn't really play it a ton after that. That said, it is still one of my favorite games of all time, because it was just good. You know, not every game needs to be something that you play every single day for it to be good. Like, another example, Skyrim. Skyrim is, like, literally an all-time classic for games. Like, almost everybody and their mother has played Skyrim. And Skyrim is a single-player RPG. And it's really good, obviously. But, you know... Imagine if Skyrim was like an MMO. Like, you know, imagine if people said that Skyrim was a bad game because it had bad endgame content. Like, I mean, you know, people think Skyrim's a good game, and it has effectively no endgame content. I'm sorry, but, you know, what's that vampire and werewolf DLC? That's, I guess, endgame content, and that sucks balls. I really didn't like that DLC. Thought it was boring as hell. But, like, the actual Skyrim, like, you know, play experience, for the most part, is really fun. But, like, imagine if you just played through Skyrim and you had a blast, and at the end of the game, they were like, hey, now you can play multiplayer with, like, some of your best friends. And you got to play multiplayer Skyrim. Maybe it was kind of jank. Maybe it wasn't super well developed, but I'm sure if you got to play multiplayer Skyrim, you would probably still be like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, it's just something else to do. And then you'd probably get bored of it after a while, but at least it was interesting while it lasted. And that's kind of like Final Fantasy, right? Final Fantasy is a fantastic single-player RPG, Final Fantasy XIV specifically. I'm sure the other games are good, but I will admit I have not played many other Final Fantasy games. I've heard good things about, like, Final Fantasy VII Remake and whatnot, blah, 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 but I haven't played it myself. But Final Fantasy XIV is a phenomenal single-player JRPG. Absolutely phenomenal. One of the best stories in any game I've ever played. But then, you know, you get to max level, and it's like, okay, well, you're done with the story now, but now you can do raiding if you want. You know, if you want to do these raid bosses with your friends that, you know, honestly, they're not super well connected to the story. There's, like, a loose side story for the Final Fantasy raids. You know, if you care enough, like, you can look into it. But it's more of, like, basically icing on the cake. Final Fantasy is a RPG first and an MMO second. And to me, that's totally fine. And honestly, that's kind of how I saw Classic, really. Like, to a certain extent. Obviously, Classic had many more MMO elements, and the fact that it was, like, very, very open world, whereas Final Fantasy is not as open world. It has an open world, but it's not as, like... It doesn't force you to interact with the world as much as Classic does, for example. So, to me, that aspect of Final Fantasy was, you know, pretty good, but the aspect of Classic, too, of, like, you know, it's a single-player RPG, and you have then, like, these dungeons that you can group up for, and these raids that you can do at max level. To me, I just saw that as a nice bonus. That was just something extra that I could do. And it was cool. But most of the time I enjoyed playing Classic was not the 50 Blackrock Depths runs that I did. By the way, I kind of talked about this very early in my last Warrior run, but, you know, this is a funny little anecdote. I have Iron Foe and Skullflame Shields on Classic. I got Iron Foe on my 5th Blackrock Depths run. Hate me if you want, but here's the thing. I also did about 50 to 60 Blackrock Depths runs, and I never got Hand of Justice. So, 5th run, I get Iron Foe. 60 runs later, still no Hand of Justice. I still do not have it on Classic to this day. You know, explain to me that RNG. Explain to me how statistically that makes any fucking sense. And also, I'm not saying that a Hand of Justice never dropped. It dropped like 6 times, and I lost the roll for it every single time. The one time when finally I went in there with 3 friends of mine, and we had to pug one person, that person won the one-on-one roll with me. And I was like, okay, you know what? I'm done. I give up. The game does not want me to have Hand of Justice, clearly. I'm just going to take my Iron Foe and fuck off out of Blackrock Depths. I'm so done running this place. And while, you know, to a certain extent, I did enjoy, like, optimizing my Blackrock Depths runs, I felt like I knew all the best pulls by the end of that farming experience. For me, did I enjoy doing that as much as I enjoyed running Winter Spring and farming Furbolgs, like, alone? Surprisingly, no. I enjoyed farming Furbolgs more. And, you know, it was a solo experience, and I enjoyed the shit out of it. And, you know, did I enjoy going into Molten Core? No, I absolutely hated Molten Core. It was the reason I quit. At a certain point, like, about, I don't know, like 4 weeks into Molten Core, I just realized I wasn't having fun. Like, I basically took a break after hitting level 60, and then my friends talked me into, like, resubbing and trying, like, Molten Core with them. I normally tank, obviously, and like I said, I had Iron Foe and Skullflame Shield, 2 tank items in Classic, but I ended up playing, wait, what the hell? Chest. It's probably not an actual chest. I ended up playing Arms Warrior in Raid, and I know a lot of Classic veterans, if you're watching this, just went, oh no, Arms Warrior in Raid? And yes, I was the one person that they let play Arms Warrior, because they needed DPS, and they were like, okay, can you play, like, Fury Warrior? And I said, if you want me to play DPS, I am not playing Fury. I hate Fury. Just not my cup of tea. So, I will play Arms, or I will just not raid. And they just said, fuck it, you know, if this one idiot wants to, you know, Mortal Strike the boss and take up a debuff slot, fuck it, let's let him. So I got to be the one token Arms Warrior in the raid group. So I played Arms, and about 4 weeks after doing Molten Core, I just realized that I hated showing up to raid. It was just miserable. We would kill the bosses in one attempt. It was not interesting whatsoever. 99% of the time I didn't get loot, which I'm not even really upset about. It's just the reality of Classic. You know, if I occasionally got loot, it was more like, huh, cool, than anything. Like, I don't know, I guess, like, you know, back in the day, probably there was some, like, you know, feeling of, yes, I got a purple item. You know, obviously I don't give a shit. It's like, okay, cool, I got Belt of Might. Yay. Like, whatever. But then also, like, when Alterac Valley came out and the whole PvP system was implemented, some people liked it. As somebody who grinded to rank 9, not even rank, whatever, 14 or whatever, so I didn't even get as far as some fucking bonkers, batshit crazy people out there. But I would say rank 9 in the Classic Honor System is still enough to say that you probably wasted a good bit of your life on that, and I definitely feel like I wasted a good bit of my life on that. But I wasn't even, like, basically playing BGs every single day. Like, I'd say the first 50 Alterac Valleys I did, I had a blast. You know, I was playing Arms Warrior, I was, like, getting massive Mortal Strike critical hits on people and just, like, absolutely clobbering Alliance. It was fun. And then eventually, once people realized the meta strat, and the Alliance just kind of started steamrolling Horde, it stopped being fun. And then a lot of Horde just started AFKing. And then you had the massive botting wave. And then half the time you would get into a match and half your team was full of bots. And yeah, that kind of sucked. So it got to the point where I just wasn't really enjoying it anyway. I wanted to get the honor rewards because, you know, I heard they were pretty good. And, you know, me, who loves min-maxing stuff, was like, oh, well, if this is what I need to do to min-max, I guess I should probably do that, right? But I didn't really enjoy playing Alterac Valley, so what I would do is I would just sit there and AFK. I'm not proud of this, but I don't really feel like there was anything else I could have done besides just stop playing the game, and half my team was full of bots anyway. So I would just pick a nice little spot, and then I would start watching, you know, TV shows on Hulu or something. You know, I basically binge-watched all of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, which, by the way, amazing show, absolutely hysterical. If you haven't seen it, go watch it. You will not regret it. It's so good. But I binge-watched pretty much all of it in that, like, basically 3-week span when I was spamming Alterac Valley, because I had nothing else to do. And then at a certain point, I'm like, oh, let me watch other shows. And then I got other shows done. You know, eventually when winter break was over, I started, like, you know, doing my homework while AFKing in Alterac Valley. And then at a certain point, I just was like, why am I doing this? I'm not even playing the game anymore. Like, this isn't even fun for me. It was just like, it became a thing I did. I would log in, I would basically AFK in Alterac Valley and do literally other stuff. Anything else that wasn't World of Warcraft Classic. And finally, I'm like, if I'm not even playing the game, why do I care if I get this virtual item? And, like, I kind of had that realization at some point. I'm just like, yeah, I'm just going to tell my guild I don't plan on raiding anymore. And I haven't played Classic since that point. Other than to, at one point, when my friends started playing again, log in and give him all of my golds. Because he was like, hey, do you have any gold in Classic? And I'm like, yeah, I have 1.5k. You know, I know some people out there are like, amateur money. I had like 1 million gold in WoW Classic because I played the AH all day. It's like, yeah, good for you, buddy. But, you know, I didn't have that kind of time. I'm proud of my 1.5k. I managed to get my epic riding pretty early. I did a shit ton of mining, engineering, and all that fun stuff. And I made what I felt to be a boatload of cash. So basically my friend was like, yeah, do you have any gold? And I just sent him everything I had. And he just, like, his jaw hit the floor because he didn't realize I had played Classic that much. So I might go back to it at some point. If I do go back to it, I'd probably level a new character. Maybe a hunter. I don't know. I'd think about it. But one thing is, with Burning Crusade around the corner, that's another thing I'd be interested in. So I guess, you know, I probably wouldn't actually be doing Classic leveling anytime soon, because obviously right now I'm focused on Shadowlands, just like leveling characters in preparation for that, working on like the spreadsheet, and then of course when Shadowlands comes out, playing the expansion itself. But maybe, like, you know, after Christmas break or something, when I have more time and Shadowlands has kind of died down. Oh yeah, this quest. Yeah, maybe I would do Classic again. So actually, you know, if that's something you'd be interested in, if you feel like you'd want to see maybe me leveling a character through Classic, obviously not in one sitting. You know, nobody wants to watch a 4-day long experience. So I guess when I eventually do that, it would probably be something I do over time on stream. But I'd probably, you know, I'd be down to level another character in Classic, like, semi-casually. Maybe experiment with some of the new raids. I've only ever done Molten Core, at least current content. Obviously, I've done, like, all of the other raids in farm runs in the past. I even did OG Naxxramas one time with a bunch of people back in Wrath of the Lich King before it got... Or not Wrath of the Lich King, like, right before Wrath of the Lich King. in BC. But basically, for the most part, I've done all the raids, but not current content. So it could be interesting to see what it was like. I've heard Blackwing Lair is like a pretty fun raid. I don't know much about Encourage. Could be fun. So yeah, you know, if you're interested in seeing that, either message me on Discord or let me know in the comments so I can hear your opinion. And I know if that's like something that nobody cares about. Maybe everybody here just cares about retail. Who knows? But, you know, I'm just looking for interesting stuff to do. I'm looking for something that, you know, I could do for fun in my free time. I mean, that's the main reason I'm doing this leveling stuff. You know, like I've said before, this isn't my niche. I don't plan to make a career out of WoW speed leveling. It just happens to be a thing that I found enjoyable in the pre-patch. I made a guide about it. My guide absolutely exploded, and now I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll do more speed leveling stuff, at least until Shadowlands comes out. So here we are. But, you know, if you want to see classic stuff, I might do that. Like I said, not soon, but, you know, maybe in maybe at the end of the year. And then, of course, I'm hoping that they do announce Burning Crusade. That would be cool. I have never really played Burning Crusade seriously. Like, I did OG Naxxramas, like I said, towards the end, but I was still very, very little, and I mostly did it because, like, some of my friends kind of talked me into it. And I don't even think I did the full thing. I did only, like, a few bosses, and, like, the group fell apart. But most of the time that I actually spent in WoW started from... I mean, outside of original vanilla, I did play original vanilla like a bit, but I basically never got past like level 30, and I really only played like with my dad, because like I said, I was 6 years old. So, you know, I know some people out there, like my friend Paul. Oh! Well, how about that? There's a chest. Oh. Blue items are always nice. I feel like I could probably sell it on the AH for a pretty penny. I don't know if anybody on Brazilian servers is interested in transmog. If you are, hit me up. I have a wide assortment of, like, blue items that I've collected from chests that I could add to your transmog collection for a price. But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so, you know, I know my friend Paul is always like, oh, you know, you're such an amateur. I've been, you know, in a world first raiding guild since I was 5 years old, and, you know, I was, like, the main tank, and, like, all of, like, the 40-year-old players came to the 7-year-old Paul for advice on, you know, how to optimize their character. And I'm like, okay, child prodigy, calm down there. Like, you know, when I was 7, I, you know, only got to level 30, and I basically just, you know, played with my dad in my free time, which was, you know, basically whenever I wasn't sleeping or going to elementary school. So my knowledge of classic WoW, though I did play it a lot, is relatively limited. So I mostly learned on the fly. I was playing before. Okay, Money Journal. Oh, I forgot to loot the quest item. But BC, I played, like, barely anything at all. Because even, like, I still played WoW during BC when I was, like, younger. When I was, like, 8, 9 or whatever. But when I played BC, I wasn't doing BC content. I was still doing classic content during the BC expansion. And then, like, midway through Wrath of the Lich King, I finally decided, fuck it, you know what? I'm gonna go hit level 80. And then I did a bit of Wrath of the Lich King endgame content. You know, some hunter named Eurogurg on Ravencrest US took me under his wing. You know, I don't know if you're ever gonna watch this, probably not, but if you do, thanks Eurogurg, you're a cool guy. I was just some stupid 10-year-old who had absolutely no idea what I was doing. I was using, like, agility pieces, or not agility pieces. I was not using agility pieces. I was using strength pieces as a hunter because, you know, what are stat priorities, right? So, you know, I remember, whatchamacallit, where's the dungeon? Wrath of the Lich King, Trial of the Champions. So, where is it? This thing, Peacekeeper Blade. When I first saw this on my hunter, I was like, whoa. It's like a mechanical buzzsaw sword. I want that. And then I rolled need. And then, of course, everybody in the group said, oh, you stupid fucking hunter. That's a strength item. What are you going to do with a strength item? And then I was just like, what? I think it's cool. I just wanted it. And they're like, ah, fucking hunter, and everything's a hunter weapon, blah, 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 blah. So, yeah, when I was 10 years old, I was that hunter. I'm sorry. You know, I may have stolen your drop in the past. I'm not proud of it, but that's what happened. I mean, everybody's been there. Like, classic story. This was actually one that I told, and I was really upset that I lost it. So glad I can easily segue into it. But when I was like really little and still playing like classic WoW and stuff, or I guess vanilla WoW, I should say. And, you know, I played basically with my dad and a few friends from school who were also 6 or 7 and happened to play WoW. There were a surprising amount of kids at my school who played WoW. But my friend Robbie and I were doing like leveling on a new server. So I was leveling my troll hunter, which was named Harldan, and ended up being my main for the next few years. So I was leveling my future main. And my friend Robbie, I forget what the fuck he was playing. I think he was playing like a shaman. Oh yeah, he was playing his shaman. Yes, I remember now. His shaman named Wanu. How could I forget? So we were leveling characters, and my dad decided to help us. So we did Shadowfang Keep. And, you know, relatively, you know, uninteresting dungeon, I guess. Like, nothing big happens. But then we get to the final boss, Archmage Arugal. Or Archmage Arugal, I guess. You know, somebody's going to yell at me in the comments for my pronunciation. And the robes of Arugal dropped. And my dad was leveling a warlock. And my friend Robbie, as I mentioned, was leveling a shaman. And he rolled need on the robes of Arugal. And, you know, of course, he's a mail wearer. At that point, I know some people would probably say, oh, well, back in the day, you know, certain cloth items. Yeah, whatever. That's not why he rolled need on it. Because then my dad said, Robbie, why did you roll need on the cloth robes? And my friend Robbie said, oh, I wanted a souvenir from the dungeon. I don't care how many times I still tell that story. It still cracks me up. And, like, you know, what is my dad gonna do, right? He's not gonna yell at, like, a 7-year-old kid, like, you fucker, you stole my loot. So my dad's just like, okay. Like, you know, I guess I just have to deal with it, I suppose. So I think he later on told Robbie, like, you know, Robbie, if we do dungeons again, I'd prefer if you only rolled on items that you actually needed. But, you know, he was nice about it. But I, over the years, have mercilessly made fun of my friend Robbie for that. You know, we'd be in high school, and I'd be like, hey, remember that time when we were 7 and you stole that robe from my dad because you wanted a souvenir? He'd be like, oh, shut the fuck up. I was 7 years old. Don't bring that up again. So, you know, he's now obviously ashamed of that story because he was like that typical, I guess not a hunter, but, you know, a shaman who stole loot because he just wanted it for fun because he thought it looked cool. He wanted a souvenir. I mean, it's a very innocent and, like, wholesome story, I guess. Is it considered wholesome? A little kid wanting a souvenir? I don't know. But it did kind of fuck my dad over because he needed that upgrade as a warlock. So he was just kind of, like, mildly frustrated. But, like, you know, when you're leveling with 2 7-year-old kids, what can you really expect, right? Like, that's pretty much gonna happen at some point. Not much you can do about it. But yeah, so that's pretty much, like, how I played Hunter back in the day. I would just basically put on whatever gear I could, and then my friend Eurogurg, who was, like, some 40-something-year-old dude who, I forget how, but I think at one point, like, he found out that I was, like, young, and he was just like, all right, I'm gonna help this kid out, you know. So he would basically, like, tell me, okay, check in your bags. Do you happen to have any gear that has agility on it? Because, you know, that's what you want to be using as a hunter. And then he would basically tell me, yeah, this is what you want to gem. Go put this in your gear. And I'd be like, oh, okay, thanks. You know, just obviously it, you know, he didn't have to do that, but just really nice guy. I appreciate it. I think he probably had kids too, if I remember correctly. So, you know, he's probably used to that kind of stuff. So he figured, like, you know, I might as well help out, like, other kids who are new to the game. And, you know, that's just cool. You know, I think more people should be like that in the game. Not everybody's a Eurogurg. A lot of people just, like, get mad at kids. I'll be honest, I don't always have patience for kids. You know, but I do try, if I realize that, like, oh, the person I'm talking to is, like, young and new to the game, I'll try to be patient. I'll try to be understanding. But hopefully, I would hope that some of the people that I've yelled at in Mythic Plus before, because I do tend to get frustrated sometimes if I'm pushing high keys and somebody doesn't know what they were doing. I would feel bad if I later on found out that that person was, like, just some dumb 10-year-old kid like I used to be, just trying to figure the game out and, you know, kind of confused and upset because some guy got mad at him. So, oh, now I'm making myself upset. Now I'm worried that maybe I have yelled at a little kid unknowingly in the past. Oh, no. Wait, is that a chest? No, it's not a chest. Okay. How many chests have I found? I've honestly stopped counting, because at this point I'm just like, yeah, probably a bunch. But, I mean, somebody out there is probably keeping track. But I think it's been, what, like 3? 4 chests? At least 3. I'm 100% sure I found 3. Real... Great, elemental force proc, and I need to subdue him. What was I saying, though? Oh, but yeah, so, you know, I played Wrath a bit, and then I obviously started playing after that, now that I was max level, Kata, when it came out. I mostly played, like, casually in Kata. Like, I didn't really push too far, I suppose. It was just, like, one of those things where, you know, I hit max level. Do I have to... There we go. Hopefully Elemental Force doesn't one-shot him again. But I didn't push too far. You know, I had my Hunter, Harldan. I had my Death Knight, Rossiliana, which unfortunately I haven't played in quite a while because I just haven't really been enjoying Blood Decay recently. And I played, like, you know, every now and then. But I never did any serious raiding. I pretty much only did, like, you know, maybe Shanox in Firelands or something, or, like, Trash in Firelands. I remember getting my Lava Bolt crossbow as a hunter, and I was, like, super proud of that, because I thought that thing looked sick. But then, when Mists of Pandaria rolled around, I decided I wanted to change of pace, and I started maining, like, Death Knight, like, officially. So I played that, like, a lot more, and then eventually, my friend Paul said, hey, I'm going to teach you how to tank. And I had no interest in tanking. And he just said, I don't care. I need a tank for, like, dungeons or something. You're going to learn how to tank so that you can tank dungeons. So I was like, okay, sure. So he kind of taught me how to tank, and then I ended up also tanking in raids because, well, as you probably have noticed, I love tanking now. So obviously, after playing it for a little bit, it quickly grew on me. And I ended up wanting to tank in, like, lots of other content, too. So I tried it in raids, I tried it in dungeons, and I thought it was really fun. And then I actually ended up wanting to play as tank for raid in WoD, for, like, you know, main tank for the raids. And, like, we were in a guild, and I basically had told the officers, like, hey, I want to try tanking, like, you know, in the next time. And they basically all told me to fuck off. Mind you, I was a 14-year-old kid still. And all I said was, hey, I kind of want to try tanking. And then they got, like, all mad, and they basically said that I was, like, selfish because, like, so-and-so, like, their friend wanted to tank, so how dare I ask to tank? And, you know, I should just be happy with my DPS spot. And there was, like, a lot of drama that really had nothing to do with me. But then, like, the fact that then I basically just piped in and said, like, I want to tank. It, like, apparently touched upon the topic of, like, I guess some people didn't want that guy to tank. So some people were like, oh, we should have Harldan tank. And then I was like, yeah, cool, I want to tank. But apparently, like, those people were only doing that because, like, they wanted to, like, prove a point against, like, whatever the other officers in the guild were. So then I started getting targeted and bullying for wanting to tank as a 14-year-old kid. And, you know, that just, it was shitty. There were a lot of shitty people in that guild, and I eventually left because, you know, I don't need that shit. So I mostly kind of played WoD by myself. As I mentioned, though, I did a lot of challenge modes, so I didn't really raid a ton in WoD. I kind of, like, played on my own for fun. I would maybe do pugs. If I did raid, it was usually, like, Paul would, like, invite me to his guild raids, like, you know, for alt runs and stuff. And then, you know, he obviously had his, you know, full challenge mode team that got, like, rank 1 world things, and I would play with them sometimes. Like, he would basically teach me how to tank challenge modes. I ended up getting golds and server firsts, and if he needed somebody to tank for carries, he would hit me up and be like, okay, we're bringing you in. Which, that was always really stressful, because as a beginner tank, trust me, one of the most stressful things you can do is try to sell carries of a really difficult type of content with people that are quite literally #1 in the world, and you're just some Joe Schmo who just picked up tanking 2 months ago, but it's because you're friends with, like, the #1 Resto Druid in the world. So you have, like, you know, anime guy who does like 1,000,000 damage and is like the rank 1 Ellie shaman in the world, basically telling you that you're absolute trash at tanking because his rank 1 world tank friend is so much better than you. And I'm like, dude, I'm just here because my friend asked me to be here. Like, I just want to sell carries. I don't need to get like yelled at and called shit at the game every time I mess up a mass grip. By the way, Nier, fuck you. I still have you on friends list just because I'm too lazy to delete you off, but you're a dick, and you made life hell for me in challenge modes, so yeah. I just needed to get that out there. But whatchamacallit? What was I saying? Oh, yes. So I mostly didn't raid in WoD, but then I decided, you know what? I don't need to rely on other people giving me tank spots in Legion. I'm going to go and find my own tank spot. So I applied for a bunch of different guilds. And I guess that leads me into a little tangent about mythic raiding and getting into mythic raiding more accurately. And like, you know, maybe not even mythic, just getting into raiding in general. You know, I've had a lot of like friends over the years, or like people in my guilds ask me like, what can I do to get into mythic raiding? You know, like even if I'm not like leading a guild or anything like that, I've had people reach out to me because I'm usually a pretty vocal and like social person in whatever guild I'm in, and be like, oh, hey, Lenara, like, you know, you're on the mythic raid team, right? Like, I'm interested in mythic raiding. What should I do? And, you know, my piece of recommendation is always like, first of all, find a guild that works for you. So sometimes I'll be in like, you know, a relatively serious progression mythic guild, and somebody like in the guild messages me and asks me how they can get onto the raid team. And I'll be like completely honest, like, I don't think this guild is like for you. Like, you may be better suited joining a more casual guild because you'll just have more fun there. You know, not every form of raiding is for every type of person, right? Like for me, I like going for cutting edge. I like killing the final boss of a raid tier, but I don't like doing it super seriously. That's my level of content progression. I want to have fun while still going to kill every boss in the raid on Mythic. Some people are comfortable doing just AOTC. Some people even below there. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that you're having fun. After all, it is a game. So, you know, if you are interested in doing Mythic, you know, I'll tell you my personal story of how I got into Mythic raiding. So basically, the first time I ever really started in Mythic raiding was in Legion. I messed around with maybe 1 or 2 bosses, usually when my friend Paul brought me in. But the first time I ever took the initiative to go out there and like actually try to apply for a guild and try to find something of my own for a role that I wanted to play, which was tank. It was in Legion at the start, and obviously Emerald Nightmares, since that was the first raid in Legion. And I looked for a bunch of different guilds on the server I played on, which was not a very populated server. That's another, I guess, side point. If you want to get into Mythic raiding, move to a high pop server. You might want to talk to guild leaders on those servers first, you know, feel it out before you transfer, or maybe just transfer over there because, I'm going to be honest, it helps. It really does. It helps being on high pop servers. I played on Ravencrest for a while, then I played in early Legion on Magtheridon, and there's nothing worse than just you've talked to the 2 raiding guilds on the server and they're just not for you. I could probably go for years on Mal'Ganis without raiding in the same guild twice. There's just so many guilds on my server. So find a populated server and look for guilds there. I'd say off the cuff, probably if you're Alliance on US, you're going... Excuse me. If you're Alliance, you're going to want to play on Stormrage. Unfortunately, I can't really recommend anything else. That's where my Alliance character's on. Or on, I mean. There are other Alliance servers out there, but if you are very serious about trying Mythic raiding on Alliance, Stormrage really is your only option. For Horde, you have a few more options, though. I would say Illidan, Zul'jin, Mal'Ganis, you know, obviously that's where I play. Area 52, you know, there's some more niche ones, but still have a few good amount of players. Like Bleeding Hollow has a few good guilds. Thrall has a few good guilds. I'm sure, honestly, there's more. Horde, just as you might well know, if you know anything about the Mythic raid scene, has infinitely more players and guilds than Alliance does. It's just an unfortunate reality. And a absolutely massive concentration of Alliance guilds are all on Stormrage. So that's kind of the fact of the matter. If you're interested in Mythic raiding on Alliance, play on Stormrage. But anyways, so I basically was playing on a relatively low top server. I wasn't like in the best guild ever. Like they were low mythic, I guess. You know, I don't want to shit talk them. I'm also not going to name them because I don't want to, you know, have anybody targeting them. You know, they weren't bad people, I should say. The guild that I started raiding with on Harldan, just not the best players in the world, which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. And I was new to Mythic raiding, but basically within a month of doing Emerald Nightmare, I quickly realized that this just isn't the pace for me. I want to be doing something faster. I'm not feeling challenged enough, and I want to push my progression a bit further. And that's another thing. That's perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with being in a lower progression guild, but if you are in a guild and you just feel like the pace is too slow for you, I know some people feel like, but what if I betray my guild? What if they get mad at me and stuff? I've honestly never left a guild for reasons like that on bad terms. If you really are just leaving because you honestly want to be at a farther pace of progression, and of course you're not a dick about it, if you basically tell the GM, hey, your guild sucks and I don't like it here because you all suck at the game and I need something better, ha ha ha. Yeah, well, then you're just an asshole. And then obviously they're going to be mad. But, you know, in the case of that guild I was on in Harldan, I basically just kind of politely told the guys, like, hey, I'm just looking for something a bit more serious. I feel like I want to see how much further I can get in progression, so I'm going to try to look for, like, a further guild. You know, I like you guys. I have nothing against you. I just want to do something a bit more. And they understood. They weren't, like, you know, mean about it. They didn't give me shit. Like, that's a perfectly normal thing to want to do in raiding in this game. Like, don't be afraid to push yourself and take that extra step. Unless you are an asshole, you're probably not going to burn any bridges. Or, I guess, unless they are an asshole. If somebody judges you really harshly for doing that, and just wanting to play in a more competitive guild, and you're very nice about it, and basically do exactly what I'm suggesting now, then they are an asshole. Because, you know, don't judge people for wanting to play the game the way they want to play it. If they want to play it at a more serious pace than you, don't take it personally. Don't be that guy that's like, no, you made a commitment to our guild, you have to stay. No, if they do that, then they're the assholes, and then you shouldn't feel bad for leaving. But anyways, so I left that guild after a little while. We got a few bosses into Emerald Nightmare. I joined a guild on Emerald Dream, which Emerald Dream is basically like a cesspool of drama and stuff. I met a lot of really great people on Emerald Dream, and I met a lot of really terrible people on Emerald Dream. If you've played on Emerald Dream, you know what I'm talking about. You know, some of the nicest people and the most fucked up people in the world play on Emerald Dream. It's a very interesting server. I have heard that the community has kind of like died a little bit ever since War Mode got implemented. Because one of the major things about Emerald Dream was like the PvP. So everybody on Emerald Dream had like their own PvP Twitter. I even made one just for shits and giggles because, you know, it's one of those things where, like, it's the thing to do. Everybody out there is making, like, you know, a PvP Twitter. I did it for fun so I could, you know, like, hang out with my friends and, like, they would post, like, a funny PvP thing and I'd do it too. And it was an interesting community. There's really no other server out there like Emerald Dream. So I raided there for a bit, but eventually there was just a bit too much drama for me. The TLDR with that guild, which, you know, is just so odd that it ended up happening, is basically I was in a guild that, I guess, you know what, I'll say the name because it's not even like, I don't have anything against the guild itself. There were a few people who I will, like, keep nameless, that led the raid team, and they were the issue. But I was in a guild called Warsong Battalion, which, for anybody who played on Emerald Dream, you're definitely familiar with that. It was a very, very large guild. They had like 3 different guilds because they were like basically one of those gargantuan like auto invite guilds, but they also did like these multiple hundreds of players, like large world PvP events, and they were like pretty infamous for doing stuff like that. Now the problem is, some of the people on the raid team were like really into the whole like world PvP stuff, and I actually enjoyed it. You know, I love world PvP, but I'm also serious about my raiding. I don't really like to fuck around. When we get into raiding, you know, it's down to business. So, you know, outside of raid, if if people want to fuck around in world PvP, I'll join them. I'll hang out. I'll have fun. But inside of raid, that's what I'm focusing on. I'm focusing on raiding, not world PvP. And then we had people who were basically saying that we needed to bring people that were like new world PvP recruits to our mythic raids to feed them gear for world PvP, which basically no. Like, I was a co-raid lead in that guild, and I eventually just set my foot down and said, no, fuck this. Like, our gear is going to our mythic raiders for mythic raiding. I mean, I like world PvP as much as the next guy, but I'm not going to sit here and feed gear to people for world PvP. That's a fun thing outside of raid. And just to be clear, the reason why I feel comfortable naming the guild, the leadership, most of the leadership, with the exception of one officer, who I will not name, most of the leadership of that guild had nothing to do with it. They were not like actively encouraging this. In fact, most of the time they didn't even know this was happening. And like a lot of them kind of reached out to me and like apologized for it later on, when they found out like the extent of like how much bullshit was going on in the raid team. But it was more like individual world PvPers who would basically like hold the raid group hostage and be like, you know, you better do this. I'm not losing to this other guild in world PvP, which like at the end of the day, like, who cares? Like, if you care so much about world PvP that your like reputation, ooh, that was a world drop, cool. If your reputation is going to be tarnished because you had like a 0.2% damage decrease by not getting this raid drop, and then they made like, you know, a funny Twitter post over your dead body, like, you know, whatever, get fucked. You know, it happens. I've gotten killed in world PvP before. I have been the butt of many Emerald Dream Twitter posts of people, you know, taking screenshots over my dead body. Is it kind of embarrassing? Well, I guess in that community, kind of. You know, if people see that you got ganked and, like, you lost the fight, you know, they're like, you lost to so-and-so, so-and-so shit. Like, so I guess, yeah, in that context, it was kind of embarrassing. But do I really give that much of a shit? No, I never did. I more thought it was just funny than anything. But some people cared so much, like, their entire reputation as a WoW player was at stake if they were embarrassed on the Emerald Dream Twitters. And, they really made life a living hell because of their world PvP shit, which is a shame because I had a lot of fun with it. And, you know, me and my friends joined that guild because we had a lot of fun with it. And then it just turned into this whole thing that kind of ruined raiding on that server for me. That's something that, thankfully, 99% of you are never going to have to deal with. That was a very specific scenario. But there's always people that have, like, ulterior motives in raids. And at the end of the day, I think, you know, stuff in raid should go towards furthering your progression in raid. If you're trying to get, like, a trinket for PvP, like, actually, that's another thing. You know, a more modern example. Writhing segment of Drestagath in the most recent raid. I had so many times where people would tell me that they deserve the trinket more than I do, because for them, it's like their best PvP trinket. And yet, it was my best tanking trinket, or it was a DPS trinket, but it was really good for tank damage. And it was something that I would actively use during progression. So I had people telling me, oh yeah, I'm never going to equip this in actual raids, but, you know, I do really high-level PvP, so you should let me have it because it's a good PvP trinket. And it's like, I believe you. I'm sure it's good for PvP, but fuck off. I'm actually using this to help everybody else, the other 19 people in raid, and you're doing it to basically boost your performance in a completely separate form of content. So I guess, you know, while that isn't a direct one-to-one comparison from the stuff I had in Emerald Dream, I suppose there are certain comparisons that you can draw between that and some modern loot concerns, especially like in more like higher mythic guilds with people who care about that type of shit. Anyways, moving on. So, Legion. I did all that stuff. And then I eventually moved on, and this was Nighthold when all this stuff was happening. And finally, I decided I wanted to try something much more serious. So I met, oh, I have to do that. Orbital strike. Oh, this thing is so good. I love that ability. Oh, the leveling explosion. Okay, that was sick. That was so sick. Sorry, I just got really excited about that. Anyways, yes, so I decided for Tomb of Sargeras that I was going to do something a bit more serious. And of course, any of my friends that are currently watching this video are groaning because I have talked about this Tomb of Sargeras story millions of times. So it's like almost a meme among them about how much I talk about Tomb of Sargeras. But it's relevant now. So I decided, you know what? I want to keep pushing. So end of Nighthold, I joined a more serious Mythic guild. I got about like 2/3 of the way through Mythic Nighthold. Beginning of Tomb of Sargeras, I joined an even more serious Mythic guild. And within the first few weeks, we got about halfway through. I think we got up to... we got to Mistress Sazine, and then the guild basically imploded. Not because of Mistress Sazine, but because of drama. And this is where things get interesting, because over the past few years, I have had an insane amount of rating level guild drama. You know, obviously the whole world PvP stuff is just stupid. But, you know, people at high levels, I wouldn't say very, very high levels, but at like almost high levels, you know, top 100 or just below top 100, which is the worst, and I'll get to that, have the worst egos. Because they basically have this mentality where they think that they deserve everything. They're like, oh, I'm such an amazing player. I'm in such a good guild. I deserve to be a like really high-ranked player, and I deserve this piece of gear because I parsed well. And there's just such a sense of entitlement and egotistical bullshit, and it's just, unbearable. That's probably the one thing that I just can't stand about most Mythic raid guilds, which, well, is why I made my own, because guess what? I don't tolerate that shit here. So, yeah, I can make my own rules while still going for a serious raid environment. Perks of being your own raid leader. But when I was in these guilds, like, we had, like, arguments, like, over... I wasn't even an officer in that, like, second serious guild I joined, but, like, the officers themselves were bickering over, like, you know, who got to speak about strategies and stuff. And, like, I remember, I forget what it was, but, like, Oh, yeah, no, I remember. I was doing Demonic Inquisition, which was farm at that point, and I was teaching this new tank that we had recruited, because our old tank left. And, you know, I'm pretty vocal as a tank. I like to call stuff out. I like to basically try to direct the flow of gameplay, and I feel like that's kind of a tank's job to a certain extent. Like, obviously, you shouldn't be speaking nonstop, but if there's something relevant, if there's relevant information that I think the raid needs to know, I will share it. And I think I'm pretty good about communicating that in the right moment. But there are certain things where, like, I guess for one reason or another, the officers felt like, you know, I shouldn't be speaking up because I'm not, like, an officer. I'm not a raid leader. And it's like, you know, I shouldn't be saying things that the officers should be saying. So, like, at one point, you know, I was trying to teach this new tank. And, oh yeah, this is where we leave Duskwood. Fuck that quest. So, Duskwood, split done. And now, let's head to Lochmodon. So, let's see. I can head here. I'm going to take a Dalhearth just to get back to Stormwind faster. I'm hoping that it won't take me less than 20 minutes to get, what is it, like 3.5 levels? So my Dalhearth will be back up when I have to go learn flying. That's what I'm hoping, at least. Now, the one thing I'm curious about is whether or not Deep Run Tram and then Flight Point is faster, or just taking the Flight Point is faster. I feel like there might be a certain degree of, like, if you get really lucky with the Deep Run Tram and it's, like, right there when you enter, then it would be faster. So maybe if you're going for, like, a high roll strat, you could try that. But I feel like, on average, it might just be faster because you're probably going to have to wait for the Deep Run Tram a bit. So I'll take a Flight Point from Stormwind after cleaning out my bags and reapplying my transport. So, like I said, you're going to see that every single time. It is muscle memory. I am always going to faceplant directly into the Horde teleport area. I don't know how many times I've walked down to that portal room. It just happens. It's an irreversible muscle memory thing. I'm always going to do it once, and then I'm going to feel deep shame about what I've done. And you get to sit there and watch as I, face plant in silence and watch as I take the teleport stun. It's just, ugh. Yeah, no, I'm dumb sometimes. Anyways. Oh, it's Goblin Lighter. So, that guild aside, honestly, there's not much else to talk about. You had egotistical officers who tried to basically tell me that I was saying too much, and, obviously, some of you might be thinking, well, I mean, I can see he talks a lot in his videos, so I'm not surprised. I didn't talk that much. I wasn't, like, non-stop talking, like, blah, 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 in the middle of a pull. I obviously have, the crazy ability to talk for hours on end. I've always been told that by my friends, that I can talk for a long time. Yeah, I just like talking. But I would not overly talk, at least I don't think so. Okay, there's Lockwood. I would not overly talk in the middle of raid. I would do, like, directed call-outs where I thought it was necessary about important information. And basically the reason they didn't like it wasn't because they thought that, like, I talked too much. It was because they thought that they had more of a right as, like, an officer of the guild to share that information, to call out, like, a tank mechanic. And I'm just like, fuck off, right? Like, if I'm a tank, I should call out a tank mechanic. It's nothing to do with, like, hold on. I just saw a YouTube comment. Somebody said, everyone else can kiss your official ass. What? What does this mean? That is the strangest comment I've ever seen. Okay. That YouTube comment just cracked me up. Alright. And some other guy said something about finding chests. Yes, finding chests is very rare. That's why I was so excited about it in my Alliance speedrun back, like, a few days ago. Anyways. I'm never going to finish this story. TLDR, jealous officer, he wanted to feel important by doing callouts, and he felt that I was taking up his, like, importance as a no-rank tank, just some dude in the guild. How dare I do callouts when it was his duty to do callouts? It just, basic egotistical shit. You all know the drill. But after that, I decided, you know what? This guild isn't doing it for me. I want to do something more. I want to get cutting edge. And that's when I decided I'm going to try to get cutting edge, kill Jaden, which I later did. But the guild that I joined, I jumped a bit too far ahead, because this guild was toxic. And here's the thing, as I mentioned earlier, what's worse than a wannabe top 100 guild? A wannabe top 150 guild. Because at least if you're top 100, you might be wannabe top 20, but you can at least say you're top 100. But if you're in the 50 that are barely not in top 100, and this guild was like in the 110 range, they were almost top 100, but just barely not there. So they had all of the egotistical power trip stuff that comes from a top 100 guild, but all of the salt and inherent rage that comes from knowing that they aren't actually a top 100 guild, which is the most deadly combination you can have in a guild leader. On top of the dude who was leading the guild was an absolute dick. And oh boy, that was an experience. I almost want to call that guild out, but I'm pretty sure they've already disbanded, so whatever. But that guild leader deserves all the hate that comes to him. But I don't want to encourage any witch hunting, so, as much as, like, part of me really wants to be like, I really hope somebody basically tells him to fuck off if they see him in the street, I don't want to be that guy, so I won't say anything. But that guild, without naming any names, was a fucking nightmare. And that's because that guy's idea of raid leading is you fuck up once, he tells you that you're a fucking moron, you're shit at life, you're shit at the game, get the fuck out of his raid, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, and then he would kick you. That's not how you lead a raid, folks. Not at all. You lead a raid by encouraging people to improve with positive reinforcement and only removing somebody and benching them if they continue making mistakes after you try to help them over and over. You know what? As somebody who's gotten cutting edge multiple times since then, I can tell you, the way he did it, not the way to go. I found far more success and gotten far more positive reception from my raiders by just, you know, helping them instead of calling them pieces of shit and bad at the game. You know, it doesn't work. Surprise, it doesn't work. But that's what he did. And, you know, at the time, I guess I didn't really know any better, right? Like, to me, that was just, oh, this must be what high-level guilds are like. And, you know, I know since now that, like, you know, actual good guilds, you don't have people like that. They're much more chill. But wannabe top 100 guilds are toxic. And I basically had to endure hour upon hour of just intense, just him screaming and yelling at me, at other people about, like, you know, this, and that, and how shit we were at the game. And it just wasn't fun. Like, I ended up getting Cutting Edge Kill Jaden. I got what I wanted. I finished the tier. I got my first ever Cutting Edge. Hooray! But at what cost? I showed up to raid every single day, and I was completely miserable. I hated every second of it. You know, nobody likes to be screamed at when they're just trying to play a game and, you know, have fun. And I absolutely hated every moment of that guild. And that's all this to say, sometimes you might realize that you pushed a bit too far than you're comfortable. You know, I will say I still like getting Cutting Edge, but I now like to sit more comfortably in, like, the top 500 range. You know, where people, like, they want to get Cutting Edge, but they're not going to, like, you know, be a slave master and, like, crack the whip and, like, scream at people to get it done. Like, they're just there to play and have fun, but, you know, still get stuff done. That's the level of, like, WoW that I like to play at now. But I bit off a bit more than I could chew with that guild, and I ended up not really enjoying it. And that point for you might come a lot earlier. You know, if you're interested in Mythic raiding, you might get to a guild that's like 5 out of 12 Mythic or something, or whatever the, you know, amount of bosses in the tier is. And you might realize that even this, like, mid-tier guild, it's just a bit too much for you. That, like, their times are a bit too demanding. You prefer to be in something a bit more laid back. Maybe they have, around that point is usually when most guilds start having at least basic, you know, requirements of, like, you know, you need to have your gear at this state. You need to be doing your plus 15 weekly. Maybe you don't always have time to get your weekly plus 15 done. That's okay. You know, life happens. I'm not saying that you're a bad player for doing that. It's just one of those things where you need to play at the level that you're comfortable. So what I did after this tier is I took a step back and I said, well, I got Cutting Edge, sure, but I wasn't having fun. So I wanted to have fun with WoW again. I loved playing my class, I loved the game, I just wasn't enjoying my raid environment. And that's, you know, a real shame, but it's something I had control over. So, you know, I told the guy to fuck off, like at the start of Antorus, after he did something. There's a hilarious Twitch clip out there, which I won't show because it would completely dox the entire raid team I used to play with. But, you know, I guess if you happen to dig far enough, yeah, I'm sure you'd have to do a lot of research to even be able to find it. But there's a Twitch clip out there of the moment that I got kicked from the guild. And when I say kicked from the guild, I mean basically signed my own resignation letter and handed it to the GM in the middle of a boss pull. Because he was basically sitting there screaming at me and every other player in the raid. And then as he's, like, literally screaming himself hoarse, I taunted a tank mechanic into the entire raid and one-shot everybody on Heroic Agrimar. And he basically had, like, one of those moments where he got so mad that his voice shifted from screaming himself hoarse into dead silent calm of, okay, Lenara, you're out of this guild. Goodbye. And then he kicked me. But, like, at that point, I was literally like, yeah, okay, I'm already done with this guild. You know, I don't care if this dude kicks me. That was literally my way of saying, fuck you, I quit. After that, I ended up joining a guild with a friend on Zul'jin, which I've since left, obviously, but some people in that guild were chill. I won't say their name because, once again, you know, I did have some beef with them. I don't want to, you know, call them out because, you know, some of the stuff I'll probably say just in passing. I don't want it to... I'll only name a guild if I honestly have nothing bad to say about them, which there is one guild which I'll get to later, which I definitely will name and be like, hey, if you're looking for a casual guild, check it out, because they're great people. But, you know, this guild that I was in on Zul'jin, I just, like, they were more casual. right? But they were still going for CE. But they were going for CE in a very disorganized manner. And, you know, for me, somebody who really likes order and, like, you know, I'm kind of OCD, I want to have, like, you know, actual scheduled raid times. We had, like, the most fucked up raid times. It was, like, Wednesday, Sunday, which, like, Wednesday, Sunday is just the worst possible times you can raid. It's just so disjointed. By the time you get back to raid on Sunday, you have no time. And it was, like, 2.5 hours every single raid night. You know, Wednesday, Sunday, 2.5 hours every single raid night. It's a miracle that we even killed Mythic Agrimar. I don't even know how we did that. But then basically the guild kind of stalled out on Argus because we just didn't have enough time left in the tier to make meaningful prod. Why? Well, because there was mismanagement done early, poor decisions made with the roster, and yeah, you just kind of hit a wall. So that's the thing. Once again, I joined that guild, was looking for something a bit more casual, and then I kind of realized, yeah, maybe I went for something a bit too casual. They're not for me. So I did try to leave that guild on amicable terms. Didn't exactly work out. That's why I'm not naming them. Even though I don't really have anything too bad to say about that guild. Basically, the GM, like, kind of harassed me when I tried to leave. That's another thing, like I said earlier, you know, if you try to be really nice and you try to leave and they don't understand and they try to give you shit, then they're the asshole. So I tried to be really nice about it. I basically gave them like months heads up. I was like, hey, you know, I'm going to stay for the end of Antorus, but I'm just not really enjoying it here a whole lot. I'm like, basically, once we get to BFA, I'm probably going to leave and do my own thing from then on. And, you know, a lot of the people in that guild, like the ones I was friends with and still am, were understanding, of course. Not everybody felt that way, the GM included, and they took to harassing me really badly for the last few weeks that I was in the guild, to the point where I actually left towards the end of Legion instead of in DFA, because I just couldn't take it anymore. I was just like, you know, fuck you. I don't know if you thought that was going to make me stay in your guilds, but it made me leave faster. Maybe that's what they were trying to do. Maybe they just wanted to get me out, like, early. They're like, if he's not even going to stay until Shadow, or until BFA, why do I even want him in the guild now? But, of course, I was trying to be nice. I'm like, no, I'll help you finish farm. I'll help you, like, you know, do Argus if you want to make attempts. But I guess they just didn't want that. I don't know. I assume maybe they had, like, some egotistical aspect of, like, they felt like I was trying to, like, think that I was better than them. Like, oh, I'll join a better guild, but, like, you know, in the meantime, I'll carry you, which wasn't what it was about at all. I actually had friends in that guild who I still wanted to, you know, hang out with. But that just became impossible as the harassment got worse. So I left there. I actually made my own guild in Uldir, where I made a lot of really good friends. And some of them are now, like, in my new guild that I formed on Mal'Ganis. But really, the issue with BFA at launch, you know, surprise, it wasn't fun. BFA at launch sucked. And kind of everybody shared that sentiment. So myself and pretty much everybody else in my guild was just totally burnt out on the game, was not having fun at all, and we just kind of stopped raiding because nobody really wanted to play. People just started quitting. It was impossible for me to recruit new players, and then everybody just said, yeah, let's go play Final Fantasy XIV. And that's what we did. That was the first time I played Final Fantasy XIV, and goddamn am I glad I tried it, because now I have a good alternative to WoW when I'm not really feeling it. But whatchamacallit? Anyways, so after Uldir, moving on. As I continue killing kobolds and other shit, I will continue on with my stories, lest I get distracted in my own thoughts. As I've said, I know I am talking a lot, but talking helps me distract myself. If I can talk, I can keep my mind off the, honestly, monotony of leveling, and I enjoy talking. I enjoy telling stories. So, after my guild in Uldir, I took a break. I came back in Battle of Dazar'alor, and I kind of basically guild hopped around until I found a guild that I kind of liked. And the guild that I was in for Mythic Jaina, so I did get CE Jaina. That guild, they weren't bad. I mean, they were obviously a good guild, but the leadership wasn't bad, but they also had, like, that kind of top 100 mentality of, like, they thought they were better than they actually were. And credit to them, the guild leader was not an asshole. He was like kind of passive aggressive at times, and basically like the TLDR is I played a Windwalker, and Windwalker was bad at the time, and I also played a Demon Hunter, as I've mentioned multiple times, but I hate Havoc. So normally I play Vengeance DH, but they already had 2 tanks, so I was DPSing. And even though my Demon Hunter was already really geared, because previously I had been playing Vengeance, I had no interest in playing Havoc. But Havoc was really good, whereas Windwalker was not. So the guild leader basically kept trying to, like, not like outright harass me, but like passive aggressively, like, push me towards playing Havoc Demon Hunter, despite the fact that he knew I absolutely had no interest in doing so. And then, you know, it basically came to a head where, despite the fact that I was getting literal top 5 world parses as Windwalker Monk in Shard's Eternal Palace, and I was top 3 DPS in the group. Like, I know some people might say, oh, well, you know, top 5 world Windwalker is still worse than, like, most players. Like, yeah, sure, it is. You know, the average Havoc player would still be better, but I was still top 3 DPS in the entire raid. You know, it doesn't matter how bad your spec is. If you're top 3 DPS in your raid and you're not going for world first, that's fine. That's acceptable. Don't let any guild leader tell you it's not. I certainly wasn't about to let this guy tell me it wasn't. So, eventually he benched me for really no reason when we reached Ashvane, which for people who don't know, Mythic Ashvane, 100% a damage check. So he benched one of his top 3 DPS because he was basically trying to bully them into playing Havoc. Because then he would tell me, like, oh, well, you know, I have to bench you now because you're playing Windwalker, but, you know, if you played Havoc, maybe I wouldn't have to sit you on this fight. You know, maybe I could get you in. But since you're being difficult and you're only playing Windwalker, I guess I have no choice, which is just absolute bullshit. You know, if you're playing a class that is, like, suboptimal and you're just not doing enough damage and it's a really damage-intensive fight, yes, absolutely, you know, give that person an ultimatum of, hey, if you can't get your damage up and you won't swap to a better spec, this fight is very damage intensive. We will literally never kill the boss unless you do something different. But that wasn't the case here. I was doing more than enough damage. I was doing more damage than... They brought in, like, Balance Druid trials because they thought Balance was a good guild, or a good, like, DPS, because all the top guilds were running it. Which was another thing. They had, like, basically this, like, method mentality of, like, they had to bring the method comp. They had to bring the absolute #1 DPS comp. And it's like, you know, if you bring one of the best Windwalkers in the world, it's going to be better than bringing a generic shit Balance Druid. Just because Method ran a Balance Druid does not mean that you need to run a Balance Druid. So, it was just silly. But after a while, I had enough. I just said, okay, fuck this, I'm leaving. And... is there anything I need to kill down there? I don't think so. I think oh yeah, I need to kill foragers, and there's a bunch out here, so I may as well. And honestly, after that, that's around when Classic came out, so I just wasn't really interested in finding a new guild. It was like, there were 2 weeks until Classic by the point that I left that guild, and I just figured, fuck it, I'll just stop playing WoW for 2 weeks and, you know, wait for Classic. Then I played that pretty much exclusively for, like, the next few months. And then Nyalotha rolls around. So, Nyalotha, I initially was not planning on playing. I was just kind of tired of WoW in general. Didn't really feel like playing it. And, you know, my friend finally talked me into it. He said, hey, I will literally pay your sub. So my friend Max from high school paid my $15 sub just to get me to come back and raid with his guild. And this is the guild that I will shout out because I have nothing bad to say about them. Drunk Tank on Zul'jin, great people. I ended up leaving eventually because I played with them for like about a month because, you know, my friend Max was raiding there and, you know, he talked me into, you know, joining, trying out as a DPS. But the problem is I was playing Havoc Demon Hunter. And as I already said, I don't really like Havoc Demon Hunter. You know, I cannot overstate how nice and patient these guys were with me. They could tell that I wasn't enjoying Havoc. At no point did they tell me I needed to play Havoc. I just felt like I wasn't good enough at the other DPS specs I tried to play it. They were so nice and patient. They basically would give me suggestions. They were like, oh, why don't you try like this other class? Maybe you'd enjoy it. And I kind of mentioned to them at some point that I really was interested in playing tank, and unfortunately they already had 2 tanks. Nothing wrong with that, you know. I don't want them to kick a tank just so I could try playing. Like, you know, it's not fair. It's not fair to ask them that. But they, like the guild leader, the officers, the other tanks and people in the guild, all extremely nice people. If I hope they're still raiding. I hope that they haven't disbanded. But assuming they haven't disbanded, if you're on Zul'jin and you're looking for like a nice casual guild to raid in, check out Drunk Tank. Those guys are great. Good people all around, chill environment. You know, they may not be pushing like the highest level of content, but you know, you don't have to be doing that. If you're looking for something a bit less serious, they're great players. They're just not like as serious about the game as like, you know, me or some other like, you know, high-end Mythic players might be. But really all that matters, as I've said before, is that you're having fun. And if you want to have fun, that's definitely a great place to be in. So I was in there for about a month, and eventually I just decided, I want to do something different. I want to tank. So I looked for tanking guilds, and I found one on Mal'Ganis, and now I won't name the next 2 guilds, or actually next 3 guilds, that I was in Ny'alotha, because I don't have as positive things to say about those guilds. So, the first guild that I was in, that I trialed for, the trial experience was when I knew it was problematic. So, for the first time ever, I had somebody postpone a trial 3 times. The guild leader who I talked to, I basically asked him, like, you know, oh, are you looking for tanks? And he said yes. He was like, oh, I can trial you in a Mythic Plus because, you know, our raid days are already over for this week, unless you want to come on our Sunday Heroic, but that's, like, far away. So I'm like, yeah, sure, you know, I'll try out for your guild. I'll give it a shot. And then next day comes and goes, and when the time rolled around, I messaged him, and he never responded. And then later on that night, he says, oh, sorry, I forgot. How about tomorrow? So I say, okay, sure. And then the next day comes, and he's online, and I messaged him around the time when he said, and he basically is sitting there online doing stuff actively in WoW for hours, never responds to me, until at like 5 in the morning, I get a message, which I didn't even see until I woke up later. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message. How about you just come to our heroic run this Sunday? Which, that really annoyed me, because it's like, if he wanted to say trial in our heroic run, sure, I can wait a few days. I'm not like impatient. I'll wait to trial on the Sunday heroic. But when I literally set aside time in my schedule to do this trial, because he says, oh yeah, you know, I'll do it at this time on, like, whatever day in a Mythic Plus, I'm like, okay, so, you know, I don't like to be late. I like to be scheduled on time. I set aside time. I basically tell my friends, sorry, I can't do anything right now. I have a raid trial. And then I go ahead and get ready for that. And then not only does he not cancel it, like, at the time, he basically makes me wait there for like an hour. Obviously, after like 15 minutes, I started kind of doing something else, but it's one of those things where I'd maybe like level a character or, you know, run old raids for transmogs. I want to do something where it's like, if he says, oh, sorry, I was late, I can do the run now. Like, I can drop whatever I'm doing and hop in. But basically, I kind of fucked my own schedule 2 days because he just completely blew off my trial. So I'm already kind of pissed off. And then the Sunday raid rolls around, and I messaged him like a question earlier in the day, which he never responded to. Surprise. And then when the actual raid time rolls around, 2 things. First of all, I can see him online. I can see that he's in a group. And I asked him, like, hey, are you starting the raid soon? Like, you know, I'm here. I'm ready for the trial. And no response. Then he forms the raid group. I see it pop up because, you know, if you see people here in LFG, like, obviously I have nobody I know in Alliance, so Quick Join is empty, but it'll pop up in Quick Join. You'll get like a little notification. So it says so-and-so formed a raid group for, like, you know, Heroic Ny'alotha farm or whatever. So I see that he's forming the raid group, and I message him again. I said, oh, are you starting now? Like, you know, do you still want me to trial? And nothing. Absolutely nothing. And then I see he passed lead to somebody else. So finally, I'm at like my wit's end here. And I messaged like the other guy who just got lead. I said, hey, I've been talking to your guild leader for like the past week, and he keeps scheduling a trial and then just completely blowing me off at the last second. Do you know if I even have a trial at this point? Like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm just so tired of waiting until the last second and then basically getting told to fuck off because he doesn't do what he needs to do as a guild leader. And then the guy basically was like, oh yeah, sorry, you know, I did hear that you were going to be trialing, you know, like, I can invite you, let me see. And then, you know, I got into the group, I did my trial, I passed the trial. I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but I've never failed a tank trial. But, you know, then later on, I was just like, I didn't want to, like, what do you say to that? Like, what do you message to the guild leader? Like, hey, leader of the new guild that I just joined, can you explain to me why you blew me off 3 times in a row? That sounded sexual. That's, no. Why you ignored my messages 3 times in a row? And you know, it's not a good look, right? When you're trialing, you don't want to, like, you know, risk offending the guild leader, so I didn't say anything. Luckily, he did reach out to me, and he said, hey, I'm really sorry about, you know, the fact that I haven't messaged you and stuff. And, you know, I was understanding. He basically said, like, oh, yeah, you know, I've just been really busy with life stuff. It's been a hectic week. And, you know, I'm not going to judge people. Like, I don't know people's life stories. So I was just like, oh, okay. You know, sure, it's fine, man. It happens to everybody. You know, don't worry about it. Problem is, the reason why I'm telling this story and not in a positive light, because here's the thing. If I found out that, like, you know, a relative in his family died or something, and that's the reason why he couldn't do it, I obviously wouldn't be sitting here telling this story, painting him in a negative light, even if I'm not naming him. But the things I've found out since that point make me think that that is a complete horseshit excuse. Because over the next few months, when I was in this guild, I basically, like I said, in a lot of guilds, I'm very social, I'm very active. So I was friends with a lot of people on the raid team within, you know, just a few weeks of being on the team. I was friends with pretty much most of the officers, and this guy basically never logged in outside of raid. He was a completely raid logging GM, which is a terrible look. If you're a GM, you gotta at least put in the time outside of raid. It looks bad if you don't, because then it just looks like you don't really care about your team. So, absentee GM, right? But the worst part is that exact same situation that happened with me, where, you know, I scheduled the thing and, you know, he postpones it. We got messages from people who had the exact same problem, where people would reach out to him through, like, WoW Progress or some other website, seeing the guild advertisement. They'd be like, oh, hey, I'm interested in joining your guild. He'd set something up. He'd just completely blow it off and never get back to them without telling, you know, any of the officers or anybody in the raid team. And then we'd end up having trouble finding recruits because this guy just had no fucking clue what he was doing. And the reason why he was having all of these real big issues dealing with stuff, you know, what is this major IRL reason, you're wondering, that he couldn't deal with all this stuff? It must be something really serious. It's League of Legends. It's fucking League of Legends. He could not stop playing fucking League of Legends to manage his own guild. So, you know, it might have been a coincidence that the one time he had some major life crisis come up was during my trial, and that's why my trial he fucked up because of that. But when multiple other trials were completely fucked up because he just would not stop fucking playing and streaming League of Legends to, like, all 5 of his viewers, and then making excuses about it as to why he couldn't do some X events that was scheduled in the guild. Like, he wouldn't show up to Heroic Farm, which, like, come on, man, you gotta do that, right? Like, you know, if you're the guild leader, I don't care if you don't need guild, or if you don't need loot from the Heroic Farm runs. You're the fucking guild leader. Show up to the Heroic Farm. Whenever I lead a guild, I set that shit up and I show up. And I'm the one who directs it. I'm not doing it because I need loot. I'm doing it because I'm farming loot to help new players in the guild. And he would just completely blow it off. And half the time, we wouldn't even have enough people able to go to the Heroic Farm because, well, guess what? If the guild leader doesn't even give enough of a shit to show up to the Heroic Farm runs, why should, you know, the average raider give enough of a shit to show up to the Heroic Farm runs? If I'm on a raid team and I know that the guild leader doesn't give enough of a shit about me to help me out, gear my ults and stuff, why am I going to try to, you know, cover for his slack, right? So I can't blame people for not showing up when the guy who's supposed to do that, it's his job in the guild, just doesn't give a fuck. And then he would post nonstop about, like, his League of Legends ranking, and, oh man, I managed to reach Platinum today, guys! Blah, blah, blah. I don't know if that's good or bad. I don't play League of Legends. But I just got so fucking tired of hearing it. Because here I am, trying to help out the new players in the guild, as somebody who just got recruited, trying to, you know, help out the officers where I can. And I have to sit here and watch the guy who completely fucked over my trial, and I assume gave me a completely bullshit excuse as to why he fucked up my trial, make excuses as to why he can't actually help out with the guild that he runs because he's playing League of Legends. And then he won't fucking shut up about it. So that minor rant there, but basically, yeah, don't do that if you're a guild leader. It's fucking shitty. Nobody likes that. But one of the other really frustrating things about that guild is the dude had a ridiculous power trip when it comes to, like, leading his guild. So, despite the fact that he has absolutely no influence in his guild, right? He felt like he needed to micromanage everything that went on within it. And God forbid somebody else tried to, like, have a say in raid leading or have a say in strategy, despite the fact that we would basically plan out raid boss strategies for, like, you know, hours, like, among ourselves in Discord. Like, people on the raid team, we'd group together and be like, okay, let's hop in Discord and, like, discuss the boss that we're going to try out next week. Which, like, you know, honestly, pretty advanced for that guild. Like, that's the thing. That guild was not a serious cutting-edge guild. Like, the guy who led it said he wanted to do cutting-edge, but the average person on that raid team was actually much more advanced, so to speak, than the guild itself was. There were a lot of people that did like to play at the same level I did, where, you know, they like to prepare for future bosses and plan ahead. And they were also really frustrated because they wanted this guild to be something that it just wasn't. And the problem is, we would do all this preparation. You know, I would be in Discord with them. I'd, like, help them strategize. We'd, like, watch different guides and, you know, try to figure out what strategy would work best for our comp and stuff like that. And then raid day comes along, and the guild leader basically says, oh, I don't give a shit at what you planned. I watched, like, a 5-minute video on YouTube, and we're doing my strategy. And then he would basically be like, yeah, this is what we're doing. You have to listen to me. And it was just so annoying. And honestly, that guy got hard carried because, like I said, there were some good players in that raid team. There were people way above the level that that guild should have been. And they played really well, they did a lot of damage, and we got much farther than I ever expected us to. But, you know, no thanks to the GM, who basically did absolutely no work to help out his own guild. And then, finally, I get told by one of the people on the raid team, who I was, like, kind of friends with, that he was like, oh, you know, I know you've only been here for a few weeks, but you already seem to be, like, of the same mindset as us, so I'm going to let you in on a little secret. We're planning on making our own guild and, you know, causing, like, you know, a little schism or whatever. So I'm already like, okay, great. I've been in this guild for, like, a month, and it's already on the brink of falling apart. And what's worse is apparently, about a week before I even joined in the first place, it almost fell apart for the first time. They apparently threatened to leave, and they had this massive, like, Discord argument or something that they told me about. And they were like, oh, yeah, you know, we were all arguing in Discord. We almost left the guild, but we managed to, you know, come to an agreement. But now, you know, the guild leader is still not following his end of the agreement, so we're kind of tired of this. So, I get that they had been planning this whole, like, you know, leaving the guild thing for a while, but, you know, I had just joined. I didn't want to find a new guild. I was liking it. You know, despite the fact that the leadership was absolutely abysmal, the actual players on the team were really good. And I really liked it there. I thought, like, the environment and, you know, the people that I played with were really fun. So I was enjoying myself, which is why it was really frustrating that now suddenly, you know, things were about to fall apart. So I'm like, I'm kind of friends with the officers, and, you know, I'm kind of friends with the people on the raid team who are thinking of quitting. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to be the mediator here. I'm going to see if I can get everybody, you know, set aside their differences and come together in the name of getting the boss down. So, I mean, we got pretty far. I managed to, I'd like to think, probably single-handedly hold things together until after we killed Il'gynoth. And then we only had 2 bosses left, Carapace and Azoth. And then tensions started getting even more tense. so to speak. I'm not going to do it this time. I'm going to remember. I am not going to go into the Horde side. Not today. Ha. Anyway, I managed to keep things together in the guild, keep them from, you know, ripping each other's throats out until we got to Carapace. Then we're on Carapace, and things just keep getting worse. The mismanagement just gets to be insane, and especially when you're at that far into a tier, you're like on the last 2 bosses, it's generally expected you're going to take things more seriously. So I think what some people in the guild were hoping is, oh, well, maybe when the guild leader realizes that his guild actually might be able to get cutting edge, he'll start to actually like try a bit more and put in the time. No, he still just spent every single waking moment on League of Legends and did nothing else. So at this point, you know, I was talking basically pretty frequently with all the people who were planning on quitting and making their own team. They had gone ahead and talked to most of the raid team that wasn't like expressly loyal to like the guild leader. And they basically said, you know, look, Lenara, I know you're new here, but I just want to like let you know we have basically like 2/3 of the raid team. When we eventually pull the trigger and make our own new team, it's going to be most of the core here. You'll have an officer spot, which I don't know why they gave me an officer spot. Probably a bad idea. Not because I think I'm a bad officer, but because I did not see eye to eye with them on everything. I guess they thought I might, but I didn't, which led to some tension later on. But they were like, you'll have an officer spot, you know, it'll be good, you know, don't worry. I know that you're new and you're probably worried about like the fact that the guild's about to fall apart, which, yeah, I was. But they were like, oh, trust me, it'll be fine. So I'm like, okay, I'll take your word on it. So I kind of stuck around and I tried to keep things together as long as I could, but it got to the point where we were like on the last, like the last week when the guild was finally like doing a full raid week, because then the next week we ended up officially leaving. That last week was just a mess. We had really shitty Carapace prog. We ended up not raiding on the Thursday because we were missing people, and it was just overall like a sour attitude. It was also, so I had kind of mentioned, we had killed 1 mythic boss. I might have mentioned this, maybe I didn't. We had been killing 1 mythic boss every single week for like a month. So we would kill, I mean, I think they had already killed Zanesh, but they re-cleared Zanesh, and then they killed Vexiona. And that was, like, really big, because apparently they had been stuck on, like, Vexiona and re-clear Zanesh for a while. Let's see, oh, I need to open this, and then tag it.
It is not ready yet.
What? I almost tabbed target, pulled that entire thing. But yeah, so they had been stuck on Vexiona for a while, and then the first week I joined, well, I picked up the tanking strat pretty quickly, and then we killed it that week. And then we had a few days to work on Harldan. And can I not mount up? Apparently I'm stuck in combat. Arg. Curse your sudden yet inevitable betrayal. You know, I said this in my last Alliance video. Gnolls don't talk like that. Ah, curse your sudden yet inevitable betrayal. Like, can I even say that in like a Gnoll voice? Ah, curse your sudden yet inevitable betrayal. Like, it just doesn't sound right. Like, you know, I'm sure they would slur their words like way more. Like, no Gnoll talks like that. Blizzard Cataclysm writers, what are you doing? Anyways, back on topic. So, where was I? Yeah, oh yeah, so then we killed Harldan the next week. And then the week after that, we killed Drestagath. And the week after that, we killed Il'gynoth. So this guild went from being stuck on Vexiona for like 3 weeks straight to suddenly they're killing boss after boss after boss after boss. And they were really, really happy about that. And then next thing you know, we reach Carapace. And I'm not saying that, by the way, that we should have killed Carapace in a week. Carapace was not by any means an easy boss. It was not a super duper hard boss, but it was not face roll easy. Shouldn't there be a quest here? You know, I'm going to go hand this in just in case. But yeah, Carapace was not a face roll easy boss. Oh yeah, there is a quest here. Okay. Whoa, I got rested experience? Oh no, okay, I see. So I did not expect to kill it in the first week, but I guess some people maybe had the warped perception that we would. And we didn't just not kill it, we basically did horribly on Carapace week 1. And then, you know, the fact that we didn't end up raiding, I think we tried to raid on Thursday and we only raided about an hour before people had to leave, and then we called raid early, which honestly is worse. I'm generally of the opinion that it's better to just call raid if you think it's going to be a waste of time than try to force a raid, have everybody like set aside time and show up only to basically stop it an hour in. That is a surefire way to piss off your raiders, and I can tell you for a fact it pissed everybody off that night. So we're going into the weekend with a really sour mentality, and they were already telling me that they were planning on like basically like leaving the guild. Some of them wanted to do it that week, but a lot of them were like, oh no, let's wait until the next week. Do I have to wait here for the Dark Miners? Yeah. So some of them were like, no, let's wait until next week. You know, it's fine. But overall, kind of a shitty atmosphere that was generally happening in the guild at the time. And then, do I have to run up there and kill him? I guess. But yeah, so then Monday rolls around. And Monday, you know, in most guilds is your typical help everybody get their Mythic Plus done. And I had two interesting characters in my guilds. So let's call them Hunter N and Hunter C. They were two hunters. Hunter N played Beast Mastery, and he thought he was an absolute god at the game, despite Beast Mastery being, I'm sorry, piss easy. So he would always brag about how good his damage was. He was always like, bro, I'm pumping, man. Oh, look at this pump. No other hunter brings the pump like me. This is genuinely how this person talked. I cannot even exaggerate how annoying it was. So, he and Hunter M, or yeah, I said Hunter N and, yeah, no, let's just call it Hunter N and Hunter M. So Hunter M played Marksman, and Hunter M was almost as bad, or you know what, yeah, no, Hunter N and Hunter M sound too similar. So Hunter N is the Beast Mastery one, we'll just call the other one Hunter C. Hunter C, he was almost as bad as Hunter N, because even though he played Marksmanship Hunter, he had that type of personality where he wouldn't brag about his damage, but he would say, oh, imagine how much damage I could do if I wasn't playing Marksman. You know, I'm holding myself back by playing Marksman. It's like a handicap, and yet I'm still able to do good damage. I get like rank 1 world parses as Marksman. It's like, look, as somebody who's played Vengeance Demon Hunter through thick and thin, when it was considered to be one of the worst tanks, I'm not out here saying, oh man, look at me, I'm such a, you know, a gift to tanking at playing Vengeance Demon Hunter so well. No, I know that I'm like kind of trolling playing Vengeance Demon Hunter. I wouldn't say maybe trolling, but like, I'm playing Vengeance Demon Hunter because I enjoy Vengeance Demon Hunter, or I played Vengeance Demon Hunter because I enjoyed it. I didn't play Vengeance Demon Hunter and then sit there and brag about like, oh, look at my damage. It's bad because Vengeance is bad, but imagine if I played Prot Warrior. Oh, my damage would be so good. Like, no, that's just, I don't know, it's dumb. So don't be like Hunter C. Don't play like an off-meta class and then try to basically like say, oh, if only I played meta class, I would do more damage. Like, yes, obviously, if only you played meta class, then you would do more damage. But then, you know, either just be happy that you're playing an off-spec role that you enjoy, or an off-meta role that you enjoy, or just shut up and play the meta class and then brag about your damage. But like, it was like, I think he was afraid that if he played BM, he would lose on damage to Hunter N. So he didn't want to play BM because he didn't want to be able to officially say that he did less damage than Hunter N. So instead, he opted to basically just pretend that he would have been better if he played BM, which is just dumb. It's just childish. So basically, what I'm trying to say is both of these guys were complete morons, just in their own different, unique way. And it was a Monday night, and we were doing Mythic Plus to help people get their 15. So I had already gotten my key done, but I was trying to help people like in the raid group get their Mythic Plus keys done. And I was grouped up with both of those hunters. You know, as I said, Hunter N and Hunter C. And they decided that they were going to compete to see which person could do more damage, because of course they did. And they bet gold on it. They bet, I think, something like 250k to see who could out DPS the other, something absolutely absurd like that. But it, like, this is like the level of like ego, like bullshit that we're dealing with. They were basically like, so they wanted to bet gold to see which one would do more damage. But then Hunter C was like, oh, well, obviously I could do more damage than you, but I'm not going to play BM. And then Hunter N was like, well, I am so much better than you that I bet that I could beat you by 15k damage. So then they would do bets where it's like, you know, if he beats him by 5k damage, you know, they basically split the gold 50-50. If he beats him by 15k damage, he gets like all of the gold. And then, you know, if Hunter C manages to actually beat him on damage, then Hunter C gets all the gold. They had some really fucked up betting system. We had basically, like, this is, like, the reason I'm kind of saying this, aside from it just being comedically fucking absurd, how dumb crazy these people are, is that the important takeaway from this is that even though we were only doing, like, a casual guild Mythic Plus run, because of, like, the sheer stupidity at display, everybody in the guild pretty much was in our Discord channel. So it was just us 5, like, you know, us 3, another healer from the Mythic Raid team, and then we would basically, like, carry each person one at a time. So we would basically do a run with one person, and then basically get another person their plus 15. We were getting everybody's alts plus 15s. And as we did the plus 15 carries for all the guild alts, they would do stupid stuff and, like, bet money to see which one was better. So because of that, it was just almost like, you know, free entertainment. You know, come watch, you know, Tweedledee and Tweedledum bet over which one can do more damage in a fucking plus 15. So everybody in the guild is in the Discord, watching or listening. Actually, I think watching too, because technically somebody was streaming the run. But I guess that's not really important, because what happens next is purely in Discord. And then this girl that had joined the guild about a few weeks earlier pops into the Discord channel and says, Hunter N, why are you telling everybody that I sent you my nudes? I did not send you my nudes. You're making it up. You photoshopped those that you sent to everybody in the guild, and I am tired of you making shit up about me and telling people that I sent you my nudes. Fuck you. And then she leaves the Discord channel. And, everybody went absolutely insane, understandably, because when something like that randomly happens with absolutely no context in the middle of a Mythic Plus run, everybody just simultaneously pretty much went, what the fuck was that? So then everybody was asking Hunter N, obviously, buddy, what the fuck was that about? Can you explain what just happened? So he at first was trying to deny it, but then some other people were like, come on, like, you know, I doubt she made that up. And then I think one of the healers on our raid team was like, man, you sent me her nudes. I know that you're not making this shit up. For the record, I was not one of the people in the guild who, I guess, you know, luckily or unluckily, depending on how you want to look at it, got sent the nudes. I mean, I didn't know them all well enough. I don't really think I want to get nudes of a random person in the guild, especially because I think that's pretty shitty. By the way, as hilarious as I think this story is, just because of the pure absurdity and stupidity of this hunter in my guild, don't do that. I mean, if that's something you're into, like, you know, sending nudes between other people, don't send it to your entire World of Warcraft guild. It's not cool. You know, like, when I was laughing at, like, this scenario and, like, you know, in the immediate moment, I wasn't laughing at, ha ha, he sent her nudes. I'm, like, laughing at how stupid this guy is to send nudes that someone sent him to the entire fucking guild and then try to cover his ass up. And then multiple people are like, bro, you sent me the nudes. You can't act like this didn't actually happen. But then, of course, he's like, oh, yeah, you know, I did send some of you nudes, but I don't know how she found out about it. So then he's trying to figure out how she found out, and then he realized, apparently, that, like, the girl who said, like, you know, or the girl who he apparently sent her nudes everywhere, was in a Discord call with, or, like, in a Discord channel with one of the, officers in our guild. And he said, well, no, I see that she's in here with, like, so-and-so officer, so now I know who told her. So, you know what? I was gonna keep this a secret, but I'm gonna tell you all. Like, ex-officer is cheating on his wife with this chick. And, you know, yeah, that's why he told her, because he's jealous that she sent me nudes too. But no, he's cheating on his wife, so he's the real scumbag here. And then, of course, if Discord wasn't going insane as is, it fucking exploded after that. And every single person in the guild who wasn't already listening in on this, like, you know, crazy bullshit was now in Discord after the whole thing about, you know, that guy getting accused of, like, sending the girls nudes. So everybody, literally everybody in the guild is in there by that point. And he says this in front of the entire guild, the entire raid team, all the casual guild members too. Everybody hears him say that one of the guild officers is cheating on his wife with this new recruit in the guild. Now, first of all, I honestly was just like, okay, yeah, he's making this shit up. I doubt it because, you know, hold your surprise. Hunter N did not have the best reputation for telling the truth. I know, tragic. You know, how could Hunter N do this to us? But no, he was a chronic liar. But the strange part is, this was actually true. Apparently, I've since found out. Well, when I say since found out, I found out within the next 2 hours of this happening. But at first, I was like, okay, this is probably bullshit. I kind of was just like, whatever, man. You know, okay, that's kind of rude to say, like, you know, making shit up about the officer. But then, 5 minutes later, Hunter N gets dragged into Officer Channel in Discord with the guild leader, who miraculously decided to stop playing League of Legends to actually do something for once, and the officer in question, who apparently was cheating on his wife. And everybody, of course, is like, ooh, he's in trouble. So after a little while, you know, I kind of messaged them because I was basically trying to, you know, keep everybody calm because I was there for the entire thing. So, you know, of course, rumors at that point were running wild. Everybody's like, oh, what happened? I'd been there the whole time. I was like, no, I'm pretty sure so-and-so is just full of shit. I don't think that officer is actually cheating on his wife. Let's just chill out and, like, let it happen. We all thought that the hunter was going to get kicked out of the guild because, you know, he made up shit about the officer. Turns out, within 10 minutes, the officer G-quits on all of his characters, and then he kicks the girl whose nudes are, you know, being leaked out of the guild. Which, bad look. Definitely not the look you're going for when somebody just told the entire guild that you're cheating on your wife with said girl. And then, of course, this is the moment where I'm like, alright, what's actually going on? You know, I won't lie. I tend to try to get out of guild drama, but at this point, I'm kind of curious. Like, you know, I didn't ask to be involved in guild drama. I'm just sitting there trying to do plus 15 keys, but this kind of just happened, and I happen to be there. And then, you know, I'm sitting there online just hoping that, you know, shit doesn't hit the fan. And then one of the officers who was on the raid team just starts G-quitting. So, of course, I'm concerned, justifiably so. And I messaged basically the guild leader and one of the other officers, not the one that was G-quitting, but like the other one of the two officers that was just kind of sitting here watching this whole shit show unfold. And I said, okay, I'm getting a million questions right now in Discord about what the fuck is going on. Can I get some, like, insight on what's actually happening here? Like, is the guild falling apart? I kind of need to know. So, eventually, after they were done talking to Hunter N, who then basically gave me his side of the story later on, one-on-one in Discord, the guild leader and the officer, like, pulled me into officer chat and then basically debriefed me on what was going on. And they said, okay, you know, Lenara, you're pretty good friends with, like, everybody in the guild. So, here's the thing. Yeah, like, you know, Hunter N told everybody that, like, so-and-so is cheating on his wife, and we don't want people to find out. So that's when I'm like, wait, it's true? He is cheating on his wife? And then they were like, wait, what do you mean? I said, nobody thought it was true. We all thought he just made it up. But now, you know, the entire guild kind of knows that he's cheating on his wife. So if it's true, that's kind of bad. Because now suddenly his wife, who was also in the guild, by the way, he has everybody else in the guild. You know, she happened to not be online, I guess, thank God, at the time. But now suddenly you're in a position where everybody else in the guild apparently knows that you're cheating on your wife. So, yeah, not exactly looking well for our officer buddy over here. And I'm like, what the fuck do you plan on doing? Because, you know, it's kind of hard to keep a guild together with drama this bad. And their plan was deny, deny, deny. And, you know, while I think that's, I mean, I don't even know what I would suggest doing in this scenario. My suggestion, by the way, is don't cheat on your significant other. It's shitty. You know, my dad got cheated on. He was fucking miserable. So you know what? Like, it's not cool. Don't do it. That's my suggestion, by the way, on how to avoid this drama. Don't fucking cheat on people. It's shitty. But, you know, when the entire guild finds out that you already did cheat on people, I mean, I don't even know what the best way to approach this situation would be. You're kind of already fucked. You just shouldn't have done it in the first place. Like, I don't know, there's no salvaging this, but apparently they thought there was. And their plan was to tell me that they wanted my help in basically covering it up. They wanted me to help them spin this whole, like, story about how apparently this raider, who, for the record, I guess they didn't think it through, because apparently the guy that they wanted to basically throw under the bus for leaking all of this information, because they didn't want to kick the hunter, because of course Hunter N was like, obviously it's true, I'm not going to leave the guild just because you tried to slander me and then I told the truth about you cheating on your wife, which, I mean, it's just the whole fucked up situation, but I guess that's fair. Like, if the officer who cheated on his wife is then going to go out and, like, you know, tell people that, like, the hunters, like, showed this, like, this girl's nudes to other people, then I guess he doesn't really have any right to, like, demand that the hunter gets kicked from the guild when he's the one who cheated on his wife and started the drama in the first place. I don't know, it's just a whole fucked up situation. But basically, they didn't want to kick anybody out of the guild, so their genius plan was blame it on somebody who left the guild a month and a half ago and make up this story about how this guy got kicked out of the guild and he's like a drama monger and he decided that he was gonna spread lies about the officer, so he made up this story about the officer cheating on his wife and he told it to Hunter N, and then Hunter N thought it was true, and then this same guy then went to the officer and told the officer the story of, like, Hunter N sending the nudes to everybody, and, you know, that's the reason why all of this confusion happens. So nobody's cheating on their wives, nobody's sending nudes to other people, we're all one big happy guild, and it's just this one guy who's not even in the guild anymore that caused all this drama. You know, I'm sorry, but if you were in a guild and somebody told you that story, would you fucking believe it? Because I sure as shit wouldn't. And I think they were kind of under the impression that, like, only a few people even heard the initial story. So they were like, okay, this is the plan, Lenara. You need to go out there and you need to tell everybody to, who heard the story that for all of the remaining members in the guild, if they ask, this is the cover-up story that we're going with. And I said, first of all, look, I'm here to raid. I'm not here to help some dude cover up his, like, you know, infidelity. Like, I voiced my opinion on it. I basically said, you know, my dad was cheated on. I said, I'm not going to try to cast judgment on you, but I think what you did was shitty, and I'm not about to help you cover it up because, you know, I just think that's shitty. So I said, I'm not going to help you with this shit. I said, but first of all, I think you misunderstand how many people heard this story. It's not just a few people that heard the story of him cheating on his wife. It's everybody in the guild. So there is nobody else left to spread this cover-up story to. Everybody's already heard it. Everybody already thinks that he's cheating on his wife. The only person that doesn't know that he's cheating on his wife is his wife. So I think he should probably sort that out and figure out if he wants to tell her or if he wants to let her find out through some dumb fuck hunter in our guild. That's up to him, but I'm certainly not going to play any part in that. So, I mean, I was just already, like, remember, you know, I know that we've been talking about this drama for a good, like, 20 minutes now, but if you think back to before 20 minutes, you'll remember that this is on top of poor guild management and fucking up recruitment and stuff, So the guild's already not in a good spot. And then right when everybody's already considering leaving the guild, all of this shit happens on the Monday before the first raid of the week, because we raided Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So, yeah, poor timing, to say the least. And miraculously, somehow they managed to keep it together for one more day. So Tuesday, we actually raided. It wasn't good, but the guild also didn't explode, which I think that's like a feat of strength in and of itself. Managing to not have the guild collapse after all of this shit happens. It collapsed the very next day, on the Wednesday. But, you know, having the guild survive at least one more day after all of that bullshit, that's something. That's worth something, in my opinion, you know? Kudos to you guys. You spun your story well enough for at least 24 hours that enough people were able to deal with the bullshit. But then, Wednesday rolls around, and we had already had a relatively crappy raid day on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, we don't end up raiding. We show up to raid, we're told that we have enough people, and then we have 17 out of 20 people for Mythic Carapace of N'Zoth. And we find out that a lot of the people we thought were going to trial were told by an officer who happened to be cheating on his wife. The same officer also told all of the trials to not show up until Saturday on a heroic clear because he just couldn't be bothered to deal with all the recruitment stuff. He didn't tell anybody else. He didn't let anybody else in the guild know and take care of the trial or, like, you know, interview or whatever that they wanted to do. He could have told any person on the raid team. Fuck, he could have told me. But he didn't. He just completely ignored it, blew it off because he was too busy with IRL stuff, aka covering up that he cheated on his wife. So we find out that the reason we can't raid is because this dude is trying to use cheating on his wife as an excuse for fucking up the trials. So now not only is the guild leader fucking up the trials, but the cheating officer is fucking up the trials. And that's when pretty much everybody just had it. But the problem is, and this is where I end up looking like the bad guy, and where, you know, all of my friends and, you know, my dad, when I tell him this story, ends up being like, whoa, why do you always have to end up being the bad guy? And it's like, I don't want to be the bad guy, okay? I wish I could just get along with everybody and whatnot. But I hate bullshit. I absolutely hate this bullshit. So as entertaining as some of this drama is, you know, it's not really fun to experience it when you just want to fucking raid. And I just want to show up there. I just want to kill bosses. I want to have fun. You know, recounting the story and how crazy it was, it's funny, right? But it's not funny when you're in the thick of things. You know, I was like so over all this bullshit. So basically, I'm in this position where the guild is effectively dead, right? You know, we have had so much drama. Everybody in their own private Discord who has been telling me they're going to leave the guild is talking shit about how much they want to leave, how much they want to leave. And then I'm like, okay, so are we going to leave? Right? Like, after all of this bullshit that we've had with the guild, after all of this drama with the dude and cheating on his wife, all of this shit, we're going to leave, right? We're not even raiding. They fucked it up. We can't even raid. The reason we're doing this is to raid. And now we can't do that? And they're like, no, let's wait another week. So I said, okay, fuck that. And then I stepped in, and I basically spoke up. And, you know, while the guild leader was giving his, like, you know, basically full of bullshit, like, pep talk rally thing about, you know, guys, you know, it may not have been the best week, but, you know, we're a good guild. We got this. I'm confident. We got a lot of good people coming in next week. We're going to do this. And basically I said, oh, you mean like the last week? The week before that? And, like, you said this every single week. I've heard the same exact speech over and over and over, and nothing ever changes. And then, after last week, you guys assure me, up and down, no, trust me, we know that there's problems with the leadership. We're working on it. We don't want this guild to fall apart before killing the final boss. And then, on Monday, I have to be told that I'm supposed to help with some cover-up story to help one of the officers not, like, have his wife find out he's cheating on her. I'm like, this is basically the guild you expect me to believe that you're going to hold together for the last two bosses of the raid tier? I'm like, either you have something concrete to tell me that's going to completely change my mind and the minds of 2/3 of the raid team, because y'all know they already want to quit, or we're out of here. because I'm so fucking tired of showing up every week and being fed the same horse shit. And that's the thing. I was in this guild for 1 month. 1 month. And these people were in this guild for over a year. And they dealt with this drama bullshit for over a year. And I heard story after story after story about how, oh, this happened in Eternal Palace, and this happened in Battle of Dazara Lore. And every single time, they still stayed in the guild. They apparently absolutely despise the guild leader. They talked to me in detail about how much they hated raiding with this guild in Battle of Dazara Lore and in Ashar's Eternal Palace, and how much they wanted to quit. And yet they never fucking did it. You know, in life, you gotta fucking pull the trigger. If you're not happy somewhere and you want to change, just do it. You know, insert Shia LaBeouf meme here. Just do it. Sometimes, you know, you just need to say fuck it. You know, like, it's not gonna work out here. I'm clearly not enjoying it. I just need to leave. But instead, you know, they keep, like, disillusioning them, or I don't know, lying to themselves, I guess, and saying, oh, maybe next week it'll be fine, maybe next week, maybe next week. And you get into this position where you have the guild leader there who gives his little, like, you know, flowery pep talk every single week, because he knows that all he needs to do is say, yeah, guys, I got it in order. And these idiots will tell themselves, oh, maybe the guild leader's right, next week it'll be better. And then this keeps happening for over a year. So, like I said, I hate bullshit. I apparently had to be the bad guy. I had to be the one person who spoke up, which I was kind of pissed about that. They're all sitting there talking in their private Discord about how mad they are and how much they wish they could leave the guild. And yet I'm the only one who had the fucking balls to actually speak up and say, I'm tired of hearing this shit. They're all able to say it in their private little fucking Discord, but when push comes to shove, they're too afraid to actually speak out. So, yeah, you know, fucking cowards. I may have to be the bad guy, but at least I'm not a fucking coward. Anyways, they got mad. They kicked me out of the guilds. As expected, 2/3 of the raid team immediately G-quit, and they formed the guild. They then kind of got, like, mad at me, saying, oh, you should have gone too early. But, you know, I think I was right. You know, maybe you guys can let me know what you think. Was I right? Should I have let them wait another week to maybe give the officer his, like, 500th chance? Or the officer who cheated on his wife and the guild leader who kept making excuses, their 500th chance at fixing the guild? But, like, you know, you can only deal with next weekism for so long. At a certain point, you just have to say, no, this shit isn't getting fixed. This is just an unfixable problem. They have no plans to fix this. The dude's just kicking the can down the road, hoping that people stay with him long enough to where, like, they just give up and they're just like, fuck it, I'll stick here throughout the tier. So I don't know. Like, personally, I think I did them a favor, because all of them ended up getting CE. Everybody that left with us, I ended up leaving their new guild because, surprise, surprise, when you have people like that who cause drama, you know, a new guild isn't exactly going to go super well. Their guild didn't fall apart. They did end up getting CE, but like I said, they made me an officer, and I really disagreed with some of them on stuff, especially how they handled Hunter N's drama. They made Hunter N an officer, by the way. You know, think on that for a bit. The guy who sent a girl's nudes to half of the guild got promoted to officer rank in the new guild. You know, really great look for your guild when you have somebody who is basically just a complete, like, douchebag womanizer, and just, this dude would basically flame people in trade chat all day if they were related to, like, our old guild. So when we were in the new guild, basically anytime one of the old guildies would post, like, a guild ad, he would, like, actively flame them. And then he would go one by one and whisper people, like, new recruits to the old guild, and be basically like, oh, your guild leader's a piece of shit. You're in a terrible guild. You should join our new guild. And it's just like, it's just shitty. He did a lot of really shitty stuff, and he made our guild look bad by extension. And, you know, we basically were constantly trying to save face and saying, oh, no, you know, he doesn't represent our actual guild. But then, you know, it took them forever to fucking demote him. It was just a mess. That's the thing. So there wasn't even, like, necessarily one piece of drama that made me leave the second guild. It was just me being tired of them just not being able to deal with the bullshit. They left that guild with, like, you know, the cheating officer and stuff because they were tired of the way things went there. But then even when they were in their new guild that they formed themselves, they acted like they were still part of the old guild. They couldn't let it go. Like, they spent so much time talking about how much they hated the old guild that they were, like, so focused on that instead of building up a new guild. Like, just let it go. Like, they held on to those grudges for way too fucking long, basically. But anyways, I think that pretty much covers it. Yeah, I mean, you know, they got mad at me, but I think it was the right call. I think at a certain point, just like, I don't know, like I said, I hate bullshit. I hate when people sit there and, like, lie to themselves about, like, oh, maybe next week it's gonna work. That frustrated me. So seeing them convince themselves that, oh, maybe he'll actually fix it this time, despite the fact that I've heard them say millions of times before, oh, he always says he's going to fix it next time, and then he never does. And then I'm seeing those same people sit there and say, oh, well, maybe he means it this time. It's like, come on. Like, grow a pair. Like, make a decision for once in your fucking life. No, it's not always going to be easy. Life isn't easy. But sometimes, you know, if you don't want to get stuck in a rut for years on end, you got to do something about it. You know? May not be the easiest thing in the world to quit a guild that you've been in for a year and a half, but look where it got them. You know, they may still hate me. I'm sure a lot of them still fucking hate me. But guess what? You're welcome. I got you out of that shitty guild that you were stuck in for over a year, and now you have your own guild, which, you know, I guess you guys seem to be doing pretty well. You got Cutting Edge. Good for you, by the way. I don't think you ever would have gotten that in the old guild. So, you know, it ended up being for the best. Sometimes you gotta take risks. But I mean, after that, by the way, I guess, you know, moving on with the guild story. So I eventually left that guild on N'Zoth Prog. Like I said, just due to disagreements and basically just how the guild should be led. Also just raid leading strategies. Like, there were certain things that they suggested that we do for raid that were just dumb. Like, they used the strategy for N'Zoth that required us to have, like, ridiculously high DPS, which we didn't. And it was dumb. It was like, I know, like, obviously not everybody here is like a cutting edge raider, so I don't want to get into like super technical detail. The TLDR of it is there was a strategy for N'Zoth where you basically intentionally lose a ton of sanity, but by intentionally losing a ton of sanity, you gain like an extra 5 seconds to DPS the boss. And the long and short of it is that this was a strategy that guilds would use for farm kills, for basically speed clears. Some of the top guilds in the world would use this strategy because they knew that they would kill the boss fast enough, so this was just saving them 10 extra seconds. But if you don't have enough damage, you're eventually just going to run out of sanity and everybody's going to die. And I literally did the math on this, and I showed them that mathematically speaking, it was impossible for us to kill this boss if we continued trying to use this strategy, because we were just so dead set on trying to do this stupid thing that would not work. Also, Lockmodon done. Lockmodon's really good. I got a lot of levels there. Cool. And then I should now go... I'm now going to Gorgrond, right? Here, I'll set... I think I have my heart set to... Belsimmer. Yeah, and then I'm going to get my Garrison Hearthstone, so it won't matter that, Here, I'm going to put this here, because I'm about to get my Garrison Hearth, so whatever. Let's go, Dollar on Hearth. Anyways. Oh yeah, they were trying to use a mathematically impossible strat. I tried to give them evidence that it was mathematically impossible, and they just told me that I was wrong, despite the evidence. By the way, they ended up having to use the strat that I suggested because they eventually realized that it was mathematically impossible. So, yeah, it's just unfortunate that they were so dead set that, no, we don't need to use this strategy, you're wrong, that it got to the point where I was just like, I can't be in this guild anymore. With the drama combined with just the absolute insistence on not listening to basic logic, I just had to leave. And then I joined some other guilds on Bleeding Hollow and got Mythic N'Zoth, killed it a few more times, got bored, and went back to Final Fantasy until, well, now. I guess until I made the Covenant spreadsheet. So I guess I played Final Fantasy for about like a month after killing N'Zoth, and, you know, I rated Savage rating in Final Fantasy, if you know what that is, for a bit. And then I got into the Shadowlands beta around that time. So I forget exactly when it happened, but all I know is when I stopped playing WoW after killing N'Zoth, I did not have Shadowlands beta. And then at some point around a month after, like when I had been playing Final Fantasy, I just checked and I had Shadowlands beta. So I was like, okay, well, I'll play this. So I kind of played around with Shadowlands beta for a little while, along with, you know, playing Final Fantasy. And then I got, like, really into, basically, the Covenant systems and stuff. When I say really into, I was really interested in theory crafting it. But, like, I quickly realized the more research I did and the more testing I did personally, that it was really imbalanced. And that's when I, you know, made the Covenant spreadsheet. I did a lot of my own research. I did a lot of my own practice. And I put that together. And then that kind of blew up, much to my surprise. You know, I made that more for my friends, by the way. That's the thing. I've always made, like, resources, like, you know, my leveling guide or my Covenant spreadsheet for just, like, my friends to use as a personal resource. I've been doing that for years. Like, I'll put together, like, a little spreadsheet. Like, I remember when patch 8.2 hit, I had, like, a little spreadsheet for benthic armor. And, like, what benthic armor combinations were good for different specs. Just because some people in my guild were curious about it. You know, I guess in retrospect, maybe I should have posted that to Reddit, but I never really thought about it. I made it for people in my guild. They liked it, and I was happy. But when I made the Covenant spreadsheet thing, two things happened. First of all, I shared it with a few people on Shadowlands beta, just because they, like, a few people were asking what Covenants were good, so I shared it with them. And then it kind of exploded, like, I'd say a mini explosion through word of mouth. And then I had moderators from, like, the different class discords messaging me to, like, provide me with updated information. I talked to Honorhold Mage, right? Yeah. And at that point, it already had around, like, 50 viewers consistently, which I was pretty happy with. And then I was, like, told by a bunch of my friends, like, oh, man, you really should post this to Reddit. Like, you know, people on Reddit will love this stuff. So I figured, okay, sure. And, I mean, it got like 1,600 views or votes, I guess, on Reddit, which at the time I thought was completely insane. But as we speak, I mean, my Reddit post now has like, what, 2,600 upvotes? So for the leveling guide, that's, to me, by the way, this whole leveling thing is crazy because I was already blown away, like, you know, in early September about the reception that my Covenant spreadsheet received. And then I did this leveling thing a bit later, and I figured, yeah, you know, leveling's not as popular as, you know, Covenant endgame stuff. You know, I don't think people will be too interested in this. And then, well, you know, the rest is history, I guess. Everybody here, like, has been super interested in this stuff. I've gotten a ton of messages from people who have been, like, really enjoying the leveling content, which I'm glad. I'm happy to hear that. But, yeah, I did not expect this to dwarf my Covenant spreadsheet. But, you know, here we are. It has. And I'm definitely very, very surprised by that. But I never noticed that trend. I just got chucked in. I've done this a million times. I've never actually seen that. Rip. But I never expected it to grow that big. So, first of all, I said this a million times. I'm, like, super grateful, by the way. You know, if you have, like, I guess, like, feedback or just, like, you want to say hi, like, by the way, feel free to message me on Discord. Because I know a lot of people have messaged me and they're like, oh, I'm really sorry, you know, I think I'm probably bothering you, but, like, blah, blah, blah. You're not bothering me. If I'm in the middle of a speedrun, by the way, I will just not respond until I'm done. But usually if somebody messages me in the middle of a run, I will make sure to respond to their message, like, as soon as I'm done. So right now I have, like, no active messages on Discord, but since I was doing more of a casual run, like, that guy messaged me in the middle of it earlier, so I basically tabbed out real quick to say, hey, I'm gonna run, so I can't really respond any further. But, you know, I love hearing back from everybody. There's been so much positive reception and just really nice stuff that people have said, and, you know, it's nice to hear it. It's like, it's cool. Like, I don't know, like, I'm honestly kind of new to this whole, like, YouTube thing, too, so you know, I never really considered like subscribers much. Like, I don't really know what it does. I guess like you get like notifications, right, when somebody makes a new YouTube video. I know there's like some hidden stuff in the algorithm, but like, you know, all like the YouTubers I've seen are always like, oh, make sure, you know, subscribe and hit that bell so that you can, you know, stay updated when I release a new video. It's like, I don't know. I mean, like, I'm pretty sure that if I put out a video and like you are interested in like this leveling stuff, you'll be able to find it. Like, it's not too hard. So, you know, I always think that's maybe like a bit of a cop-out. Like, you're gonna be able to find it. I even have like my Google Doc. Whenever I make a new video, I post it on there. I'm like, oh, hey, I made a new video about something. So people are able to find my stuff if they really want to. But I'll be honest, you know, for me, the whole subscriber thing, it's like, it makes my brain happy, I guess. You know, it's kind of cool to feel like, you know, there's all these people out there who actually really enjoy the stuff that I do. Because, I mean, I always, like I said, I've been doing this for fun for a while. So it's kind of cool that, you know, I can do something for fun and people actually like it. You know, I'm glad. It's like, you know, just a win-win scenario, really. But yeah, no, all that to say, really, if you have something you want to say, if you want to, like, hit me up on Discord, I even said in, like, one of my recent videos, I don't really have, like, necessarily, you know, like a YouTube channel Discord, but I have, like, my own personal Discord, I guess, which, you know, I don't know. I know, like, a lot of content creators, like, have, like, separate channels for, like, I guess, I don't know, it feels weird saying this word, fans, I guess, but I guess it's the right word at this stage. But, like, you know, they have separate fan Discords or whatever, and, like, you know, personal Discords. I don't know. I just have the one. I have my own Discord, like, tag, and then I have my own Discord server, which I use just for, you know, random shit posting that I find, or, I don't know, like, guild stuff. Like, you know, guild announcements, guild information. That's just where I kind of run everything that I do, like, in WoW. So I guess, like, I don't want to, like, post a public link to that Discord, because it's just one of those things where you never know, like, if it gets leaked. I don't know, like, I'm sure there's a lot of people out there who hate me, unfortunately. As much as I hate to say that, it's probably true. I mean, I've told you all these stories about, you know, all the guild drama I've had over the years. I'd like to think that I tried to handle it as best as I possibly could, but I know that in many of these cases, there were a few bridges that I did end up burning. Like, for example, that, like, last guild that I left, the one there where they, like, all left and made their own new guild, and then I left because I had disagreements in the strategy. When I left that guild, Hunter N basically spent weeks trying to harass me. Like, he would just constantly, like, basically stalk me on, like, new characters that he would make and, like, call me an asshole for, like, abandoning the guild and all this shit. Like, dude was an absolute fucking nut job, and I'm not even going into all the stories about how he would, like, talk about, or brag, actually, about fucking his stepsister. You know, like I said, dude was a nut job. I honestly would probably, like, get demonetized if I started telling some of the wacky stories that he said, because some of them are just really fucked up. So I won't. But, yeah, so he basically, like, stalked and harassed me for, like, a good week or two after I left that guild. So I'm sure I've made a few enemies, as much as it is unfortunate to say that. I don't like to, but it's just one of those things where when you try to be active in a guild, you know, and you get, like, involved in the social stuff, like, I try to make friends, but, you know, I guess, like, when you try to make friends, you're bound to make a few enemies, I guess. It's one of those natural things. Like, I know a lot of people, like, of course, I'm relatively, like, social with everybody, so I've met a few people in, like, guilds and stuff who basically tell me that, like, I'm one of the few people on the raid team they talk to, and they tend to be really quiet within raid because they just don't really like to draw attention to themselves, because they don't want to be embroiled in guild drama and whatnot, and I get it, you know, nobody really likes drama. I will say it's one of those things where sometimes I can enjoy sitting back and, you know, slash popcorning, but it does get a bit old when I'm just trying to, like, actually enjoy, like, a raid. And then some stupid drama comes up and it's just, ugh. Nobody wants to deal with that. But, you know, I have a lot of friends who just, they don't really like to be super social because they don't want to draw attention to themselves, and they're worried that if they do, like, you know, they're just going to get caught up in a lot of bullshit. And, like, I get that. I understand how that can be a concern. But I try to be social, I try to be active, which means, you know, a natural side effect is people drag me into their drama. I try to avoid it, but I also do, I try to mediate fights where I can. It does end up meaning that I do get dragged into drama, but I hate seeing like two people that I consider friends fight. So I guess maybe that's like a nasty habit of mine. I always try to like, you know, if I see people fighting, I try to like get them to resolve it. I try to like get into the middle and just like be like, okay, you know, let's work this out. But then half the time that means I end up getting dragged into it too. So it's like, you know, fuck it, can't win. Unfortunately. But, you know, I said it earlier, and I'll say it again. It absolutely makes my day or makes my morning, like, especially when I wake up and I see, like, a bunch of, like, Discord pings on my phone of, like, people messaging me, asking me questions. Like, you know, I know you might think it's like, I'm not going to bother the dude right when he wakes up. But, like, no, it's the exact opposite. I love waking up to, like, questions about, like, the speedrun and stuff. Because it's like, ooh, new person to talk to. It's just fun. It's always fun talking to new people. At least for me. I don't know. I used to have, like, absolutely terrible social anxiety. Like, really, really, really bad. Like, I remember, oh, man, I could not do public speaking at all. I guess I'd probably still be semi-nervous if, like, I had to speak in public. Like, you know, I wouldn't be able to speak 5 hours on end in public. That's for sure. But one of the main reasons I'm able to do this is just because, you know, I don't have... Like, even if, like, thousands of people are watching this, I don't have thousands of people staring at me while I do it. You know? It's like, they're watching, like, from a distance, which makes my anxiety a bit less. But it definitely is kind of one of those, like, you know, a bit semi-nervous feelings of knowing that, like, you know, thousands of people are listening to what I'm saying right now. It's like, you know, I don't want to say something stupid. Ooh, garrison card. But, I mean, I used to be so much worse with that. Like, pretty much all of middle school and, you know, elementary school, I was, like, just that shy kid who never spoke a word. And, you know, I had, like, friends, obviously, you know, who I played, like, WoW and stuff with. But, like, in class, I guess, I just would never talk. I was deathly silent. I don't know, I was afraid to, like, answer questions. You know, when you're a little kid, you know, obviously, you know, people can be mean. So I would always be afraid that, you know, like, the other kids would make fun of me or whatnot if I said something stupid in class, blah, 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 blah. Social anxiety sucks, right? You know, even if it doesn't make sense, you know, your brain basically tells you that you're an idiot and that other people are going to think you're an idiot if you open your mouth. So then you're like, yeah, I am an idiot. Thanks, brain. And it's just, it's not fun. It's not a fun feeling. But over the years, I think I've gotten a bit better at, like, working through that. I think, like, the main moment when I realized, okay, I may have a bit of a problem when it comes to, like, avoiding public speaking or avoiding just, like, learning how to handle public speaking, I guess, for lack of a better word, is in 7th grade. Yeah, 7th grade. I had, like, you know, a creative writing course. Not a creative writing. It was, like, it was just like a regular writing course. And we had to do a speech on, like, a topic of our choice. You know, the teacher had to approve it, and I wanted to do it on deep sea exploration. So I had, like, you know, my little essay about, like, you know, why we should, you know, focus more on deep sea exploration and how, like, you know, everybody wants to go to space, but, you know, like, you know, we haven't explored the ocean. Like, that's what we should focus on. I forget exactly what it was about. I will say I stand by that. I think deep sea exploration is cool as heck. There's a lot of really cool sea creatures down there, and, you know, we live on this planet, and yet half that shit is unexplored. It would be really cool if, like, you know, in the future, if technology advances to the point where we can, like, start really sending, like, you know, advanced submarines that can go super deep down and get, like, accurate data. Because right now we only have, like, rudimentary submersibles that can, like, go underwater for, like, short periods of time. And it's kind of hard to get, like, any accurate assessments from that. I don't know, I just think it's cool. Like, you know, seeing all the pictures of, like, anglerfish and whatnot, like, all the crazy shit that lives, like, super, like, in the dark parts of the ocean. I love that. So, when I had to do a speech, I did it on that. And we were allowed, as with most public speaking courses, to have note cards. Like, little flashcards with, like, bits of your speech as, like, memory points. And, you know, all the kids would have, like, you know, try to cram as much information onto those note cards as possible. so that they could do it. And, you know, one of the typical approaches is just try to fit your entire speech onto the note card. But, you know, some people tried that. It didn't work out well. But my approach was, I hate having to look like an idiot. And, like, that's the thing. You know, there's nothing wrong if you're doing a public speaking thing of having to look at your note cards, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, when you have really bad anxiety, which I did, my brain would basically tell me, oh, if I ever at any point during my speech look at my note cards, everybody in the class is going to think I'm an idiot who forgot my speech. So I don't want to look like an idiot. So I went up there without note cards. And what I had basically done the previous week is memorize my entire 5-page speech word for word, which, oh, that took a while. And I had the entire thing down to the last word. I had rehearsed it over and over and over. And the reason I had spent hours upon hours rehearsing and, like, remembering a 5-page speech was because I was dumb, and my anxiety was telling me that, God forbid I used flashcards, everybody in the class would think I was stupid. Anxiety is a bitch. And that's probably, like, one of the main points in my life when I realized I need to get over this anxiety thing, because I hated having to spend all of that time memorizing all of that stuff for the speech. You know, it wasn't fun. I didn't enjoy having to memorize it, but I just felt like I needed to. It was something I had to do. And I just remember thinking, man, if I could just get over this, life would be a whole heck of a lot easier. And I know that's obviously, you know, easier said than done, and trust me, it was. Or it wasn't. Or, you know what I mean? It was easier said than done. And that's how it actually ended up being. It took me a while to get to the point I'd like to think where I am now, where I'm not that nervous about public speaking, and I can relatively, like, you know, talk and, you know, let my thoughts go and construct coherent sentences for, you know, a long period of time without a script. But it wasn't easy to get to that point. But I did practice. And you know what? One thing that really helped was actually World of Warcraft. So I know a lot of people like to say that, oh, you know, people who play World of Warcraft, like, develop, like, worse social skills. Like, the reason that when I was a little kid I had poor social skills was not because I played World of Warcraft. It was because I had extremely bad social anxiety. That had nothing to do with WoW. In fact, WoW was what helped me get over it. Because the more that I started raiding in WoW, and the more that I had to communicate with people, the more I began to just get used to doing that. And then every single time I joined a new raid team, I would go out of my way to try and be friends with everybody on the raid team. I would go out of my way to talk to everybody, to try and, you know, reach out to everybody, like, make friends and stuff. I would put myself out there. And that's the reason why I started doing that. And I'd started talking to everybody in the raid team, which over the years has, as I've said, embroiled me in a good bit of drama. You know, not my intent, but, you know, when you make friends with a lot of people, you're bound to get dragged into shit. But the reason I did that was because I just wanted to basically overcome that anxiety of talking to people, of making friends, and I just forced myself to do it. And I was probably, like, the most awkward person ever, you know, the first few years I tried doing that. You know, it was hard as fuck for me to, like, strike up a conversation naturally. But, you know, I just kept pushing myself. I kept trying to do it more and more. I kept trying to say, no, I'm going to keep talking, I'm going to keep trying to make new friends, and... Wait, no, my Spire's a wreck. No, I want to go to Gorgrond. What the fuck? Can I fly to Gorgrond? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I kept doing that, and then, you know, here we are. I'd like to think I'm, you know, decently able to talk to people without getting, like, too shy or, like, you know, closing in, locking down, blah, 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 blah. I mean, IRL, it's still a bit more difficult, obviously. You know, face-to-face, like, you know, obviously, you know, with everything, like, you know, anxiety and stuff, I'm, like, obviously, to a certain extent, self-conscious about my, like, appearance, I suppose. I don't even think I'm necessarily ugly, it's just one of those things where, you know, your brain tells you, like, you know, people hate you. So, like, I know my dad has been always telling me, like, ever since I did my first video, he's like, you know, why don't you do, like, a face cam? Isn't that what all YouTubers do? I don't know. Like, maybe. But it's like, you know, you guys are here to see my speedrun content and I guess to hear my commentary. Like, I mean, what does having my face there add, really? I don't think it adds anything. But also that's at the same time, like, as I'm saying that, I'm trying to tell myself, I know that, like, you know, it doesn't hurt, but my brain is telling me, like, nobody would want that, blah, 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 blah. So as far as I think I've come with, like, my really bad social anxiety that I had as a kid, it's still not gone. It's still definitely there. You always have that nagging voice in the back of your head that, like, you know, tells you all these shitty things about yourself. I know a lot of people can definitely relate to that, and it sucks. It definitely does. But, you know, I just try to ignore it as best I can. That's pretty much all you can do. And now I gotta do Gorgrons. We'll say I'm not super looking forward to doing Gorgrons. Yeah, it's just one of those things where it's just not a terribly interesting zone. It's efficient, but eh. You know what? Since I am really hungry, and I've basically been talking for like 4.5 hours straight, I'm gonna run upstairs real quick. I probably should have done that at the start of the flight point, but whatever. You know, I don't want to have too much dead air, so I'll try to be fast. Alright, so now let me just check OBS. Yeah, so I went upstairs and got a pint of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. You know, I figured that's a nice thing to maybe, you know, tide me over until I can make like an actual dinner, because it requires no preparation. That said, I don't really think anybody here is interested in hearing me do ice cream eating ASMR or some shit like that. So I'm going to go ahead and mute my mic for the next 5 minutes or so. So yeah, sorry. Hopefully I would turn it back on and I don't forget, and then mute my mic for the rest of the speedrun. I'll try to remember. Anyways.
Light's blessing to you.
Testing, testing. Okay, I think it's working. The little slider thingy in OBS shows that it's like going up and down, so. Looks like my mic is back on. I tried to fill the void there with some stuff in /say. I'm kind of glad that this is a Brazilian server because, like, imagine I was just typing that shit in /say in like an American server. Everybody would just look at me like I'm fucking lunatic. But thankfully, well, first of all, I think there's like nobody here. But even if anybody did see that, I'm pretty sure all of them were on Horde. I'm surprised none of those hunters back there tried to gank me. I know it was kind of hard to convey that through chat, but I was really fucking scared there. I did not want to get ganked by one of those fucking hunters. So I was doing my best to try and be buddy-buddy. Also, I saw that monk, and at first I'm like, I could probably kill this guy. But then I also had the thought of, like, maybe I can't, and maybe even if I can, like, he's just gonna come back throughout the zone to haunt my dreams, so I should just try to be nice to him. I'm not gonna try to pick a fight. Oh, hey, look. There is a Volpera camp. Isn't the NPC, like, all the way down here? South? Oh, there he is. Volpera Mage. His name is Piss Baby. Okay.
Come, speak with me.
I need a moment. I wasn't mentally prepared for that. On a Brazilian server, you don't expect to have people like... I expect every name to be like some Portuguese thing that I don't understand. I don't expect it to just be Piss Baby. Oh, man. Alright, that got me. That got me. But yeah, so, oh yeah, definitely one thing, I will never stream at like 5 a.m. I'm gonna have relatively normal streaming times, because believe it or not, my actual hours of play, outside of crazy speedrun shenanigans, is relatively normal. No, I don't normally play it completely crazy hours. It's just one of those things where, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do for the purposes of the speedrun. I think I got credit. I think I timed that perfectly. I tried to like line up the champion's honor with the second that the detonation went off. I think I did it correctly. This is difficult though. I want to make sure I have enough time to get the Ravagers and Wasps. Yo, let's go. Okay. Obviously, you know, game design is a very loose term. I think, like, the official name for it, like, in my college is something different. But, like, that's basically what it is. And then also, you know, I have, like, a computer science minor and stuff. And I take, like, you know, a bunch of computer science classes. I thought about doing a double major, but it's just, like, you know, the main issue I have with the double major is... the double major would have required me to also take a bunch of math classes, and I'm going to be honest, I hate math. I took calculus, and, I mean, I passed it. I actually did decently well in it, but God, did I hate it. If you like calculus, I do not understand you. You know, more power to you, because if you enjoy that shit, I mean, wow, if I managed to enjoy calculus, it would probably be a lot easier for me, but calculus is just one of those things that I just spent so long just looking at it and going, huh? Like, I don't know. I could not, for the life of me, understand some of the shit. So, you know, like geometry, and like, I don't know, like algebra and like other forms of math, I guess. Generally speaking, I feel like, you know, they're rooted in some sort of like, you know, practicality in life. You know, there's like, you know, actual real life applications. And I've been told by my algebra by my calculus teacher that like, oh no, trust me, there's real life applications to calculus. And I mean, I'm sure there are, otherwise I doubt it would be taught. But all I'm saying is like, you know, I don't think I've used calculus once in my average day-to-day life. You know, if I'm going to be a rocket scientist and I need to get people, like, to the moon, then yeah, I'm sure calculus is probably pretty important. But if I'm going to be some dude designing games and, you know, coding away, what the fuck do I need calculus for? Like, that's one thing I also hate, where it's like, you know, like, most colleges seem to have this, where you need to have a ton of, like, math stuff to do computer science. Like, I mean, both of my parents are in computer science, and I know I have a lot of friends in computer science, and I've done quite a lot of coding by this point. You know, I'm a junior. I've done a lot of coding over the years. When the fuck do I use math? Aside from basic addition and multiplication, you know, basic formulas to do, like, calculation with, like, user data. But, like, I mean, I don't know. Like, 99.99% of the challenges in computer science are not, do you know calculus? It's like, can you, like, wrap your head around the logic used to basically do the, like, whatever algorithm or formula you need to solve this problem, so to speak? It's like, what's, like, the most efficient way to sort this data? Like, you know, what's the simplest way to do this bit of code and get this to, like, do what you want it to do? It's like, you could hard code it and you can do all this, like, fancy schmancy shit, or you could do, like, a really simple, elegant design that's, like, you know, only 5 lines of code, and then my dad will do it in 2, and he's like, oh, you still have a lot to learn. I'm like, okay, yeah, whatever. You know, you've been doing this for 40 years or whatever the fuck. So, like, you know, that's the challenge with coding. So that's why I never understand. It's like, what the fuck do I need calculus for? I don't know, maybe some, like, you know, professional dude out there is, like, watching my video and can tell me what the fuck I need calculus for, but I don't see it. I don't get what I need it for. I don't think it's very useful. Just my personal opinion on it. So that's the main reason I did a computer science minor, not a double major. Just because, you know, even though I am basically as interested in, like, the game design element as just the programming aspect itself, fuck math and fuck calculus. Not my forte. But I like programming. And I definitely like game design. I've talked about that a lot in, like, my videos, obviously. You know, I go on rants about, like, Blizzard Entertainment, blah, blah, blah. But I really do love game design. Not Blizzard's, maybe, in many cases. But I love analyzing game design and, like, you know, different things and how different games succeed and, like, capturing a certain, like, you know, element. Like, I talked earlier about Classic WoW. Like, the ability to capture that feeling of, like, mystery and wonder when I step into, like, Stone Talon Mountains. Like, that is an intentional game design decision. You know, they didn't just accidentally design that zone to be so good that 15 years later it still fills you with, like, a sense of wonder. No, that was done intentionally. That's because those guys were really fucking good at their job. So that's the kind of stuff that I'm interested in. I will say that's also one of those things where it's hard to, like, necessarily take a class in that, which is why a lot of the classes in my major aren't necessarily game design classes, because, like, a lot of that stuff is really just, you need to play games. It's like, you know, like, if you want to write a good book, you need to read good books. It's like, if you want to make a good game, you need to play good games. And, you know, so I play good games, and I try to have, like, a more analytical mind and approach when I play it, which just also helps because I really like min-maxing stuff. So that kind of comes naturally to me. But yeah, so, like, a lot of more of my classes are with, like, you know, I guess, like, the design aspect of, I don't know, like, graphics, animation. It's basically, like, stuff that doesn't necessarily fall into the category of programming. Even then, you do have some programming classes in the major. There is obviously a lot of overlap between game design and computer science. You know, they kind of go hand in hand. But you know, some of it, like, you know, will be more like animation, game music, but just like, I guess, using music in general. Then maybe just like visual design, like, you know, video editing, Photoshop classes, blah, 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 blah. But that's more of like, you know, a subset of the major. But there, I did take a few classes in that. I mean, I'm not amazing at Premiere, but like, you know, I know how to use Premiere to a decent extent. I know how to use Photoshop to a decent extent. But those were like 100 level courses. That was like the easy stuff. And then obviously there's some other stuff more in like, you know, not necessarily games, but like web design, you know, all that. So it covers like a pretty broad range of stuff. Games is just one of them. But that is more my interest, you know? I've always been interested in game design. If I can end up being a game designer, then that would be cool. I've always wanted to design my own game. I've made a few, like, you know, whatever Flash games, I guess, in Unity. I say Flash games, but I just mean, like, you know, the kind of games that you would play online. Like, generic, like, you know, 5-minute games of just, like, it's like, you know, it's a fun time waster, but it's, like, not something that I would want to, obviously, actually publish. But, of course, you know, when I eventually get more practice and whatnot, it would be cool to do something like that. And writing is another thing that, obviously, I'm really interested in. I mean, you can't really... I mean, actually, I was about to say you can't really be designing good games if you don't have good stories. There are good games out there that don't have good stories, but personally, I feel that the story aspect is a criminally underrated part of a good game. You know, a lot of good games out there are just, you know, shooty, shooty, bang, bang. Like, woo! Like, flashy visuals, good graphics, and whatnot. But, I don't know, I feel it's much easier to get engaged in a story, or in a game, when it has a compelling story. And, you know, like with Final Fantasy, I'm more willing to overlook, you know, some of the, you know, maybe slight flaws in the game design, and, like, the lack of endgame content, when I can just genuinely say I enjoyed the story. Because then I can walk away from the experience saying, I enjoyed what Final Fantasy was doing. I enjoyed that whole experience. And a lot of times it really helps that by having a good story. Like, I mean, some games have it all. One of the reasons why I said earlier Undertale is one of my favorite games of all time is Undertale is basically, in my opinion, like the complete package. Like, it has really interesting game mechanics in just terms of, you know, if you haven't played Undertale, by the way, play it. It's relatively cheap, and it's honestly, in my opinion, one of the best games ever created. I know some people might be like, all right, yeah, stop sucking Undertale's dick, but I love Undertale. I think it's a phenomenal game. I'm actually going to set my Hearth at Beast Watch. But yeah, it has some really, really creative game mechanic usage things. Like, I don't want to go into too much spoilers, but basically the way that Undertale takes some of its game mechanics and makes the player interact with it, I think is really, really innovative and really cool. And Undertale has, in my opinion, a phenomenal story that, like I've said earlier, very few games have made me cry. Final Fantasy XIV is one of them, and I'd say Undertale is probably the only other one. I'm sure if I really thought about it, if I, like, dug through my Steam library, actually, come to think of it, I think Life is Strange made me cry. That was years ago, but yeah, that game definitely made me tear up a bit. But, like, yeah, there's very, very few games that are, like, powerful enough to make me cry. And Undertale, you know, I was ugly crying at the end of Undertale, I'll be completely honest. That game just is so good. So it has amazing gameplay, really good mechanics, you know, a fantastic story, and by far some of the best music, at least in my opinion, of any game ever. So Undertale is just the full package. Like, it's so, so good. And that's one of those things. It's like, you know, Undertale may not do one particular thing amazingly well, but it does it does so many things really, really well, to the point where as a total complete game, it is just, in my opinion, a masterpiece. Like, I've played games with better combat than Undertale. I've played games with better story than Undertale. I've played games with better music, but Undertale is basically like my second favorite game in all of those aspects, to the point where the fact that it has all of them in a single game, and it's that good, it's just, yeah, it ends up just being my favorite game. I'm pretty sure I can safely say Undertale is like my favorite game of all time. It's just so good. There are other games that, you know, I really like, but that's the thing. It's like, you know, like I could say probably, you know, Total War Warhammer 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. I've only been playing it for the past few years, but it's quickly taken that spot. But Total War Warhammer 2, I mean, it's a strategy game. It doesn't really have a story. You know, the music is, I mean, effectively non-existent. It has music, but, you know, the music is just kind of whatever. But the gameplay and game mechanics of that game are just so good. It's just so much fun. So that's the thing. You know, when I can play a game and just absolutely love every aspect of its gameplay, I don't give a shit if it doesn't have a good story. I can play Total War Warhammer 2 for days on end. Like, if you think I can play WoW for a while in one sitting, I've basically sat there and played Total War Warhammer 2 for like almost 24 hours non-stop, and it's a single-player game, and I wasn't like recording or anything. I just could not stop playing. I was just having so much fucking fun. So, you know, there's a lot of different things that can make a game good, but I think the most surefire way to make a good game is to just have all of those elements, at least in some degree. Not forced, you know, you don't need to have, like, if your game isn't meant to have a story, not every game is meant to. Don't try to force a story. I think actually one of the biggest downfalls of some games is trying to put a story where there is none. Actually, you know, a game that comes to mind is Superhot. So Superhot is a game that's, you know, some of you might have heard of it, but it's like a first-person shooter, single-player first-person shooter, and it's like time only moves when you move. So it's kind of like, you know, it's like the Matrix, basically. You're like moving slow motion and fighting enemies, and you could like deflect bullets and like, you know, throw guns and like do really precise like maneuvers because you're basically like moving in slow motion. And then when you start taking steps, time speeds up. So you take steps, you do your actions, then you slow down to like process the situation. One of the main issues I have with Superhot, you know, the gameplay is fun, but god damn does the story suck ass. And the problem is, whoever wrote the story for Superhot thinks it's amazing, and you can tell. And that's one of the things that just makes it unbearable. It's like such pretentious garbage, and it just makes absolutely no sense, and I just could not stand it. And so the original Superhot, it wasn't too demanding, and like the story didn't really interrupt the flow of the gameplay that much. It was like you would have like little story breaks in between levels of just dumb shit where they would basically be like, oh, like basically making metaphors of you, the player, as like a dog who wants to do more and kill more enemies. And it's just like, okay, dude, let me play the next level. But Superhot 2, Superhot 2, despite the fact that I actually liked the gameplay, I uninstalled it and it earned one of my very rare negative reviews on Steam because I could not continue playing it because it had like minute-long breaks of just pretentious garbage story where you would have to basically slow walk through like this scene or whatever to shoot like a virtual copy of yourself in the head. And they would try to prove a point of like, this is you, this is your arrogance, you push through because you want more, but what will it cost? You're going to meet like an untimely end, and it's like, oh my god, just let me play the game. I don't care. So when you have a bad game designer who is just way, way too happy with their own storytelling, and it's bad, oh my god, it can be a real detriment to a video game. And Superhot 2, what the fuck were you thinking, developers? Holy shit. Literally ruined a perfectly good game for me just because I could not stand the story bullshit. So yeah, there's a fine line. You know, if you want to have a story, it can be like, you know, a nice side thing. I'm trying to think of a recent game I've played that has like a nice side story. You know, two good examples, Hotline Miami and Katana Zero. So Hotline Miami and Katana Zero are both very similar in that they're like 2D, one is top-down, one is side-scroller, like, really fast-paced, like, I guess, for lack of a better word, like beat-em-up games, where you're just, like, flying through levels, and it's, like, you versus, like, a bunch of different enemies, and you have to, like, try to kill them all, and you, like, die in a single hit. So it's like basically you're just like really trying to get like the right exact combo chain and like really good reaction time to beat the level. I mean, they're relatively well-known games, I would say, but just in case you haven't heard of it, I want to at least give like a minor description. Both, in my opinion, amazing games. I absolutely love them. But I will say, I don't care that much for either one of their stories. But, like, I don't mind it because it doesn't really get in the way of things. Like, I will say, actually, Katana Zero had a decently nice story. The only thing is, it came out, like, 2 years ago, and the story ends on, like, a complete and total cliffhanger. And, like, the developer was like, oh, yeah, you know, in a few months, we'll basically put out a patch that has, like, the rest of the game. And, I mean, they never have, and they've said that they ended up basically making, like, what is equivalent to a free patch that's, like, the size of a second game, but, like, it's been 2 years and it's still not out yet. Like, I can't really fault them, like, you know, if they're gonna make it free content, like, you know, free content is free content. But it is one of those things where it makes it hard to really, like, say whether or not I like the story when it currently has no satisfying conclusion. So, maybe they'll be able to wrap it up in a way that's interesting. Maybe they won't. So I guess Katana Zero is, you know, TBD. But I will say the gameplay, at least, was really fun. I absolutely love Katana Zero, and every now and then I sometimes go back and just play it for fun. Because it's just one of those games where, you know, it's a good time passer. If I'm bored, I'll just replay a few Katana Zero levels. Same thing with Hotline Miami. I'll just play a few levels, try to get, like, an S rank for fun. It's just a fun game. Hotline Miami is especially egregious, though. The first game, they almost bordered into super hot territory. They have a few sections that are very tedious for the sake of pushing the story, which, to be honest, is completely nonsensical nonsense. I mean, I know nonsensical nonsense is like double negative or whatever, but it's just, it makes no sense. I can't even try to explain the story of Hotline Miami. I don't even fucking know how to explain Hotline Miami's story. There's, like, YouTube videos out there trying to dissect it. I don't know. It's basically like an alternate universe where, like, you know, the Cold War was, like, not won by America, even though it wasn't, like, directly a war. But then there's, like, Russian influence of the American government causing people to, like, go on, like, insane murder sprees, like, for the Russian mob. It's wacky. And this, like, the craziest shit about this is none of it's, like, actually really presented in the game. You get, like, these basically, like, hallucinogenic trips through the game cinematic that give you, like, basically bits and details of the story, and you have to kind of, like, piece together what the fuck it is that you just watched to actually understand what's going on. So, Hotline Miami has a very interesting way of conveying its story, but for the most part, it doesn't really interfere with the gameplay. The first game, a little bit. The second game, I think they did a pretty good job at making it not too bad. First of all of the stuff in the second game is skippable, but even, you know, I didn't skip it, I played through it, but even the story bits, they're relatively short. It's like, you know, a bit of, like, dialogue in between levels, and then you get onto the next level, and then, you know, you're just carving your way through, like, you know, a Russian mafia base and whatnot, and you're like, all right, this is fun. I'm back into it. So, you know, not much downtime in it. So I will say, you know, sometimes you do need to take risks. Like Undertale, for instance, has some sections in it where they have, like, extended periods of story. And I know not everybody loves the Undertale story to the degree that I do. But to me, because I love the Undertale story, it does really work. There's, like, you know, an entire section at the end where for, like, 5 minutes you basically walk down a hallway and do nothing else. And you basically have, like, you know, voices monologue to you about, like, the backstory of the world right before you get into the final boss fight. And, like, that's exactly the kind of thing that I just said I think games shouldn't do. The difference is I actually thought Undertale's story was fucking amazing. So having all of these characters build up over the course of the game, and then, like, you know, there's like a few basically like mysteries that you're not really sure about what happened, like what set the stage for like, you know, the world that you're seeing in Undertale. And then you get to like the very end when you're about to fight the last boss who's been kind of shrouded in mystery, like throughout the entire game. And then you basically have this like 5-minute monologue telling like the backstory. And it's just this really eye-opening moment of like, oh, that makes sense now. And it's just, it's so good. And then, I mean, the final boss fight, I won't give any spoilers, is fucking bonkers, insanely good, so well written. Oh, I mean, man, I could gush about Undertale for days, about how much I absolutely adore everything about it. It's just such a good game. But yeah, that's the thing. You know, I guess Toby Fox, the guy who created it, to some extent is taking a risk by doing that, by basically making the players sit through 5 minutes of unskippable story. It's like, I mean, you better like the Undertale story, or that part is going to seem extremely tedious. But, you know, thankfully, the general consensus is that Undertale had a really good story. So that aspect of the game ends up really highlighting one of the game's strengths instead of hindering it. Like, you know, that really good monologue, that really good story moment right before the final boss of the game is something that now sticks with me. Like, when I think about Undertale, I think about that 5-minute monologue. I think about how mind blown I felt, and like just, it was so powerful and moving reading that and like all the story and stuff and going like, wow, that makes sense now. Like, it adds to my enjoyment in my memories of the game. So yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. That's the thing. You know, there's no clear-cut way on how do you design a good game, because there's so many different types of games and there's so many different types of players. So I think, you know, there's certain there are certain things that you don't want to do that like are kind of a mistake, like, you know, with the whole super hot rant I went on. But sometimes, you know, like with Undertale, you got to take risks at the same time. You know, it might seem counterintuitive, but if you are really confident in one aspect of your game and you're like, you know, I really think that people are going to enjoy this, then go with it. Which, you know, I didn't even mean to take it in this direction, but actually, now that I think about it, is one of the main issues that I have with modern Blizz game design. They are too afraid of taking risks. I actually, now that I think about it, it's probably one of the biggest issues. They're too afraid to take any risks with the game. They're too afraid to take any risks with the story. The story is just such a bland, formulaic, high school fanfic nonsense piece of garbage at this point, and I just can't stand it. It's like, back in the day, you know, they at least did something interesting with the story. I mean, the whole, like, Deathwing destroying the world thing, like, that had way more implications, whether you like it or not, than Sylvanas ripping a helmet in half and creating a portal that we all know is going to be closed, like, by the end of the expansion. It's like they're trying to make it seem like this big, impactful thing, but, like, it's like, we know that it won't matter. Argus was in the fucking sky 2 expansions ago, and now it's a fucking dot. Can I see Argus from here? No, because I'm on Draenor, right? Yeah, so now Argus is just a little blip in the sky. We literally had a sword from Sargeras driven into the planet, and nothing happened. The only thing it did was a contrivance to set up this whole idea of, like, Azerite, and it's like, oh, here's this major plot point of Sargeras stabbing the planet. By the way, the reason we did this is so that we can implement a new player power system. Like, God, why? Take more risks, goddammit. Please. I mean, fuck. You know, they don't even kill off major characters anymore. They're too fucking afraid to do that. When was the last time they killed off a major character? Like, they set up Rastakhan as, like, you know, a little fucking dummy to be knocked over, like, within the first patch. I don't even count that. But, like, Jaina fucking ice blocks and teleports away. Hell, we don't even kill Ashara, come to think of it. Like, Ashara, a big bad that has been set up for a while, she doesn't even fucking die. She just says, I will get you next time, and blah. So frustrating, man. It's so frustrating. You know, fucking, look, Talador, remember this little cutscene here in Shatra City, or Shatra, whatever? I don't fucking know how to pronounce it. When you have Murad, who, like, you know, I guess, spoiler alert for fucking Warlords of Draenor content, Vindicator Murad, who is a relatively big lore figure for a while, he was literally one of the first Draenei ever shown in official Blizzard material. Like, he was in the BC reveal trailer. Like, pretty important character. He dies in Talador. he gets fucking killed by Blackhand. Like, I don't know, that's a pretty big lore detail. You know, it's like pretty significant. That was a pretty impactful moment. At least I felt so. And then, you know, you have the other shit that at the end of WoD with like, Draenor is free, which is just obviously, you know, a complete meme at this point. And then fucking Duratan dies off screen. Is that basically too soon of a spoiler? For anybody who hasn't done the Magkar Orc intro scenario or whatever, or unlock scenario, I guess. Duratan is dead. He dies off screen. You basically go to unlock the Magkar Orcs, and they tell you, oh, yeah, Duratan? That guy? Yeah, he died like 30 years ago. He got killed by Urel or something like that. And you're just like, wait, what? Like, you can't even show it? They had so much missed potential with that Magkar Orc unlock scenario. They basically completely revamped Gorground just for that, and then it just felt so... Ugh. I didn't like it. Especially, I mean, I think everybody had a bad taste in their mouth after, oh, Herder or Duratan dies off screen. That was just kind of a kick in the nuts. So, you know, what are you going to do? But that's the thing. You know, they're too afraid to actually take risks with storytelling. They're too afraid to take risks with, you know, game design. Like, instead of actually doing any sweeping changes to classes, like Vengeance Demon Hunter, they just keep nerfing Spirit Bomb little by little by little by little. It's like, fucking rework the ability, you cowards! It applies for so many other classes. When was the last time? Like, the last time we've seen major class changes, I guess, was Legion. But even then, I would argue that Legion did more harm than good. A lot of their changes in Legion were simply removing abilities and dumbing down specs. The last time they actually made major, you know, innovations in design was WoD. You know, say what you will about WoD, but the class design was on point, and I'm pretty sure anybody who played it current content would agree with me. Like, Brewmaster Monk, a lot of the changes they made in WoD, I loved. Bring back fucking Chi Explosion, and like, legit Chi Explosion, when basically it was like, you know, a spender. Well, first of all, bring back Chi for Brewmasters, for starters. You can't have Chi Explosion without that. I think they gave it to like Windwalker or something, but no, I want it back as a Brewmaster talent. I want fucking Chi Explosion. I want to be able to like have an interesting, you know, spender where the effects that I gain change depending on the amount that I spend into it. I think I said in like one of my speedruns earlier, the thing is now I'm not sure, because now I'm like, wait, did I say that in the 4 hours of footage that I lost? I'm not sure. So let's pretend that I did, and I don't really like combo point specs. So I will say, I said earlier, tell me what class you want me to play for the next speedrun, like race and class. I should correct that. I will play anything except Rogue. And I will say, I will pick the spec. So, you know, don't think you're cute telling me to level, like, you know, a Holy Priest or something. Like, if I play a Priest, I'm going to play, like, a Shadow Priest. Or a Discipline Priest. I might play Disc. But, you know, I'm not going to level, like, some really frustrating healer. Like, you know, if you tell me to level a Resto Druid, I'll just say, yeah, no. Like, I've already leveled multiple Druids. If I level a Druid, it's going to be Feral or it's going to be Guardian. I am not going... Or Balance, actually. I like Balance, too. But I'm not going to level a Resto Druid. So, like, you name the class, name the race, and I'll pick one that I like out of the comments. But I will not do Rogue. That is the one thing, sorry. I hope nobody's already commented that. I do not like Rogue. I don't even have a Warlock at max level, and I am more willing to play Warlock than I am to play Rogue. Because Warlock is one of those things where it's like, I've never really given Warlock a fair try. I might play it, but it's just... I don't really think I would enjoy it a whole lot, but at least I can't say for sure if I wouldn't. So, you know, if people really want me to play a Warlock, I can play a Warlock. Like, I can try it. But I've played a Rogue, and I can say for a fact that I hate the Rogue playstyle. Nothing wrong with it, you know, for all you Rogue mains out there, you know, I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with Rogue. I just, generally speaking, do not like combo point playstyles. The one exception to that, which is why I said this, was Chi Explosion for Brewmaster Monk, because I liked Chi Explosion because it wasn't a typical combo point thing. Like, obviously, Chi is in some degree a combo point system, but the way that I think of combo points is like, basically, you get increased effect the more you spend. So, you know, some people might call holy power a combo point system, but like, you know, look at protection. This consumes 3 holy power. You know, this consumes 3 holy power. It's not like, you know, when I think combo points, I think consumes 1 to 5 holy power and deals increased number depending on how much you consume. Like, no, I have a resource system as protection, but I do not have a combo point system. To me, there's a difference. And Chi Explosion was a combo point system, but whereas a lot of like rogue abilities are basically just does X increase damage depending on what combo point you spend, or like Slice and Dice increases the duration based on how many combo points you spend, something like that. I dislike that, but Chi Explosion was cool. It was like every single extra Chi you spent gave it like a new interesting effect. Like one of them would just do flat damage, but then the other one would like do flat damage and heal you. Then it would do flat damage and purify some of your stagger. Then it would do flat damage and explode to nearby targets. So there was like that break point of you wanted to get, I think it was like 4 chi, so that you could basically get it to reach the point where it would cleave onto multiple targets. And then I forget what the 5 chi effect was. I'm pretty sure you didn't really use it a whole lot. But either way, it was cool because it wasn't just every time you spent an extra combo point, it did X amount more damage. It was like, depending on what effect you wanted, you know, if all you wanted was to purify your stagger on a single target, well then you could start spamming Chi Explosion at 2 Chi. But if it was an AoE fight, and you were trying to cleave multiple targets, well then you wanted to be using your Chi Explosion at 4 Chi. And that was a really cool design. It was kind of confusing to learn for a lot of people, which is why I assume Blizzard removed it, which is a shame. Once again, they don't like taking risks anymore. But I thought it was fun. I thought it was really fun. And, you know, like, look at like other stuff, like Gladiator Stance, for instance. Oh my god, what have they done to my boy? Gladiator Stance, come on. It's like, that was so cool. Like, it was such a unique design of like a tank that could do damage, like literally do damage, like you were a DPS. Obviously, I can do damage, it's like a prop pally. I mean, look at this shit. Boom! That's a pretty hefty chunk of damage. But I mean, I could actually be a DPS as a tank. That's cool. That's a really unique design choice. I've never seen a game do that before. I've played quite a few MMOs, and I've never seen them actually have it where, you know, a tank can just swap on the fly to a damage dealer with a talent. That was a really unique design choice. I was digging it. And then they just said, too problematic. We don't feel like designing it more. Let's just remove it. And, why? It was so cool. Like, I know every warrior out there who ever played Gladiator Stance wants it to be brought back. It was so much fun. Please, Blizzard, I'm begging you. Bring back Gladiator Stance. But then also, it's just like, you know, I mean, I can name a million different examples. You know, one, I guess the last one I'll name because it has a personal place in my heart. Breath of Sindragosa Blood Decay. Please. I love Breath of Sindragosa Blood Decay. That was my favorite Blood Decay playstyle, and they removed it. And then they had the balls to basically put Bone Storm back in there and tell us that it was basically a replacement for Breath of Sindragosa. So, for people who don't know how Breath of Sindragosa works relative to Bone Storm is you spend up to 100 runic power, and you channel a Bone Storm, or not channel, I guess you cast a Bone Storm, depending on how long or how much runic power you spend, and it lasts that X amount of time. So if you spend 100 runic power, it will last 10 seconds, I think. They might have tweaked the values a little bit. But that's the general idea. It's like, you know, let's say it lasts 1 second. Well, that's the thing. You know, you can't funnel any additional runic power into it. And you might say, well, obviously, you know, you get what you spent. But Breath of Sindragosa was different. Breath of Sindragosa, you could keep going infinitely if you were really, really good. It had a major skill cap component. And that made it so much fun for me. So Breath of Sindragosa, instead of being you spent X amount and this is how long it lasts, it had an activation cost of however much runic power, and then every second or 2 seconds or whatever, it would consume more runic power to keep it going. but it did not have a set duration, so you could continue using abilities while it was going. So it was like a race against time type of playstyle, where you were trying to generate enough runic power to basically keep up with the, you know, ever-consuming cost of Breath of Sindragosa damage. And there were a lot of builds that specifically worked around increased runic power generation. Like for normal Blood DK, obviously, you know, if you're just doing like your regular rotation, you don't need that much runic power. You need... My quest log is full. Sure, that should be good. Yeah, so it's like, you don't need a ton of runic power, but here, it's like you needed effectively infinite runic power. It was just like a very different build from most normal Death Knight builds. So, you know, for example, you know, technically speaking, haste is always a really good stat for Death Knights. I'm sure any Death Knight main knows that very well. Haste is your joke. He dashed out with my fucking amazing. Okay. So haste is really good because it basically reduces your, obviously, like, ability timers, but also your rune recharge rate. So you double dip a lot because of that. So normally haste was always your best stat, or like, you know, mastery or something like that. But when multi-strike was added, you know, may it rest in peace, why the fuck they kept versatility and removed multi-strike, I will never know. I loved multi-strike. And one of the reasons is because multi-strike for Blood DK, it's when you got a multi-strike proc, in addition to getting the extra damage from like an attack, you would generate like a little bit of extra runic power. So the idea was, by building super heavy multi-strike on a Blood DK, you could basically get so many tiny little multi-strike procs, but each multi-strike proc, despite only doing maybe like a tiny bit of damage, gave a flat amount of runic power. So it created this really interesting scenario where you were really going fast through your rotation and trying to do all these different things to like proc as many multi-strikes as possible. You had, I mean, it doesn't give multi-strike anymore, but where is it? Iron Maidens. So you had Vial of Convulsive Shadows. Now it gives haste because multi-strike is a removed stat, but it used to be an on-use multi-strike item. So you would pop that during your burst window, and then that would make it so you got like a shit ton of procs in a short window. And basically you were just chaining all these multi-strike procs to regen your runic power, and your runic power bar was like a seesaw. It was going up, then getting consumed by breath, up, then getting consumed by breath. But really good players were able to maintain that infinitely. If you had the right build and you were really good at Blood DK, you could keep that going infinitely. And it did a lot of damage. So it was a really high skill cap build, but it was a really different build than anything else that existed for tanks. And I thought it was really fun, and then Blizzard just removed it. So like right now, I mean, like I just described two really, really cool tank builds that existed in WoD, you know, Chi Explosion and Breath of Sindragosa. And then now, I would say Frat Pally is probably the most interesting tank currently, which is a shame, because as much as I like Frat Pally, I honestly don't think that it holds a candle to either of the two specs I just described. You know, both of them had more interesting mechanics. I would say even Legion Vengeance Demon Hunter, you know, some people may disagree with me on this, but I loved Legion Vengeance DH. I thought it had a lot of like really high skill cap stuff with the way that your burst window interacted in terms of Fiery Brand. I absolutely loved that playstyle. So I would say like those three types of tanks, WoD Brewmaster and Blood and Legion Vengeance, all had really high skill caps, and right now nothing in, you know, BFA and Shadowlands really compares to that. There's just no similar build. Prot Pally is the most you get, and Prot Pally is really just more of a relatively simple burst rotation type of tank, where you have like, you know, Avenging Wrath and Seraphim, and you know, if you're playing Lightforged Draenei, you can snapshot Light's Judgment at the exact right time. So like the trick with Light's Judgment, by the way, for people who don't know, Light's Judgment, the damage that it deals is snapshotted the moment it goes off, not when you apply it. So if you activate Light's Judgment on a target, which does not put you in combat, or pull a mob. So what I could do is a few seconds before a boss is going to be pulled, I can apply Light's Judgment, and then it consumes a GCD, but if that GCD is before the boss is pulled, it doesn't matter. Then I can do Avenging Wrath, then I can do Seraphim, if I'm able to use Blessed Hammer to generate. So, like, you know, if I could, basically, I could demonstrate it right now, actually, just for fun. So I use Blessed Hammer, I get up to 3 Holy Power. Then I apply this, then I do this, then I do this, and then it goes off. And it snapshotted all of those buffs that I just used. And then basically, suddenly, the moment it goes off, if you line it up properly, that's right with the boss pull. So now you're getting this massive burst of damage immediately upon pulling the boss, and you've also managed to use both of your cooldowns just before the boss pull, but you're not even wasting your cooldowns because you're using them to snapshot that big chunk of damage, which is one of the reasons why I absolutely love Lightforged Draenei Racial, and which is why it's unfortunate that you can't use it on Horde. So, you know, I don't get to use it when I play Prop Peli on Horde, which, you know, makes me sad. I love Lightforged Draenei Paladin.
Can I help you? Yes,
But, what was I saying? Yeah, I don't know. I think I wish they did more interesting things with tanks. I think, there's a lot of really interesting, like, tank design in Final Fantasy XIV. Not to directly compare the two games, but, like, Gunbreaker, for instance. I love Gunbreaker's burst window. It has, like, a lot of, like, off-GCD weaving, which is something that WoW tanks, at least, have not really had in recent years. So, like, a lot of people will criticize Final Fantasy XIV for its, like, increased GCD. But I would actually argue that Final Fantasy XIV, at least certain specs, are really, or jobs in Final Fantasy is what it's called. But it's basically like WoW specs. But Final Fantasy, like, jobs have really, really, really tight timings on, you know, your ability usage, even more so than a lot of stuff in WoW, because you have to use your abilities, but then you also have to weave in off-GCD stuff at the exact time. So you use an ability, and then you do off-GCD, off-GCD, another ability, off-GCD, off-GCD, and weave, 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 weave. And it's like, sure, there is a longer global cooldown, but your APM is roughly equal, if not in some cases higher, than WoW APM, because you have so many buttons to press in your off-GCD window. And, you know, that's not for everybody, and there are certain, like, tanks and DPS that are not super off-GCD heavy, but I love that. I love having a lot of buttons to press. I love having a fast rotation. So for me, doing something like that is really fun. I love Gunbreaker. It's a really fun tank. Also, you know, for anybody who isn't super familiar with Gunbreaker, like, gun blades are like a Final Fantasy staple, and Gunbreaker is a tank that uses a gunblade. And I think gunblades are super sick. Like, having a gun built into your sword, it's just fucking cool. So if I get to play a tank that also has a literal gun built into their sword, like, yeah, sign me up. It's just a nice bonus that the playstyle is actually really fun, in my opinion. And they do a shit ton of damage. Like, they have really good burst damage. But I'm happy enough with Prop Valley, I should say. I can't really complain too much. This is... Unless something major changes, which I've been following the latest beta builds, and nothing major has changed with Prop Pally. They did a few minor nerfs to their covenants, but, like, none to the functionality, which, like, I mean, if my abilities all do 5% less damage, does it matter? Like, yeah, sure, it's a minor nerf to me, but if Prop Pally is still the top damage tank, which it is, then who cares if all of my abilities do 5% less damage? It's not going to change the way I play the spec. It's not going to change, like, my progression. I'm still going to be trying to do a lot of damage. I'm still going to be the top damage tank. That's just how it goes with Prop Pally. So, I honestly don't really mind a lot of the latest changes. I wish they'd do more. I've already gone into detail about how I think they should change Divine Toll. But yeah, it's one of those things where it's just... I don't know. I'm happy enough with it. I'll probably play Prop Valley. Like, at this point, I mean, I think WoW had said that the the latest build looks to be a release candidate. I'm not sure if Blizzard has come out and outright confirmed that it is. So until I get official confirmation that, like, this current beta build is what we're going to be releasing Shadowlands with, well, then I know, okay, this is a good time to update my Covenant spreadsheet, and it also will tell me that I can now make a final pick on tanking. But I can say for a fact right now, in case it wasn't obvious by the amount of paladins I've been leveling, Crop Pally would be my choice at this exact moment in time. You bitch. Did you attack me? Okay, no, that was the thing wearing off. Do you want to fight me? I don't think you do. I could have ran on top of you and one-shot you with my, you know, level up bonus, but I decided to spare your life because I don't think that's a fair way to kill you. But I shall spare your life. You get to live, Mr. Brazilian dude. God, I love Prot Valley. This is so good. Find me another class that can do a pull like that. I don't even know if I could have survived that in Guardian Druid. Maybe with all of my OP stuff. Sure. But like, if I was doing that on a Guardian Druid with like gear comparable to like this Prot Valley, god damn. That's just so overpowered. It would be funny if, like, the entire thing of coming under 7 hours ended up being down to me fucking around with my transmog. Oh, that would be tragic.
Help you find something?
But no, I got a good bit of experience here. I do want to check my mail. Is that dumb to do right now? Probably. Right, high pass. I guess I do have a backup plan. You know, I have roughly 6 minutes. If this isn't enough to ding, which, I mean, I'm 99% sure it is. I'm about, like, 3/4 away, and I have every single proof of strength, right? Like, this has to be it.
Come, speak with me.
Yeah, this has to be it. Come on.
How goes the fight?
Please? Yeah, we got it. Okay. Woo! Level 50. Yay. Champion! Azeroth cries out for your aid. Yeah, okay, Magni. I'm gonna get right on that. Play my 50th fucking character through Battle for Azeroth endgame. Yeah, no thank you. But yeah. We got every proof of strength! Yay! I'm kind of happy about that. Obviously, I will say, I've said it before, I'm kind of tired. So obviously, you know, my last run, when I got sub 5 hours, I was so excited. I'm happy with this run. You know, sub 7 hours for, you know, an Alliance run with, like, this is basically all I have in the way of consumables. Draught of 10 lands, swiftness potions, and goblin gliders. I have enchanted heirlooms, but like in the most rudimentary form. Like, you know, I don't really have super good enchanted heirlooms. 7k. All right, I'm happy with having 7k left over. 7k left over means that I'll actually be able to fund maybe not an amazing Alliance speedrun, but a decent Alliance speedrun. I'll keep trying it. We'll see. I will say my next run is probably going to be with Anniversary Buff, because I did say I wanted to do this as more of like a proof of concept of, like, oh, this is what an Alliance speed run without Anniversary Buff, like, you know, an average time would probably look like. Because if people want to see, like, you know, a good run for 10 to 50 after Shadowlands launches when they don't have Anniversary Buff, I still want them to be able to have something to refer to. So, you know, if you're watching this after Shadowlands, you know, I hope it's helpful. Obviously, You know, I tried my best to make like a decent route on the fly. You know, if you are watching after Shadowlands, I mean, that's probably what, like 2 months? Yeah, well, I mean, it's technically only a month from now, but like, if you're actually looking into leveling a new character in Shadowlands, I'd expect that you're probably not doing it right at the start of the expansion. So maybe you're doing it like, you know, about a month after launch. But at this point, well, by that time, I've probably uploaded some more like new refined alliance routes, but most of them from here on out will probably be using the anniversary buff, which means that I'll basically be cutting out some of the inefficient bits. But if you're not using anniversary buff, which is pretty much, this is like the standard setup for anything that happens after Shadowlands launch, this is the route you're going to want to use. I'd say this is a pretty good route. We'll see. There's obviously some minor optimization to be done. As always, I'm going to have a link to my Google Doc in the description. I have a constantly updated Google Doc that has like all of the details about my route, all of my video links for you to watch. Everything is there. If you want a good source of information, if you just want to update it, or if you want to check it every single day, like if I make a new video, it's going to be posted there. So you don't even need to check YouTube. You can just update that, refresh the page. And if my doc says that there's a new video, there's a new video. If my doc says the guide has been updated, then there you go. You can look to see what's been changed. So far, I haven't done enough sweeping changes to make like a change log like I have with my spreadsheet. Most of the changes I've made recently have been more like clarification. And I feel like the dollar run Hearthstone strat is just so much better than my original route that it's not even worth noting that like, oh yeah, I made minor changes. I basically just redid the existing route to include the dollar run Hearthstone thing. And now that I've tested it out in multiple speedruns, I think this is my 4th speedrun. Technically my 5th if you include the speedrun that I ended halfway through with the lost footage. So this is like my 5th speedrun where I use the dollar run Hearthstone trick. And in every single case, it has proven to be extremely efficient. It's 100% a viable substitute for both Volpera and Dark Iron Dwarf. I love it. It's an amazing strategy. I'm glad it managed to work out the way I wanted it to. And hopefully Blizzard doesn't nerf it. But I guess that remains to be seen. So unfortunately, I didn't manage to finish before 2 a.m. It is now 2:05 a.m. here. But hey, at least it's not 5 a.m. My last few runs, I would start them at 5 and I'd finish them at like, you know, 9, 10 in the morning. I get to have at least a solid night's sleep today, which, yay. I'm glad. I'm happy for myself about that. But yeah, so once again, just a reminder, maybe in case you're one of the people that didn't watch the entire way through, and you just like skipped to the end when the run finally finished, I am going to be doing more alliance runs, and for my alliance runs, I want you in the comments to pick what class and race I'm going to do. I may not have every allied race unlocked, but I can unlock it. I have most of the quests available, so if somebody really wants to see a Dark Iron Dwarf speedrun, fuck it, I'll go unlock Dark Iron Dwarf. Just let me know. I said it earlier, though, the only class that I will refuse to play is Rogue. I'm sorry if you're a Rogue main. I've played Rogue before, I do not like it, and I've been told by many people that it feels absolutely horrendous to level right now. But any other class, any other race except Gnome, I'm not going to play Gnome. I'm also not going to play Diaper Gnome, so I guess that's off the table. Mechanical Diaper Gnomes are definitely not something I have any interest in playing, so, you know, anything aside from those 2 races and Rogue, I will try. Any other combination, you name it, I'll play it. I will pick the spec, though. I will say that. So don't get cute and pick Resto Druid. Like, if you pick Druid, I'll play Druid. Although I probably wouldn't play Druid because I've played Druid for like the last 3 speedruns. So I will say I'm not going to play Druid. I'm not going to play Paladin. I'm not going to play Warrior. And I'm not going to play Demon Hunter just because Paladin, obviously, this speedrun is a Paladin speedrun. I just did one. Druid, my last 3 runs were Druid runs. I don't want to do that. I also won't play a Hunter, because my original speedrun was Hunter. I've done a shit ton of Hunter testing in the past. I guess I did kind of just rule out a lot of stuff, didn't I? Huh. But yeah, I mean, there's still a few things to pick from. You know, Shaman, Priest, Mage, Warlock. What else? Death Knight. Yeah, there's still some stuff. So out of not Rogue, Paladin, Demon Hunter, because for the record, Demon Hunter, I am planning to do a Demon Hunter run in case you missed the part of the video where I said that. Probably my first stream, or maybe like my second stream, I'm going to do my Demon Hunter speedrun. I've basically said I'm going to do that at some point. I'm honestly kind of waiting because I'm hoping that speedrun.com adds an official category for it. If they do, then I'll make sure that my Demon Hunter run follows the rules for that. So that's the reason why I've been kind of waiting to do that. Warrior, I just leveled one and I lost the footage. I'm kind of tilted about it. I don't feel like doing another Warrior run. And then obviously, you know, Hunter, Paladin, Druid, I've played a shit ton recently. If you want to see a Druid run, go check out one of my recent runs. If you want to see a Hunter run, go check out my original run. But all the other classes, I may not have a ton of experience on them, but if you want to see them, let me know. And any race is fair game. Obviously, you know, don't ask me to play, like, you know, a gnome shaman. Well, gnome is off the table, but I guess don't ask me to play a night elf shaman because, you know, night elves can't be shamans. But, you know, if it's a valid race class combo, and, you know, if enough people suggest something, I'll give it a shot. I'm open to anything, especially on Alliance. You know, on Mal'Ganis, I only have so many character spots, and that's my main server, so I'm leveling classes that I want to play, which is basically 2 of each to cover for Covenants. But on Alliance, it's fair game. I'll play pretty much whatever. So yeah, let me know. Hope you like the run. I tried to keep it much more laid back. I talked for pretty much the entire run, and my throat feels sore. Whew! I did a lot of commentary this run. Not always about the speedrun stuff, more just about random stories. I know a lot of people liked the 1-hour video of random stories, so now you have a 7-hour video of random stories. Hope it works. I hope this is something you guys like. A few people said they did, so here you go. I'll try to do more stuff like this in the future now that I'm not really trying to push my world record any further. So yeah, always looking for feedback. Hope you liked it, and see ya.